Haha. Are you worried that our 13 second-generation perfect experimental subjects won't be able to defeat him? On the sofa, a tattooed man crossed his legs and asked with a smile. The 13 second-generation experimental subjects are all third-level existences. Such a lineup is more than enough to destroy the current Blue Star. What's more, it's just a first-generation experimental subject. Don't be too confident. That guy killed Dr. Ao and the Gao family. The bespectacled man looked at the computer and reminded, a faint black light flashed in his eyes. No matter how strong he is, so what? After all, he was created by the organization, just a poor little white mouse. Yes, they are just incomplete experimental subjects of the first generation, and we are the second generation, his upgrades, their natural nemesis. The others all smiled confidently. They are the second generation. The viruses they injected were all viral agents obtained through experiments on a generation of experimental subjects. Direct injection becomes a stranger. It has perfect data analysis without any side effects. Is it comparable to those of the generation who were injected with various viruses and suffered all kinds of torture before they succeeded? Stop arguing. Don't forget that the purpose of our trip is not to capture by force, but to invite. Xue Ji smiled meaningfully. As for the Qingchuan family and the Han Consortium, I'm afraid they have already smelled the scent of meat without our invitation. Sakura Country, Fukuyama Manor. Han Shijuan left and came back. Qingchuan Yuri did not leave as promised. The two raised their phones and smiled in unison, understanding each other's meaning. The organization is going to take action against Song Bing. Haha. Brother Hejun, I think the cooperation during the day may be able to continue. Qingchuan Yuri took the initiative to raise his hand to invite. In fact, he was about to give up and planned to set off tonight. Until I saw the news released by the organization. It can only be said that surprises often come in a moment. You never know what will happen next second. You didn't tell the organization this secret, right? Han Shijuan was the first to ask cautiously. He was also about to give up and even got on the return plane until the organization announced it. All I can say is, God helps him. With organized help, no matter how strong Song Bing is, so what? Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Harukawa Yuri smiled. Hearing this, Han Shijuan breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a little regretful. Haha, that's great. But it's a pity that the organization doesn't seem to want to invite us to join. That's not right. The organization's target is Song Bing, and our target is that woman. With the organization in the light and us in the dark, not only the risks are greatly reduced, but we may even be able to enjoy the benefits. Qingchuan Yuri smiled meaningfully. Ha, God is really helping us. Happy cooperation. The two raised their glasses and drank together, reaching an agreement. Not far away, Qingchuan Nair looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Is it inevitable after all? It's quiet at night. 100 miles away from the Spoke Island, there is an experimental military zone numbered 731. You can vaguely see military vehicles driving in and out. Obviously, the people arrested by the Sakura Country military during the day were secretly sent here in the name of treatment. At this moment, in a laboratory in the experimental military region, AI Xiaoshou and others were imprisoned here. All their mobile phones and communication tools were confiscated. Listening to the faint screams coming from downstairs, Su Kaiwen and others paced back and forth, unable to hide their uneasiness and fear. Only AI Xiaoshou was sitting there cross-legged, playing with his twin ponytails. After a while, someone finally came. The leader was the female officer who had just arrested them during the day, Tanaka Lily. Her eyes first fell on AI Xiaoshou. Looking at the latter's cute and attractive appearance, the corner of her mouth raised a meaningful smile. AI Xiaoshou also looked at Lily Tanaka and smiled sweetly. Let us go. This is a forced kidnapping. Let us go now, and we can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, we will definitely sue and expose the despicable behavior of your Sakura Kingdom military. Seeing Lily Tanaka, Su Kaiwen and others immediately became angry. Sumi. Tanaka Lily smiled disdainfully and immediately ordered someone to open the door. Following in were several doctors wearing lab coats. They were carrying an experiment box in their hands. Su Kaiwen and others quickly sensed the crisis. You're not doing anything. You just trespassed on our Fukushima base and have been severely infected by nuclear radiation. We are going to inject you with an antidote now. Tanaka Lily smiled. While talking, several experimental doctors also opened the experimental box, which contains sealed medicines. And the medicine inside is not an antidote, but nuclear sewage that seriously exceeds the standard. Seeing this scene, Su Kaiwen and others' pupils shrank suddenly, and they instantly understood what the other party was going to do, and they spoke angrily. We are members of the AI group. If you dare to treat us like this, the AI group will not let you go. They didn't expect that the other party was so vicious that he would use this method to cover up his crimes. Ha! You misunderstood. This is an antidote, not nuclear sewage. And you have been infected by radiation now, and our great Sakura Empire is doing our best to rescue you. Even if you are dead and there is no evidence, Dai Group should thank us if they find out. How can they blame us? Tanaka Lily had a sinister smile on her face, which could be described as vicious. You bunch of heartless beasts, we will fight you. Su Kaiwen and others looked gloomy, gritted their teeth immediately, and rushed towards Lily Tanaka. However, in the end, it was difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands, and several people were quickly controlled and trampled to the ground by the fully armed Sakura soldiers. Haha, people from the Dai Group? Don't you really like to study the dangers of the sewage from our Sakura National Nuclear Power Plant? Then let you experience it for yourself. Using Yuangwa people for experiments is our favorite. Several doctors in lab coats came forward with syringes in their hands and smiles on their faces. Looking at Su Kaiwen and others on the ground, they seemed to be looking at guinea pigs. Hara, little Sakura, you are indeed beasts. But do you really think that destroying evidence in this way can cover up your crimes? You are so naive. To tell you the truth, we came together with Divine Dr. Song for this investigation. Kill us and prepare for the trial of Divine Dr. Song. When the time comes, we will settle the old and new accounts together. Su Kaiwen laughed loudly, his eyes staring at Tianzhong Lily and others with tears in his eyes. No fear. Divine Dr. Song. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several Sakura doctors who were originally smiling changed. They are very familiar with the name of Song Dynasty's miracle doctor. What did you say? Song Bing is here too. Even the snake-hearted Yuri Tanaka's expression changed. The 3 words, Song Miracle Doctor, are now too important in the minds of all countries. Their emperor kept emphasizing that he would not offend Divine Dr. Song in the future. But soon, she calmed down. Yesterday, news of Marshal N's death came to Anghua. How could Song Bing come to Sakura country at this time? Even if they come, how can they not have any news? Moreover, if Song Bing really followed this group of people to Fukushima for inspection, why didn't he see anyone? At first glance, it seemed that these guys were about to die, so they deliberately said it to scare people. After thinking about this, Lily Tanaka said with a joking smile, Haha, Divine Dr. Song? In that case, then you just pray that he will come down to earth to save you. Jia. If Song Bing really gets in here, we won't even be able to get him out. Relax. It is an honor for you Anghua people to be the experimental subjects of my great Sakura Empire. The Sakura doctors also recovered their lingering smiles and immediately stepped forward to inject Su Kaiwen and others. You guys will be punished. Su Kaiwen and others screamed in pain, but still looked unyielding. After injecting Su Kaiwen and others, the middle-aged male doctor headed by him continued to walk towards AI Xiaoshu with the needle in hand. She stays, but it was stopped by Lily Tanaka. Hi. The middle-aged doctor immediately nodded and left. The others also backed away tacitly. They are still aware of Tanaka Lily's little hobby. Tianzhong Lily stepped forward, came to AI Xiaoshu, stretched out her hand, and lifted AI Xiaoshu's chin. Looking at this delicate and attractive face, Tanaka Lily smiled with satisfaction. She has played with countless women, but this is the first time she has seen such a cute and attractive girl. Just like a tender and juicy peach, people can't help but want to take a bite. But now she is more curious about AI Xiaoshu's calmness. She then asked with curiosity on her face, You don't seem to be afraid? What are you afraid of? AI Xiaoshu asked with a cute smile. Tanaka Lily was stunned for a moment, then smiled with a hungry look on her face. Aren't you afraid that I will eat you? You may not have a chance to eat it. AI Xiaoshu said seriously. Oh, what? Tanaka Lily suddenly became more interested. Because my master is coming. AI Xiaoshu glanced in the direction of the door and said. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat and they were all attracted by AI Xiaoxiao and looked outside the door, but no one came. Suddenly, I couldn't help but feel funny. Who is your master? Tanaka Lily also smiled. My master is Divine Dr. Song. I advise you to run away now. My master is still a veterinarian. Otherwise, when he comes later, you will be in misery. AI Xiaoxiao said seriously. Ha! As soon as these words came out, all the doctors and soldiers present laughed. This further confirmed the cuteness of this girl. Is this acting too fake? Wow. I'm so scared. You're so tender. So I'm going to start eating it now, so don't cry. Tanaka Lily licked her lips and couldn't wait any longer. The others understood instantly, dragging the painful Su Kaiwen and others, and left. Make room for Lily Tanaka. But at this moment, a soldier came to report in a hurry, interrupting everything. Report to the general, we captured a suspected rioter who sneaked into the nuclear power plant. Being temporarily interrupted, Tanaka Lily looked unhappy. Bagayalu, if you are caught, just lock him up in the laboratory. Didn't you see that General Lily is doing business? You have to report every little thing to General Lily. What's the use of you? Get out of here quickly. The middle-aged doctor who saw all this immediately scolded with a gloomy expression. Think. As soon as these words came out, not only Tanaka Lily, but also everyone else's hearts jumped inexplicably. What's his name? Lily Tanaka immediately asked with a frown. He said his name was Songbing. The soldier said truthfully. Think. The little hearts of Tanaka Lily and others jumped again. It can't be such a coincidence, right? The middle-aged doctor asked uneasily. The soldier was overjoyed and quickly claimed credit. My captain and I caught this man together. We have already captured him in the military area. The doctors and soldiers were speechless, thinking of what Su Kevin had just said. Tanaka Lily frowned slightly, but still said coldly, Bring this person here. She didn't believe it. The person she caught was really Songbing. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Yes. The soldier looked excited and quickly retreated. I thought that this time I was prosperous and I must have captured an important person. I definitely deserve a lot of credit. After a while, the departing soldier and another soldier came back. And between the two of them, there was a handsome young man in custody. His hands were handcuffed. Tanaka Lily and others' eyes fell on the handsome young man at the same time. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and their hearts seemed to have forgotten to beat. So similar. He was exactly the same as the Dr. Song they saw on TV. For a moment, everyone stayed where they were, their minds going blank. Report to the general. This person is the rioter we worked so hard to capture. The two uninformed soldiers happily took credit. That expression seemed to say, Look, we have caught Songbing. Let's be awesome. Hey. Master, this ugly woman said that I am tender and wants to eat me. Seeing Songbing, AI Xiaoxiao hurriedly said with a scared look on his face. That innocent little expression looked like he was so frightened that he was about to cry. Divine Dr. Song? It's really Divine Dr. Song. Sir Dr. Song, help us. These beasts are trying to kill us by injecting us with nuclear sewage. Su Kaiwen and others who were in pain on the ground couldn't help but get excited when they saw Songbing and grasped the hope of survival. Are you really Dr. Song? Tanaka Lily's face changed from gloomy to bright, and she still found it difficult to accept that the young man in front of her was the world-fascinating Divine Dr. Song. This way of meeting is difficult for anyone to accept. The clock starts from now on. You have half an hour to notify your emperor to come over. Songbing spoke calmly. Not another word of nonsense. The clock starts from now on. You have half an hour to notify your emperor to come over. Songbing's voice was not loud, but it was so familiar. Hearing this, Tanaka Lily and others felt their hearts tremble, and they suddenly became panicked. Think back to what Kevin Su said just now. He finally confirmed that the handsome young man arrested in front of him was undoubtedly Songbing. After all, a person's appearance may be similar, but the voice and demeanor are difficult to imitate. Therefore, Songbing really followed Su Kaiwen and others to the radiation island to investigate secretly. And they happened to be caught by their people? Looking at Songbing, who was handcuffed and arrested in front of him, Tanaka Lily's originally shocked and panicked eyes gradually calmed down and turned to become increasingly resentful. So what if the person in front of me is Songbing? Now he was arrested as a rioter. Isn't life and death a matter of her thoughts? A bold and vicious idea soon came to her mind. That is, if he doesn't stop doing anything, he might as well kill Song Bing in front of him. This would completely cover up their crimes. Afterwards, as long as she doesn't tell, who will know? Ha ha, Song Bing. So you are the famous Dr. Song? It's better to meet him than to be famous. After thinking about this, Tianzhong Lily smiled ferociously and looked at Song Bing curiously. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she regained her aloofness. But what if you were divine Dr. Song? Now, you are just a prisoner in the hands of this general. I want to kill you, who knows? Kick cluck. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several experimental doctors lit up, and they also showed ferocious smiles. Yes, now Song Bing is their prisoner. It would be really interesting to experiment with the mighty Dr. Song. Even maybe, they can get more valuable medical wealth from Song Bing, and there is no guarantee that they will replace Song Bing in the future. Thinking of this, the ambition in their genes couldn't help but expand. You bunch of bastards, you still haven't found your way back until now. You can even think of such crazy things. If you dare to do this, the whole world will not let you go. Hearing Lily Tanaka's vicious words, Su Kaiwen and others, who were originally full of hope, turned pale in an instant. Only then did he notice Song Bing's current situation. What they faced was not a group of people, but a group of inhuman beasts. You ask me if I dare? Lily Tanaka looked sarcastic, then winked at the middle-aged doctor and said, Mr. Shiro Ishii, we haven't seen the miracle Dr. Song, but this person seems to be seriously infected. In order to show the benevolence of our great Sakura Empire, please treat him quickly. Hi. Shiro Ishii nodded and smiled, immediately picked up a syringe, and walked towards Song Bing with a grim smile. Song Bing's expression was always calm, ever since he said those words. The timing has started. Looking at Yuri Tanaka with a vicious look on his face, and Shiro Ishii walking towards him with a sinister smile. There were also several Sakura soldiers who came forward to control him with a sneer. Song Bing raised his hand and opened it casually, and the strong handcuffs on his hand broke. Then with a casual squeeze, Song Bing squeezed the originally indestructible handcuffs open like mud. During the whole process, Song Bing looked calm, as if he just took something off his body without any effort. But this was an unexpected scene. But it caused the scene to become dead silent for an instant. Tanaka Lily and others who were originally smiling suddenly widened their eyes, and their pupils shrank slightly. The smile also froze on his face. Their brains fell into a brief state of confusion. I didn't react for a long time. The first reaction is, those handcuffs are made of mud. Why are they so brittle that they break when pinched? No, even if it's made of mud, it can't be that easy, right? On the ground, Su Kaiwen and others, who were originally desperate and frightened, also widened their eyes and looked shocked. But Song Bing ignored it and took out a brand new white coat from his pocket like magic. Only then did Tanaka Lily react, and she immediately frowned and scolded. Bagayalu, why are you still standing there in a daze? Catch him. She didn't care how Song Bing did this. In her territory, could Song Bing be able to change the world? Hi. Several Sakura soldiers reacted and immediately rushed towards Song Bing with cold expressions on their faces. Song Bing simply ignored this and put on his white coat. When a hand passed through a cuff of the white coat, it happened to meet the head of a Sakura soldier who took the initiative to meet him. Uffed. The next second, the cherry blossom soldier's head bloomed like a watermelon. Then another hand passed through the cuff. Song Bing's arm was like a barbecue skewer, piercing directly through the chests of the two Sakura soldiers. The two of them stared in disbelief. The next second, they felt Song Bing retract his hand, and at the same time, their bodies were hollowed out. The internal organs include the large intestine and the small intestine. Everything was taken out, but they did not die immediately, but quietly felt the despair. At the same time, two Sakura soldiers behind Song Bing came at him with electric batons. But his sight was blocked by the fluttering white coat. When the white coat falls, two Sakura soldiers were already hanging on the wall. The thick electric rod was penetrated through their mouths and nailed to the wall. Their eyes widened. Life was worse than death, and there was only fear and despair in their eyes. What did they catch back? This is the devil. When the remaining three soldiers saw this horrifying and bloody scene, their pupils shrank suddenly, and they did not dare to step forward. Instead, they pulled out their guns in fear. However, they just pulled out their guns. Song Bing had arrived in an instant and grabbed the pistols from the three men's hands with his backhand. It penetrated their mouths and pinned them to the wall like the first two people. Enjoy the process of dying. At this point, the 8 elite soldiers on the scene were eliminated by Song Bing in just an instant. From beginning to end, Song Bing just put on that white coat. However, the moment he put it on, it was stained with blood. The death of the 8 Sakura soldiers was more like a collision. Tanaka Lily stopped smiling. She froze there, her mouth slightly open, and her soul trembling, as if she had been stimulated by something. Looking at Song Bing, who suddenly put on a blood-stained white coat, his temperament became eerie and terrifying. She suddenly felt that the king of hell had come to the world. Several Sakura doctors couldn't laugh anymore. Their bodies were shaking violently, especially Shiro Ishii, who was holding a needle and preparing to inject Song Bing. The needle slipped from his hand, and the urine slipped from between his shaking legs. On the ground, Su Kaiwan and others, who thought it was a certain death situation, were also stunned. In addition to disbelief, there was also fear in his eyes. There was no way. The scene of Song Bing downplaying the murder of the 8 Sakura soldiers was too impactful. Especially at this moment, the 5 soldiers who were still alive and hanging on the wall like fish were penetrated through the mouth. The scene was quiet. Deathly silence. In a laboratory where needle drops can be heard, Song Bing still acted as if nothing had happened and squatted down to treat Su Kaiwan and others. Several people's skin has begun to turn red, and they have symptoms of nausea and vomiting. If it continues, it is estimated that the irradiated intestines will soon be pierced and the skin will be ulcerated, and death will occur from the inside out. It can be described as vicious. However, under the touch of Song Bing's silver needle, the symptoms of several people who were about to attack gradually recovered. After doing all this, Song Bing stood up and looked up at the trembling Tanaka Lily and others again. He asked curiously, "Why don't you laugh? Do you not like it?" Meeting Song Bing's eyes, Shiro Ishii and others' souls trembled violently, and a chill spread throughout their bodies. Tanaka Lily even came back from the panic, and her desire to survive made her want to quickly draw her gun. But the moment she touched the pistol at her waist, she didn't dare to pull it out, because she saw the 3 Sakura soldiers nailed to the wall with pistols. She seemed to have anticipated the scene of being nailed to the wall the moment she pulled out the gun. Song Bing patted his slightly wrinkled white coat and walked towards Shiro Ishii and others step by step. Arriving in front of a few people, Song Bing bent down to pick up the remaining nuclear sewage chemicals on the ground and looked at them curiously. Shiro Ishii and others, who always like to perform operations on others, feel an endless sense of suffocation. They wanted to retreat, but found that their feet had long been out of control. They wanted to shout, but they felt like an invisible hand was holding their throats. All they had left was fear. "You like to do experiments on people? By chance, I like it too." Song Bing looked at Shiro Ishii and others and said with a smile, "Tisk." "Oh." Shiro Ishii was so frightened that he spoke, but before he could finish his words, 2 syringes were shot into his eyes. Immediately, Shiro Ishii's eyes were penetrated on the spot, and the nuclear sewage was poured directly through the eyeballs and into his brain. He even covered his eyes and fell to the ground, screaming horribly. The other experimental doctors' pupils widened, and they wanted to run away. But how could Song Bing give them a chance? 1 needle for each person was inserted into the eyeball and directly into the brain. Let them experience their own healing medicine in the most intuitive way. At the same time, Song Bing's eyes flashed, catalyzing the lesions, and thoughtfully helping the effects of their medicine spread faster. In an instant, Shiro Ishii and the other 5 fell to the ground, covering their eyes in pain and screaming in despair. The skin on their bodies was visibly red and ulcerated. The vitality in the body is being corroded by rapid radiation. After dealing with this group of people, Song Bing finally looked at Lily Tanaka with the last potion left in his hand. Wow! The pistol slipped from his hand. Seeing this terrifying scene, Lily Tanaka, who had always been vicious and cruel, lost any fighting spirit. Facing Song Bing, she was left with only fear. "Don't be stupid. I'm not a stupid woman," Song Bing said, and took the initiative to get out of the way. Tanaka Lily, who was originally desperate, felt happy when she heard this. She immediately stood up trembling and ran out. Her eyes fell on the alarm button at the door. I'm about to press it right away. The needle shot out and inserted into her neck. The powerful impact knocked her down on the spot. Sorry, I forgot. You are not human. Songbing apologized sincerely. Tanaka Lily's eyes were bloodshot, and she wanted to say something, but she instantly felt that her whole body was starting to fester. She suddenly despaired. Reluctantly, he looked at the alarm button close at hand. Songbing glanced at it, kicked it away, and piled up with Shiro Ishii and others. Then he helped the other person press the alarm that he had been thinking about for a long time. The entire experimental 731 military region was suddenly filled with alarms. Lily Tanaka, who was originally in despair and pain, was suddenly stunned and then became overjoyed. Obviously, she didn't expect Songbing to take the initiative to push the button for her. This is the highest alarm button in the entire experimental military region. Once pressed, a maximum alarm will sound. Soldiers, officers, and even experimental personnel from the entire experimental military region will all arrive as soon as possible. She was saved. Songbing is dead. You guys go to the inner room and take a rest first. Ignoring anything, Songbing turned to look at Su Kaiwen and others. Su Kaiwen and others looked pale and did not dare to ask any more questions. I didn't dare to read any more. They hurriedly pushed AI Xiaoxiao, who had fainted on the bed, into the room and closed the door. Songbing then found a seat and waited. Soon, a large number of Sakura soldiers from the 731st Military Region heard the sound and came over, as well as many experimenters and senior officers. Everyone was shocked when they saw the tragic situation in front of them. Afrocorps, eviscerated bodies, soldiers hanging on the wall, especially when they saw Yuri Tanaka and others whose skin was ulcerated and fell to the ground wailing. It's simply horrific and cannot be done by humans. What happened? Everyone's eyes instantly fell on the seat, the handsome young man in a white coat. They have never seen this person. It's him, kill him, kill him. At this time, Tanaka Lily on the ground also endured the pain and spoke, as if grasping a life-saving straw. She quickly reluctantly asked for help. Shiro Ishii and others, who were blinded and wailing, also called for help. Everyone in the experimental military region reacted instantly. Several officers shouted with scarlet eyes, "Bagayalu, kill this bastard." However, the next second, before they could raise their guns, a feeling of nausea and vomiting mixed with itching came over them. In an instant, people rushed over, whether they were soldiers, officers, or experimenters. They all started to vomit and fell to the ground in pain. Immediately afterwards, various pustules and sores began to appear on his body. It all festered as soon as I caught it. Like mold, terrible lesions began to rot at an alarming speed. Ah! In an instant, wailing and despair echoed, covering the sound of sirens. People from behind are still arriving, but as soon as they arrive, they fall to the ground and moan with infection. In an instant, outside the entire experiment, the ground was filled with 731 military region personnel lying on the ground and twisting. Personally experienced the despair of the innocent people they experimented with. They began to hurt themselves in agony. It's as if you can't live but can't die, just because this is a secondary infectious disease sent by Songbing. This disease is caused by the fusion of some pigs and dogs. There is genetic isolation. Now, after Songbing's on-site upgrade experiment, just perfect for these beasts who like to experiment on people. At Songbing's feet, Tanaka Lily, who had been looking forward to it, looked at the sudden and terrifying scene in front of her. The whole person felt like being struck by lightning. Despair and fear spread throughout his body again. She turned to look at Songbing with difficulty, her lips trembling. "Devil, devil, you are the devil. How can you be so vicious, you devil?" Several experimental doctors also spoke hoarsely, and their eyes were about to burst. 15 minutes left. Songbing took out his cell phone, looked at it, and reminded lightly, "I mean your lives. I mean your lives." Tanaka Lily's pupils trembled, and she heard the undoubted judgment from Songbing's understatement. Under that handsome smiling face, there seems to be another evil and enchanting face hidden. It seems that when the time comes, Songbing will really kill everyone in the entire 731 experimental military region without hesitation. At this moment, She finally thought of the first word Song Bing said when he came here. The clock starts from now on. You have half an hour to notify your emperor to come over. Song Bing has been practicing this sentence. It's a pity that she was so arrogant and confident at the beginning that she didn't listen to these words. But now, she finally listened. After reacting, Tanaka Yuri trembled and spoke. Regardless of the pain of body decay, she quickly took out her mobile phone and dialed the number of Emperor Yoshino Ikawa. Coincidentally, Yoshino Ichikawa was on his way to the 731 experimental military region at this moment. In the past 2 days, he has been extremely busy due to the nuclear sewage incident, especially since it was recently reported that Prime Minister Hidekawa Matsudaika died heroically by drinking nuclear waste water on the spot in order to calm public anger. He had to quickly order physical therapy to calm his anger and block the news. After convening the Congress to deal with matters, they hurried to the 731 experimental military region. At the same time, he also received news that the Dai Group has been involved in this nuclear wastewater discharge incident. This forced him to take it seriously, because behind the Dai Group is Song Bing, the devil that almost made him die from laughter. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was the general responsible for quelling the chaos, Tanaka Yuri. So Yoshino Ichikawa answered the call without hesitation and asked about the progress. Hey, General Lily, how is the situation going? By the way, let me emphasize again, if you meet someone from the Dai Group, try not to make things difficult for them. Help. Husme, let me die? However, before Yoshino Ichikawa finished speaking, Tanaka Lily's painful cry for help came, and the screams all around. General Lily, what happened? Did you arrest someone from the Dai Group? Yoshino Ikawa's expression condensed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. In the laboratory, on the ground, Lily Tanaka was shaking all over in pain, and her face had begun to fester. Facing Yoshino Ichikawa's inquiry, she raised her head with difficulty and glanced at Song Bing. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, Song Bing bent down, picked up the phone, and replied for Lily Tanaka. I'm sorry to tell you that she not only arrested people from my Dai Group, she also arrested me. On the other end of the phone, Yoshino Ikawa seemed to have been struck by lightning. His expression instantly stiffened. The phone slipped from his hand, and what lingered was Song Bing's all-too-familiar voice. His whole body suddenly felt bad. After he was lucky enough to survive Song Bing's death and return to China, due to his status and various factors, he did not tell the story openly. However, he has always advocated and emphasized the need to have good relations with Manhua. Make good friends with Dai Group. He gave his subordinates 1,000 warnings and instructions. Just now, I was even worried that Tanaka Yuri would arrest someone from the Dai Group recklessly. Guess what the result is? Lily Tanaka not only captured people from the Dai Group, and they arrested Song Bing, a murderous veterinarian? Surprised or not, unexpected or not. It's over. Yoshino Ichikawa's face was visibly pale. He quickly bent down and picked up his mobile phone. You have 13 minutes. The phone hung up. Mikado, what's wrong? Several senior officials around Yoshino Ikawa seemed to hear something. Hurry up and hurry up. We must arrive at the 731 experimental military region 10 minutes ago. Yoshino Ichikawa had no explanation and was not in the mood to explain. At this moment, he was even thinking about whether he should just run away. It's okay not to accept the position of emperor. So, under the order of Yoshino Ichikawa, the convoy quickly accelerated. In exactly 10 minutes, we arrived at the 731 experimental military region. Once entering the military area, there was deathly silence. There wasn't even anyone to greet him. There were only all kinds of heart-rending screams coming from a certain laboratory. Yoshino Ichikawa's legs suddenly became weak. With the help of several senior officials, he hurriedly found the place where he screamed. When he arrived at the laboratory, what he saw were figures lying on the ground, screaming in agony. Some even couldn't stand the torture anymore and chose to break their heads and end their sinful life. The entire laboratory looked like a hell on earth, too miserable to look at. Yoshino Ichikawa was the first to discover Song Bing, who was sitting in his seat with his legs crossed deep in the laboratory, waiting. He was wearing that all-too-familiar white coat, just like in the old days on that luxury yacht, like a judging veterinarian. However, at this moment, He turned this place into a scene even more tragic than that on the yacht. The fear that had been engraved in my bones once again spread throughout my body, making me shudder. Several senior officials and the guards who came to escort also discovered this scene. Also scared to death. When they found Song Bing sitting in that seat, they immediately became vigilant and surrounded Song Bing with guns in hand. Emperor, help, help. At Song Bing's feet, Tanaka Lily and others were excited when they saw the emperor, who had arrived early. Song Bing also stood up at this time and looked down at Tanaka Lily and others. Divine Dr. Song, the emperor is here. Our emperor came early. Tanaka Lily and others spoke tremblingly. Yes, so congratulations, you can die early. Song Bing said calmly. The next second, the forbidden pupil opens. When the catalysis started, the diseases of Lily Tanaka and others suddenly grew like rapidly germinating vegetation, growing crazily. Oh, it's so itchy, kill me, kill me. In an instant, a bone-crushing itching hit him from inside his body. Led by Tanaka Lily, their eyes were scarlet, and they began to scratch themselves frantically. He scratched his face, scratched his stomach, scratched his intestines until his stomach was broken, his throat was broken, and his eyes were exposed. It seems that this will make it more comfortable. Blood immediately flowed out along with corrosive and pus-filled liquid. Their bodies have long been festering. Facing the sudden scene, Yoshino Ichikawa and others' pupils dilated. I wanted to stop it, but I couldn't. Instead, I was covered in blood. In just a short moment, Tanaka Lily and others, one after another, grabbed themselves alive and festered to death. The death was brutal and unprecedented. It was as if he had torn himself into pieces alive and died. Before Tianzhong Lily died, her bloodshot eyes were still looking at Song Bing, but they were full of endless fear. It wasn't until she died that she realized what she had done. This is not the Song Dynasty doctor with boundless love. He is clearly a demonic veterinarian who kills people like a dog and tortures people like animals. When the last 731 experimenter died screaming, the entire 731 laboratory was completely silent. Horrible scenes can be seen everywhere. No more life. Several senior officials and the guards who followed were frightened into confusion. Looking at this weird and terrifying scene, they finally focused their attention on the young man in a white coat who was the only one standing. It must be him, catch him. A senior official shouted in horror. All the guards raised their guns again and pointed at Song Bing. Surrounded Song Bing. Everyone, stop it and put your guns down. After coming back to his senses, Yoshino Ichikawa hurriedly shouted. On that yacht, he saw the horror of Song Bing. Now the scene in front of me is verifying this point. Moreover, he was poisoned by Song's disease, which is called smiling half-step epilepsy. Afterwards, he returned to Sakura country and searched all ancient medical books, but could not find this poison. This shows how terrible this poison is. If Song Bing didn't provide him with medicine, he would only die. Although the guards were puzzled, they dared not disobey the emperor's order. So they all put down their guns. After watching Lily Tanaka and others die indifferently, Song Bing looked at Yoshino Ikawa and said calmly, "Kneel down." Yoshino Ikawa's legs went weak and he knelt down uncontrollably on the spot. The emperor. This scene caused the expressions of several senior officials and guards to change drastically. Their lofty emperor actually knelt down for others. How could they accept this? Baga, please kneel down. This is divine Dr. Song. Yoshino Ikawa's face was ashen. In order to save face, he simply called everyone present and knelt together. Although I know that this will undermine the majesty of the emperor, but compared with life, what is all this? Wasn't that how he survived on the yacht? Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they looked at Song Bing again. Only then did they realize that Song Bing was indeed very similar to the world-famous miracle Dr. Song. But even so, there's no need to kneel, right? Although he was confused in his heart, he looked at the tragic scene in front of him and the emperor's order. Several senior officials and guards followed him and knelt down. Yoshino Ikawa looked at Song Bing and asked tremblingly, "Your country, Sakura, ignored the pollution and secretly discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea, causing many bad incidents. I kindly came to investigate and see if I can come up with any good ways to solve the crimes committed by you in Sakura country. As a result, as soon as I arrived in Sakura country, I was caught as a rioter. Without saying a word, They injected these radiation drugs into my people, and even tried to kill me to silence me and cover up the crime. What do you think happened? Song Bing asked with a sneer. By the way, he kicked out the experimental box and syringe on the ground. The remaining medicine in the needle tube is faintly visible. The pupils of Yoshino Ichikawa and others suddenly shrank. Naturally, we know these potions very well, and they suddenly discovered that the death conditions of Tanaka Lily and others were so similar to those caused by radiation infection. Dr. Song, I'm sorry, it's our fault. Please give me a chance. I can make any compensation you want. Yoshino Ichikawa was so frightened that he kowtowed frantically and begged for mercy, because he had already felt Song Bing's murderous intent. Mikado, what's wrong with you? Several senior officials on the side couldn't help but speak. First he knelt down, and then he begged for mercy in such an undignified manner. This is a complete insult to the dignity of the Sakura Empire. There is no need to apologize. Let me tell you some good news. These people died of infection after being injected with these drugs. In addition, fortunately, you are also infected and can go back to prepare for the funeral. Song Bing said calmly, follow your words. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of all the senior officials, guards, and others shrank. Only then did they look at their bloodstained hands and bodies. Already felt the tingling sensation. Bagayalu, radiation, is this radiation? Several senior officials were the first to lose their composure. Naturally, they are most aware of the dangers of these nuclear sewage. This is basically unsolvable, and you will die if you catch it. Help, Uncle Song, Divine Doctor, help us. Several senior officials were the first to look at Song Bing, who was safe and sound, in horror, begging for mercy, followed by a group of guards. The head knock was even more violent than that of Yoshino Ikawa. At this moment, he seemed to understand why their emperor had to kneel down and kowtow to Song Bing. Save you? This is the result of your own research. Don't you like doing this very much? Now that it is used on you, you should be very happy, right? Song Bing asked curiously. Sir Dr. Song, we were wrong. We destroyed everything immediately and asked you and the AI group to save our lives at a high price. Yoshino Ikawa, who saw through all this, quickly gritted his teeth and spoke. Only he knew that their life and death depended on Song Bing's thoughts. Within 3 days, I want your Sakura country to capture at least 50,000 marine creatures mutated by this nuclear pollution from your polluted sea. Let me research a treatment method. Otherwise, I guarantee that your Sakura country will eventually pay a heavier price for all the mistakes you have committed. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Song Bing directly stated his ultimate goal in the name of research. Whether we can save these people or not is another matter. Okay. I will immediately give the order, and we will capture it within 3 days. Thank you, Dr. Song, for your great kindness. I thank you on behalf of all the people of Sakura country. Yoshino Ikawa was relieved and grateful. The others no longer had any doubts and thanked him. Song Bing ignored this and stood up and walked into the room inside. In the room, Su Kaiwan and others huddled in the corner. When he saw Song Bing, he was so frightened that he couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, the shadow left behind is not small. But now, they are more worried about whether they can get out alive. This is the military district of Sakura country, and Song Bing had just killed so many people from the Sakura country. It's safe now, let's go back. Seeing Su Kaiwan and others being frightened, Song Bing still spoke. I thought to myself that it was a good thing I had just let them in, otherwise I would have fainted after choosing. Speaking of fainting, Song Bing looked at AI Xiaoxiao, who was already fainting on the bed. Not to mention, Dizzy is very cute. It's also the right time. Divine Dr. Song, let's carry him. Su Kaiwan had quick eyesight and quick hands, and took the initiative to overcome his fear and stepped forward. But Song Bing refused. No, let me do it. After sighing helplessly, Song Bing stepped forward, took off his blood-stained white coat, and then took off his coat. Covered in. He saw AI Xiaoxiao's big white legs under his loose sweater. Then he put it on his back. I felt a soft pressure coming from my back. I have to say that this girl is really heavy. But there is no way. Who can be my good disciple? No matter how heavy it is, it must be pampered. Just like that, Song Bing put AI Xiaoxiao on his back and walked out of the room. Seeing this, Su Kaiwan and others hurriedly followed. He naturally knew that if he didn't leave, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. However, when they walked out of the room, they froze. What came into view were the bloody corpses everywhere, which was too horrible to look at. What made them even more horrified was a group of people kneeling neatly not far ahead. The leader looked so familiar. He looked familiar, just like the aloof emperor of Sakura Kingdom. Divine Dr. Song, I'll have someone take you there. Seeing Song Bing coming out with someone, Yoshino Ikawa was just stunned, but he still hurriedly said respectfully. Others also greeted him with smiles. Is he really the emperor of Sakura Kingdom? The hearts of Su Kaiwen and others were like turbulent waves at this moment. What happened in these short 10 minutes? A second ago, they were worried that if they killed someone, they would be held accountable by the Sakura Congress and not be able to get out alive. As a result, the next second, the emperor of Sakura Kingdom appeared on his knees to greet him. Excuse me with a smile? Is this a dream? It wasn't until he saw Song Bing and others walking away that Yoshino Ikawa dared to stand up tremblingly. Only then did he realize that his back was already soaked. He seemed to have escaped from hell. Mikado, are you okay? Several senior officials saw this and stood up. Yoshino Ichikawa ignored it and came to Yuri Tanaka, who died tragically. General Lily. Several senior officials looked at the tragic death of Lily Tanaka and couldn't help feeling sad. Crush her bones and throw her into the sea to feed the fish. However, Yoshino Ichikawa said with a gloomy expression, he was almost killed by this stinky woman. Madahi told Lily Tanaka not to touch the people of the Dai group. This bitch is better. Song Bing was arrested directly. It will create surprises. Emperor this. Several senior officials who were just about to grieve were stunned and looked at Yoshino Ikawa in surprise, completely unable to react. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll even throw you out to feed the fish. The bored Yoshino Ichikawa said coldly. Hi. Several senior officials were immediately frightened and did not dare to raise their heads. Arrange it quickly and start fishing. Even if we use the strength of the whole country, we must complete the request of Divine Dr. Song within 3 days. Blow up the 731 experimental military district again. Everything today is just an accident. We will provide pensions to all the people who died. Yoshino Ichikawa continued to give orders and then left without looking back. Before leaving, he did not forget to warn, whoever dares to reveal a word about today's events will be completely eliminated from this world. Hi. Several senior officials and guards quickly nodded and bowed. After the Emperor's motorcade left the military area, the entire 731 experimental military area suddenly exploded. Together with the corpses of Tanaka, Lily, and others, they completely turned into brilliant fireworks. At the same time, under the escort of Yoshino Ichikawa, Song Bing and others safely arrived at the Sakura Country branch of the Dai Group. This is a majestic building with the iconic Dai Group logo above it. When all the heads of the branch learned that Song Bing was coming, they had already lined up at the door of the building to welcome him. Are the sweets and meals ready? That's right, there's something that Divine Dr. Song asked for. Are you ready for the whole chicken set meal? The head of the branch dean waited and asked repeatedly, for fear that something would go wrong. Everything is fine, Dean. The other persons in charge also repeated. For each branch, having Divine Dr. Song personally visit is their greatest honor. Of course, they didn't know what had just happened to Song Bing and others. Soon, the luxurious presidential vehicle stopped at the door. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, the car door opened. Then Song Bing came out. However, when they saw Song Bing walking out, everyone's excited expressions instantly turned into astonishment. Just because Song Bing didn't walk out elegantly alone, he was also carrying a very attractive lowly girl on his shoulders. Although this way of appearing looks cooler. But is this too high profile? Ha ha ha. Divine Dr. Song, I'm honored to have you here. The banquet has been arranged. The branch dean was the first to react, and without caring about these details, he hurried forward to greet him respectfully. No need for the banquet. I'm tired and want to rest. Arrange for me the patients and animals with difficult and complicated diseases collected from all over the country during this period, and I will wait for testing and treatment. Song Bing interrupted the branch chief's conversation. As for the patients and animals with intractable diseases mentioned above, it is clear that this is what Dai Group has been doing. This was also the main purpose of his original establishment of Zendai Group. He has been absorbing collectively at the headquarters before, once a month. Later, After learning about the incident in Sakura Country, Song Bing changed the place where the group would be absorbed this month to the Sakura Country branch. Branches across the country have received orders and have already collected patients and animals with difficult and complicated diseases and sent them here. Today the month just ends. Naturally, it's time for collective absorption. Yes, I will arrange it right away. The branch dean heard this and said quickly. He also sent someone to lead Song Bing quickly. Everyone watched as Song Bing carried AI Xiaoxiao into the elevator. Only then did he gradually come back to his senses. Why is this so different from the divine Dr. Song they imagined? That's right. I didn't even bother to eat when I got off the bus, so I went to bed immediately. Go, what do you know? This is domineering. Look how handsome he is. Yes, if I have that strength, I can carry 3 with 1. Many people couldn't help but start talking. At this moment, Song Bing's image in their minds changed. Become less untouchable. Okay, what are you talking about? This is divine Dr. Song, our boss. Be careful about deducting your salary. The branch chief interrupted everyone's discussion. When they heard about the deduction of wages, everyone shut up. The dean continued. Didn't you hear that divine Dr. Song just said that we would treat those concentrated patients and animals later? Why don't you come with me to prepare? Yes. Everyone reacted and quickly started to take action. At the same time, there was more emotion in my heart. Is this divine Dr. Song? He's so good at allocating his time. After being busy during the day, I have to be busy again at night. This is the boss's time. Every minute and second is so precious. On the other side, Song Bing had already carried AI Xiaoxiao to the luxurious suite prepared by the branch. Find a random bedroom and throw this girl on the bed. Song Bing went directly to take a bath. And shortly after Song Bing left, AI Xiaoxiao, who was originally frightened and fainted on the bed, quietly opened one eye. He looked slyly towards the direction where Song Bing was taking a bath, took another sniff, and his beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She smelled chicken. AI Xiaoxiao was immediately excited, but continued to close his eyes and pretend to be dizzy. I just hope that Song Bing will finish it quickly and leave quickly. Not long after, Song Bing came out after taking a bath. He glanced at the large table of whole chicken set meals that had been prepared in the living room. He glanced at AI Xiaoxiao, who was still unconscious in the bedroom. Hey, I haven't woken up yet, so there's nothing I can do about it. I have to eat it first. Song Bing sighed helplessly, rolled up his sleeves, sat on the table, and started eating. AI Xiaoxiao's delicate body trembled on the bed, but remained motionless. It wasn't until he heard Song Bing closing the door and leaving after finishing his meal that he couldn't wait to get out of bed. Wah! My cock! Master, I hate you. AI Xiaoxiao rushed to the table anxiously. When he saw a full chicken dinner with only 1 chicken leg missing, AI Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes lit up, and he immediately turned from sadness to joy. Master, I love you. Ouch! As she said that, she pounced on it and started to devour it. It tastes delicious. At the same time, Song Bing had already put on his white coat and arrived at the concentration room for patients and animals with difficult and complicated diseases. Shani Dr. Song, this is the concentration room. All the patients with difficult and complicated diseases collected from each branch this month are here. Everything has been arranged according to the rules. These are records. The dean and others who were responsible for leading the way turned around and said respectfully, and handed a record file to Song Bing. Several people in charge looked at Song Bing meaningfully. Obviously, he didn't expect Song Bing to come so soon. Well, it turns out to be Dr. Song, a master of time management. You guys wait for me outside first. Song Bing took the file, pushed the door open, walked in, and closed the door behind his back. It's a pity that Song Bing doesn't have the ability to pry into his heart. If he did, he would probably be laughed at by this group of people. I can compete with the ants in the village. The clean and tidy centralized room looks like a morgue. Each patient was injected with drugs and knocked unconscious, then stripped naked and lay down on the hospital bed, covered by a white cloth. The only difference is that the head is not covered. It is exactly the same as the research institute at the headquarters of Dai Group. After a quick glance, Song Bing nodded with satisfaction. Good workability. There are just a few people. At first glance, there were only more than 200 people. There are even fewer animals in another research institute, only about 100 animals. And there are mostly fish. But it's understandable. Song Bing didn't waste time, nor did he open the taboo eyes to explore them one by one, and started to absorb them directly. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Add up a little and make a big thing. This is a truth that all children understand. Touch and absorb all the way to the end. No surprises, it's all level 1, and almost half of it is repetitive. A total of 112 merit points were obtained. This inevitably made Song Bing a little disappointed. He turned his head casually and came to the last patient in the corner. Without even looking, Song Bing was about to reach out and touch it skillfully. The next second it stopped in midair. Song Bing's eyes also focused on the face of the woman in the hospital bed for the first time. This is a quiet and beautiful woman with perfect facial features, skin as white as snow, and a beautiful tear mole at the corner of her eye. She lay here quietly, with her long, straight black hair spread out, like the Sleeping Beauty in the fairy tale. Beautiful and touching. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, the woman in front of him is exactly the same as the woman with level 3 genius disease that he absorbed when he was at the headquarters. They look exactly the same. The temperament is exactly the same. Frowning slightly, Song Bing picked up the identity tag hanging at the woman's feet. Name, Park Ji-hai. Age, 24 years old. Nationality, Obama. Comprehensive diagnostic disorder, rare split personality. Common manifestations of the disorder, mania, and autism. The names are exactly the same. The same goes for nationality. Even the disease is the same. Song Bing's heart moved slightly, and his memories seemed to overlap. The scene in front of me perfectly overlapped with the scene in the past. He couldn't remember wrongly. The woman with the genius disease in the past was named Park Ji-ji. After he cured the other party disappeared strangely like a ghost. Now, a familiar scene appeared in front of him for the second time, as if it was repeated. Is this a coincidence? No, one thing is absolutely untrue. That is, he had already absorbed the other party's genius disease. Song Bing immediately became vigilant and opened the forbidden pupil. Looking at each other again, the hazy feeling reappeared like before. With his heart trembling slightly, Song Bing decisively raised his hand and touched the woman. The touch of cold, tender skin was like a tide, so familiar, constantly stimulating Song Bing's memory. What made Song Bing's heart tremble even more was that the membrane he had pierced in the past reappeared. Wrap the woman again. It's as if Song Bing has never been exposed. Everything was like going back in time and back to that day. Song Bing was in a daze for a moment, even doubting all this. Do you suspect that everything you did before was fake? The entire room was also in a strangely quiet state at this moment. Ding, a high-risk psychotic entity has been detected. The level is unknown. Please be careful, host. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded like an echo, instantly bringing Song Bing back to his senses. Song Bing's eyes suddenly condensed. He retracted his hand decisively and took several steps back. Get up. Stop pretending. Song Bing's eyes were fixed on this woman, and his cold voice broke the quiet and strange hypnotic atmosphere. It lasted for several seconds. Park Ji-hai, who was lying quietly on the hospital bed, finally opened her eyes and sat up. The empty room fell into dead silence again. Pu Zhizhi looked at Song Bing calmly. Her beautiful face was so calm and peaceful. Those beautiful eyes that were like a deep spring were without any ripples. The whole person seemed to have no emotion, any joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. Song Bing's pupils narrowed and he stared at this woman. This woman sat up calmly. The moment he looked into each other's beautiful eyes like a deep spring, he actually had the illusion of sinking deeply. Song Bing instantly opened the forbidden eyes to offset this terrible feeling. Seeing that Song Bing could keep looking at him, a ripple finally appeared in the depths of Pu Zhizhi's originally unruffled beautiful eyes. Who are you? Song Bing frowned and asked. At this moment, he has determined that the woman in front of him is the Opal woman who he absorbed and healed in the past. Park Ji-ji. As for why it disappeared inexplicably in the first place, it strangely reappeared in the same scene at this moment. He also recovered from his original symptoms. Song Bing also wanted to know. System testing shows that this patient may be a high-level rare mental illness, and it has not yet completely merged with the patient to become a disease. Therefore, it is very possible that he only showed some kind of mental illness reaching level 3 at the beginning. In other words, the host may have simply absorbed a mental personality disease exhibited by this patient. The mental body has the ability to heal itself. After being not completely absorbed by the host, it will automatically recover from the disease. It is also possible that another third-level mental personality disorder has developed again. Just when Song Bing was filled with doubts, systematic speculation information finally emerged. Advanced mental body? Not fully integrated? Self-recovery. Song Bing's heart trembled, and he was shocked by this information. This was the first time he had heard of a high-level mental illness. What is the psychotic body in human cognition? Patients with various mental illnesses? Or a genius with autism, but extremely smart? But these are clearly concepts of first-level psychosis, and it's very narrow-minded. Now, the mental illness displayed by the woman in front of me is obviously no longer within the scope of human cognition. So, what level is this girl at now? Song Bing asked in his mind. This is what he cares about most. Affected by the environment, this mental virus and the diseased body cannot be completely integrated and manifested. The current symptoms are grade 3. That's why the system cannot fully detect it. However, according to system speculation, if this psychotic body is completely integrated successfully, it can be rated at least level 4 or above. Song Bing's heart trembled slightly. Level 4 or above. At least 10,000 merits? What a concept. At this moment, Song Bing couldn't help but think of a woman. A woman who he had touched countless times had a similar situation happen to her. I don't know who I am, but those people gave me a code name and a name. The two looked at each other in the air for a long time, and Park Ji-hai said without joy or sorrow, "They all call me number 3, Huanming." This is a very standard in language. Escaped experimental subject. Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. At first, he thought this woman was sent by the so-called Apocalypse Organization. So, what is the purpose of you coming to me twice? Song Bing asked with a frown. Although the woman in front of her is the experimental subject who escaped from number 3, she is obviously more than a little bit better than Wang Xiaoxiao from number 4. This is a cliff edge gap. Wang Xiaoxiao's level is level 3, which is also her strongest state. But the woman in front of her was not fully integrated yet, so that even the system could not determine her level. Even a personality he displayed at will has reached the 3rd level. This difference can be imagined. This made Song Bing's heart tremble. This woman was so scary just as a number 3. Then what kind of heaven-defying existence would number 2 and number 1 be? I came to you, naturally, to ask for your treatment. However, it seems that you can't do it either, it's still there. When he said these words, Park Ji-hai's calm and beautiful eyes showed a rare hint of disappointment. The first time she came to see Song Bing, she was indeed coming to see him for treatment. So she used this false identity and became one of the many patients with difficult and complicated diseases, and pretend to be asleep. Let Song Bing be treated. To be honest, she was shocked by the way Song Bing was treated. Song Bing did nothing but kept touching her. It feels really comfortable. Very unique. Then, she felt that the 3 guys who had been pestering her were sucked away by Song Bing. She was so happy at that time that she smiled for the first time. Song Bing really did it. She was finally liberated. She could finally be an ordinary person with peace of mind. What didn't make her happy for long was, not long after, 3 new guys spawned in her mind. Even scarier than the previous one. And she discovers another terrible secret. There is a more terrifying existence lurking deep in her brain. It told her that it was her, and that they were one. She could never escape it. Unless she dies. Park Ji-hai's answer moved Song Bing. And I also thought of something not very good. Since the other party can stay awake under the effect of the sleeping drug. Was it the first time he treated the other party's illness and the other party was still awake? You know, at that time, he didn't use any fancy methods to cover it up, but just touched it directly. Although this may not matter to Park Ji-hai, who is also very human. He will definitely only think that this is some kind of ability of Song Bing. But Song Bing always felt a little awkward. If that's the case, then why did you come to me again now? Song Bing asked simply. Park Ji-hai was right. He really couldn't absorb it all now. But this is not Song's problem. It's the other party's problem. The mental virus in the other party's body has not completely integrated with it. To put it simply, it means that the disease is not fully developed and forms a disease. Therefore, Song Bing could not absorb all of it. Facing Song Bing's inquiry, Pu Zhizhi said nothing, but stood up from the bed calmly. The white cloth that was the only covering slipped off her smooth and delicate skin. Under the reflection of the light, it looks like a beautiful work of art. But he didn't seem to care. He stood on the bed, looked down at Song Bing, and said without joy or sorrow, "I want to ask you to touch me again." Faced with such a request, could Song Bing refuse? Of course not. This is 1,000 merits. Yes, but this is my treatment method, just like your dream. But Song Bing still needs an explanation. The touching was not his intention. This is necessary to cure the disease. His hands have touched countless people, including men, women, and animals. I don't know how many lives were saved. It doesn't matter. Park Ji-hai remained as calm as water, seemingly not caring about how to treat her. After getting Song Bing's consent, she lay back on the bed emotionlessly and closed his eyes. Just like before, Song Bing didn't talk nonsense and stepped forward to touch. The other woman is so proactive. He is a grown-up man, and yet he is still moaning and groaning. How unbecoming he is. It is simply beneath the dignity of a man. Ding successfully absorbed the third-level mental genius disease, merit plus 1,000. After touching her for an unknown amount of time, a familiar voice sounded. This was the second advanced mental illness that Song Bing had absorbed from this woman. Although it cannot be cured, it can actually strengthen its merits. Still not repeated. Park Ji-hai also opened her eyes at this moment. Her pair of beautiful, deep eyes returned to normal at this moment. But only she knew that it wouldn't be long before it would happen again. "What's your number?" Looking at Song Bing, Pu Zhizhi asked curiously. "Number 2. Song is sick," Song Bing said without thinking, just like what he said to Wang Xiaoxiao. Only the code name has changed. The other party took the initiative to expose himself, obviously treating him as a similar person. "Thank you." Pu Zhizhi's beautiful eyes moved slightly, but she still expressed her gratitude to Song Bing. "You're welcome. Welcome to come again next time. Although I can't cure all of you now, I can continue to cure you." Song Bing smiled. Looking at the woman in front of him, he seemed to be seeing a money tree. He was thinking that the other person's mental illness could not be completely cured. Once cured, a new spiritual personality would emerge again. Maybe they are all different types. They are all level 3. Then can he continue to smoke? As soon as the other party derives it, he sucks it. As soon as it was derived, he sucked it. Will he become invincible? Okay, I'll come back to you when it relapses. In response, Pu Zhizhi also nodded. With that said, she got up and got out of bed. Just like in the past. Come naked and leave naked. Don't take away a single cloud. Song Bing naturally did not stop this. To be honest, he really wanted to tie the other person to him and regard him as his merit tree. But thinking about the unknown level of mental virus in the other party's body, Song Bing gave up. Wait. But looking at the other party's back, Song Bing couldn't help but speak. Pu Zhizhi also stopped and turned to look at Song Bing calmly. Is something wrong? Although beautiful things should be displayed generously, I think you should wear some clothes. There are many bad people in this world, Song Bing said, taking off his white coat and throwing it towards the other party. Pu Zhizhi took it and looked down at his body, showing no signs of disturbance. It seems that it doesn't matter whether you wear it or not. Thank you. But she still put it on and expressed her gratitude to Song Bing without joy or sadness. After that, she jumped out of the window and left, just like old times. Staring at the window where the other party left, Song Bing pondered for a moment. He took out a new white coat and put it on before continuing to another concentration room. Treat the remaining animals. At the same time, on top of the tall tower in Sakura City, Park Ji-hai, who left, came here at some point. The cool breeze blew by, blowing her silky hair. She was still wearing the white coat given to her by Song Bing. Come out. Pu Zhizhi suddenly spoke calmly, turned around, and looked behind him. At this moment, behind Park Ji-hai, a beautiful silhouette was sitting. She was wearing a pair of white Air Force shoes. Under the loose sweatshirt, she had a pair of straight white comic legs swinging in the air, giving her a girlish, youthful air. 2 waist-length ponytails make her look more lively and attractive. That's right. The person who appeared behind Pu Zhizhi was none other than AI Xiaosong. It's just that AI Xiaoxiao's temperament has changed at this moment. No longer as cute and charming as before. She looked at Pu Zhizhi coldly, her delicate and pretty face full of coldness and displeasure. You are finally willing to show up? Number 1. beast transformation. Looking at AI Xiaoxiao, Pu Zhizhi showed a rare smile. I warned you back then. Are you really not afraid that I will tear you apart? AI Xiaoxiao also had a smile on his lips, but it's a little less cute and a little more coquettish. You are still so violent. After all, I cooperated with you in the beginning and escaped from those people. Now, you would rather be with number 2 than accept me? Park Ji-hai shook her head and sighed. Stop talking nonsense. Let's talk. Why have you been following us? AI Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes narrowed. She didn't like this cunning woman. I was exposed, and the Han Consortium was looking for me everywhere, so I found a place to hide. Here, I believe the Han Consortium would not dare to come. Pu Zhizhi said calmly. Exposed. With your ability, will you be exposed? Even if you are exposed, will you be afraid of the Han group? AI Xiaoxiao was surprised at first, then sneered. If I had your beast transformation ability, I wouldn't have to worry about being exposed. Pu Zhizhi took a deep look at AI Xiaoxiao and continued. As for the Han Consortium, I'm really not afraid. I'm afraid that he will join forces with other family groups to take action against me. So, you came to us with the intention of dragging us into trouble? AI Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly turned cold, and a sharp look flashed through his narrow, beautiful eyes. Do you think the noise you made will attract the attention of those guys? You can ignore those family groups, but what if that organization takes action? I think you should know the horror of that organization best, right? Facing AI Xiaoxiao's murderous intention, Park Zhizhi calmly responded. You think I'm afraid? AI Xiaoxiao smiled disdainfully. You don't have to be afraid, but what about him? Don't say you don't care. If you didn't care, you wouldn't expose yourself and come to me. Park Zhizhi looked into AI Xiaoxiao's eyes calmly. AI Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes moved slightly and fell silent. Anyway, now that we are all exposed, why not work together? The 3 of us together. Even if the people from that organization come, they will not pose a threat to us. Park Ji-hai took the opportunity to say, whoops. However, the next second, AI Xiaoxiao on the iron pole suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Park Ji-hai. She pulled it out with one hand and instantly grabbed Park Ji-ji's snow-white neck and raised it. Then squeeze it hard and crush it on the spot. Park Ji-hai was instantly killed. But AI Xiaoxiao's eyes were extremely dull, and he dropped it from the tower and turned around. Pu Zhizhi, who turned out to be dead, has appeared at AI Xiaoxiao's original location. As for the fallen body, it has long since disappeared. It seemed as if everything just now was just a dream. Why? Pu Zhizhi looked at AI Xiaoxiao, with confusion flashing in his eyes. AI Xiaoxiao sneered. That's nice to say, but it's a pity that I know you too well. The cooperation is fake. Your real purpose is to use my master to continuously heal the spiritual personality derived from you, so as to continuously strengthen the spiritual virus that is integrated into your body, right? Park Ji-hai's calm eyes fluctuated. She didn't expect that AI Xiaoxiao would see this. Stop talking. It seems that I guessed it. Seeing that Pu Zhizhi didn't speak, AI Xiaoxiao became more sure of his guess. I can't get rid of it, so I can only accept it and make myself stronger. You should know how painful it feels to be controlled by someone. Park Ji-hai did not deny it. This was indeed the main purpose of her coming to see Songbing. But the first time, she really just wanted to get rid of it all and be an ordinary person in peace and contentment. It's a pity that fate doesn't seem to give him this opportunity. So, do you want to get out of here, or do you want me to kill you? AI Xiaoxiao was too lazy to listen to what the other party said, and directly drove him away coldly. The ability of the woman in front of me is too cunning. Once the other party becomes stronger, the fusion may even be successful before her. An unintentional glance can easily invade someone else's brain and control them. By then, she and Song Bing might accidentally become each other's puppets. As for why you have this idea, because after escaping, Park Ji-hai looked for her and tried to control her. You will accept our cooperation. After taking a deep look at AI Xiaoxiao, Pu Zhizhi decided to leave first. Otherwise, this guy would really be able to do it. Actually, this cooperation is not impossible. However, just as Park Ji-hai was about to leave, a voice came. Almost at the same time, AI Xiaoxiao and Pu Zhizhi's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and they looked in the direction of the sound. When I saw the figure in white who appeared at some point, Park Ji-hai's beautiful eyes gleamed with a hint of surprise. In contrast, AI Xiaoxiu was not calm anymore. Her eyes, originally full of coldness, turned into astonishment due to surprise, and then she became overwhelmed. She subconsciously wanted to find a place to hide, or to quickly become well-behaved and cute. But I found that this place seemed to be on top of a high tower. Both women have one thought in their minds at this moment. That is, how did Song Bing arrive quietly? But soon, they all thought about it. Just when they were fighting each other, Song Bing walked over with his hands in his pockets and gave AI Xiaoxiu a look of understanding, but didn't say much. If anything happens, tell me when you go home. Song Bing turned to Park Jiji, this woman who hides deeply. If it weren't for his good apprentice, he really didn't know that the other person came to touch him and had such a purpose. But Song Bing still smiled slightly and took the initiative to extend his hand. You are right. If you want to avoid being controlled by those people, cooperation between the three of us is the best choice. So happy working together. Master Shi. AI Xiaoxiu suddenly became anxious and wanted to remind him something, but was interrupted by Song Bing. I am the master. I have the final say. But for some reason, she subconsciously did not dare to refute Song Bing's words. Park Jihai was stunned, no dumbfounded. She was surprised by Song Bing's silent appearance. But she was directly shocked by AI Xiaoxiu's performance at this moment. She subconsciously looked at AI Xiaoxiu behind Song Bing. Is this still the number one she knew? Is this still the beast transformation, who bloodbathed the experimental land and slaughtered everything in cold blood? Domesticated? This is what Park Jihai is thinking at the moment. She felt that AI Xiaoxiu must have been tamed and subdued by Song Bing using some kind of ecstasy. Otherwise, how could this happen? She couldn't think of the second possibility. But it was only a moment of shock. Seeing that AI Xiaoxiu no longer objected, Pu Zhizhi still smiled and extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Under night, the entire capital city of Sakura Kingdom is prosperous and luxurious. The gate of Dai Group branch. The branch dean and several persons in charge were guarding here, because he had just received a message from Song Bing himself. A distinguished guest will arrive later. Ask him to prepare a guest room. Naturally, he would not be careless about this. After getting everything ready, he hurried to the door to prepare for the reception. Just at this moment, a taxi stopped at the door, and Song Bing was the first to get out of the car. The faces of everyone who greeted him changed slightly, and the branch director said solemnly, "Everyone, cheer up. This distinguished guest is something special at first sight. Shin-E Dr. Song personally went to pick him up. We must treat him well." Everyone did not dare to neglect and hurried forward to greet him. But when the door on the other side opens, the branch deans who originally came forward with smiles on their faces froze. Because the person who got off the car was the lowly girl who was carried to bed by Song Bing during the day. However, it wasn't over yet. Then a beautiful woman in a gorgeous dress walked out of the car. The woman has long, straight black hair and a calm and cold face. She has the air of a royal sister who is repulsive to people thousands of miles away. The two girls followed Song Bing silently. The people who greeted him were stunned. This is the distinguished guest that Song Bing mentioned? No wonder Dr. Song wanted to receive him in person. Looking at the people greeting him at the gate, Song Bing also frowned slightly. He just informed Rang to prepare an extra suite. Why are so many people here? Is the room ready? Just give me the room card. So Song Bing looked at a few people and asked. The branch dean reacted and quickly offered the room card. Yeah. Song Bing took the key and entered the elevator with the two girls. Several people in charge couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. On the other side, Song Bing had already brought Pu Zhizhi to the prepared suite. From now on, you will live here. If you need anything, just let me know. This way the three of us can take care of each other. As for your illness, if it relapses, you are welcome to come to me at any time. You have become stronger, which is a good thing for our team. Song Bing handed the room card to Pu Zhizhi and smiled generously. Pu Zhizhi looked at Song Bing deeply. She didn't expect Song Bing to be so enthusiastic. After knowing her selfishness, not only was he not afraid, but he even accepted cooperation. He even took her to buy clothes and brought her back to his residence enthusiastically, and promised to treat her at any time. Thank you. After thinking for a moment, Park Jihai took the room card. AI Xiaoxiu on the side stared at Pu Zhizhi with threatening eyes, as if to warn the other party that if he dares to play any tricks, he will tear the other party to pieces. Then you should get some rest early, little beast. Let's go. Song Bing smiled, turned around, and left. AI Xiaoxiu followed, but before leaving, he did not forget to glare at Pu Zhizhi again. Park Jihai calmly watched the two people leaving. The deep fluctuations that had disappeared gradually returned to the eyes that were originally neither happy nor sad. On the other side, Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu got into the elevator and returned to their suite. Along the way, the always lively AI Xiaoxiu stopped talking. He followed Song Bing obediently, raising his head and peeking at Song Bing from time to time, but he hesitated to speak, like a child who has done something wrong. Opening the door and entering the suite, Song Bing sat on the sofa. AI Xiaoxiu stood at the door, with his head lowered and holding his ponytail slightly restrainedly. His little feet in the white shoes were already pale. She didn't dare to look directly at Song Bing, and every little movement showed her inner panic. Song Bing looked at the cute girl standing at the door calmly. Who would have thought that such a cute, alluring, harmless girl would be one of the experimental subjects who escaped? Or is it the terrifying existence that ranks number one? The contrast between the two is too great. Close the door. After calming down, Song Bing still spoke to break the silence. AI Xiaoxiu silently closed the door with his backhand. Still didn't dare to look up at Song Bing. Sit over here. Song Bing expressed helplessly. AI Xiaoxiu was slightly stunned, but still bit his lip and lowered his head, walking over in small steps. Then, she sat down on Song Bing's lap. This sitting made the originally slightly awkward atmosphere even more awkward. You can sit across from me, Song Bing reminded with some shame. She thought. She lowered her head even lower, quickly got up from Song Bing, and trotted over to sit across from him. Can you be honest with me now? Looking at the girl in front of him, his disciple, Song Bing said a little complicatedly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep hiding it from you. I just didn't want to break the tranquility. AI Xiaoxiu finally raised his head and looked at Song Bing. Her beautiful eyes also show complexity and loss. Due to some strange combination of circumstances, she applied for a job at Song Bing's veterinary clinic and became Song Bing's apprentice. I learned a lot of knowledge from Song Bing and experienced all kinds of interesting things in the world. There is endless chicken, endless sleep, and the love from Song Bing and Song Bing's parents. This was something she had never experienced in her long life of running away. She had never thought that besides pain, there was also sweetness in the world. So, she didn't want to break it all. Even if the abnormality of Song's disease is discovered, she thought that she was not the number one animal transformer, but just a little beast around Song Bing. It's a pity that all this will eventually come to nothing. Actually, I already knew it. Facing the disappointed AI Xiaoxiu, Song Bing sighed and said, If I guess correctly, you are from that organization, right? AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Song Bing in surprise. It's your first time to apply for a job at a veterinary store. Those big and small bags of yours must contain your weapons. Ignoring AI Xiaoxiu's surprised expression, Song Bing continued to speak. In the past, you were the man in black who rescued the female killer in Tianfu Villa, right? No, these are all my guesses. Song Bing said calmly. These are indeed his guesses. Of course, they can also be said to be reasonable and well-founded guesses. When did he discover AI Xiaoxiu's abnormality? Probably after returning from the country. At that time, he possessed the forbidden eye. The first time I saw AI Xiaoxiu, he felt that his apprentice was not simple. So I subconsciously touched and detected it secretly. But nothing unusual was found. At that time, Song Bing only thought it was his delusion. It wasn't until he was admitted to the mental hospital that he absorbed the symptoms of the 3 raised second-level rhubarb humans, obtained a pair of heaven-defying kidneys, and improved his level. He saw that feeling again from AI Xiaoxiu, who came to report. And it's clearer. So he took the opportunity to put his hand on AI Xiaoxiu's shoulder. That time, he finally detected it. But the result made Song Bing's heart tremble. System detection. The virus of this disease has not completely fused and cannot be detected. Warm reminder, this is a high-risk disease. The level may be very high. The host, please be careful. This was what he detected from AI Xiaoxiu at that time. To be honest, half of Song Bing's kidney deficiency at that time was due to fright. The disciple he took in at will turned out to be such a terrifying existence. Fortunately, he pretended to be danding at that time, and was not exposed. This is why he was moved when faced with Park Ji-hye's test results today. How similar are the test results of the two women? Therefore, facing the unknown, Song Bing did not take the initiative to expose AI Xiaoxiu later in life. He can be confident that AI Xiaoxiu can't hurt him, but he's not sure that the other party can't hurt the people around him. Therefore, Song Bing launched a series of secret tests on AI Xiaoxiu. To avoid threats, they would take each other with them almost everywhere. As for the Lianlianqiu Free Clinic, it was only because AI Xiaoxiu was brought there. And it was in this personal life that Song Bing saw the weapon in the suitcase AI Xiaoxiu brought. It's hidden in a pile of chickens. That is a black divine weapon. It was this weapon that convinced Song Bing that this weapon must be hidden in the large and small bags that AI Xiaoxiu brought as a gift. The woman in black who later rescued the female killer was AI Xiaoxiu. Because, when he caught the female killer, AI Xiaoxiu was asleep in the car. At that time, she was the only one living with him. With the opponent's ability, it was too easy to pretend to be a man in black and rescue the female killer, then quickly take off the mask and go back to bed to sleep. If Song Bing had stepped forward and lifted the quilt at that time, I believe AI Xiaoxiu would still be wearing the tight black clothes. The more important point is that the figure of the man in black and the delicate feet deliberately exposed to lure Song Bing forward are not similar to AI Xiaoxiu's. They are exactly the same. The taste is the same. Song Bing secretly tested this point countless times. Can't be wrong. No, please listen to my explanation. I am not from the Apocalypse Organization. I was chased to Manhua by people from the Apocalypse Organization. In order to escape this life of being hunted, I designed to kill a killer who was chasing me, then turned into her, and used her identity to sneak into the Apocalypse Organization, and stayed in Manhua to continue the mission of hunting me, and thus escape capture. Afraid that Song Bing would misunderstand, AI Xiaoxiu quickly explained. As for the female killer who hid her identity and rescued her, it was also for your own good. That woman is from the Apocalypse Organization and has an extraordinary status. If you continue to imprison her or kill her, the Apocalypse Organization will definitely look for you. AI Xiaoxiu explained very seriously and anxiously, as if he was afraid that Song Bing would misunderstand him or blame himself. Song Bing listened quietly and finally smiled gratefully. He could guess this, and naturally, he could also guess AI Xiaoxiu's purpose of pretending to be the man in black to rescue the female killer. After all, there are not many killers who can negotiate and spend 100 million in cash to make peace even though they can kill the enemy in a sneak attack. If AI Xiaoxiu had not taken action and people from the Tianqi organization came to find him, could he really have handled it with his strength at the time? Therefore, not only did he not blame AI Xiaoxiu, he was even too late to be grateful. What surprised him was that AI Xiaoxiu actually escaped the capture of the Apocalypse Organization in this way. But Song Bing did not express his gratitude immediately, but continued to ask. So, the mysterious gunman who secretly helped me on Lowly Island was also you, right? Is this what you guessed too? AI Xiaoxiu looked strange. You are so good at eating chicken, the answer is already obvious. Song Bing smiled teasingly, then looked at the suitcase under the bed in AI Xiaoxiu's room. Take out that big sniper and take a look. But she still walked to the room and pulled the suitcase from under the bed. As soon as I opened it, the aroma of chicken immediately hit my nostrils, and there were a lot of packaged chicken on the surface. AI Xiaoxiu skillfully opened it and finally took out the disassembled sniper from the ground. She expertly assembled it in just 10 seconds. A dark and powerful sniper was assembled. To be precise, this big sniper does not belong to AI Xiaoxiu, but she killed the killer who was after her, in order to assume the identity of the other party. Naturally, she inherited this great sniper. Song Bing stepped forward in surprise, picked it up, and looked at it. It felt very heavy. It was even more powerful than the 8 in his kidney ruins. No wonder it was so powerful at the time. What a great sniper. Song Bing couldn't help but sigh. You want me to send you? AI Xiaoxiu made a decision immediately. Song Bing looked at AI Xiaoxiu's serious expression, couldn't help but smile, and returned the big sniper to her. Put it away. It's more suitable for you. In fact, it was during that trip to Lowly Island that Song Bing completely accepted AI Xiaoxiu. He cannot gamble on the evil of human nature. But he knew that if AI Xiaoxiu wanted to kill him, he would not be able to dodge AI Xiaoxiu's bullets that night. Of course, maybe there are also the bits and pieces of getting along day and night. This is the best way to test people's hearts over time. Therefore, after Marshall had an accident and returned to China, Song Bing decisively asked AI Xiaoxiu to eat chicken at his house. In fact, he asked AI Xiaoxiu to protect his parents. And she did it. This says it all. If I had a choice, I really don't want to be the number one animal. Transformation. It would be great to be AI Xiaoxiu. There is endless chicken to eat and endless sleep. When everything came to light, AI Xiaoxiu smiled lowly, although the situation seemed to be better than she expected. But will Song Bing accept her as before? But just when she was feeling down and sad, a big hand pulled her into his arms. Silly girl, I don't care who you are. I only know that you are my Song Bing's disciple for the rest of my life. Moreover, I am number 2. We are of the same kind. The sudden tenderness made AI Xiaoxiu's delicate body tremble, and his whole body was stunned. Not only was Song Bing not afraid of her, nor did he dislike her, he was still the same as before. But when he looked up at Song Bing, AI Xiaoxiu shook his head seriously and said, "No, you are not number 2. I have met number 2, and she is also a woman. However, her abilities are indeed very similar to yours." Song Bing's comforting smile froze. He didn't expect to use the same identity to deceive number 4. He also deceived number 3, but not number 1. The other party has met number 2, and she is still a woman. How to solve it? Could it be that you have changed your gender? Just when Song Bing didn't know how to explain, there was a knock on the door. Song Bing was overjoyed. It came just in time. He immediately rushed forward to open the door. Then I saw waiters coming one after another, carrying plates of freshly baked luxurious dishes. It's all made of chicken. It was also prepared by Song Bing in advance. How could he dislike AI Xiaoxiu? Such a good apprentice can't be found even with a lantern. It is simply a gift from God. Therefore, when exposing AI Xiaoxiu, Song Bing was even afraid that AI Xiaoxiu would run away. But fortunately, he knew the secret to binding this girl. There is nothing that a meal of chicken cannot solve. If so, then 2 meals. Song Bing, smile evilly. Soon, the table was filled with a whole chicken dinner. The whole room suddenly smelled of chicken. AI Xiaoxiu stared blankly at her favorite chicken on the table, but did not move. Instead, he looked at Song Bing with some uncertainty. Are you really not afraid of me? If you don't want to eat, I will eat. Song Bing said that he had to step forward to start the battle. Gulyulu. AI Xiaoxiu's stomach suddenly growled unsatisfactorily. Master, if you don't want it, I'll eat it. She swallowed, but finally couldn't hold it back anymore, stepped forward before Song Bing, and started eating. Let's talk after you're full. Seeing this, Song Bing showed a satisfied smile and sat back on the sofa, quietly watching this girl eating chicken. Not to mention, looking at AI Xiaoxiu's oily cherry mouth made Song Bing hungry. Little beast, you said you can transform into someone else. Can you show me your ability? Seeing that AI Xiaoxiu had almost eaten, Song Bing couldn't help but wonder. Although I know that AI Xiaoxiu is extraordinary, but apart from her marksmanship, he seemed to have never seen this girl show off any other skills. Rank number 1, Beast Transformation. How terrifying is it? You can witness it next. Okay, let me get ready. AI Xiaoxiu swallowed the last bite of chicken, wiped his greasy mouth, ran back to his room, and closed the door. Not long after, AI Xiaoxiu walked out, but she changed into a stretchy white skirt. Her hair was also untied and slightly curled, hanging down her back. There were no shoes on her feet, just a pair of white socks. Song Bing watched quietly, knowing that what AI Xiaoxiu wanted to show him couldn't possibly be cross-dressing. At this moment, AI Xiaoxiu looked at Song Bing and started the display. His beautiful black and bright eyes flickered, and in the next second, AI Xiaoxiu's exquisite face changed visibly to the naked eye. Even the hair and body shape have changed. In an instant, he turned into Song Bing. But it was Song Bing who was wearing a white short skirt and calf socks. Song Bing's heart trembled, and he was stunned. Isn't this amazing? Song Bing couldn't help but stepped forward, held AI Xiaoxiu's face, and looked at it carefully. They were exactly the same, even the subtle lines. It's like looking in the mirror. Song Ji couldn't help but look down and check, trying to find the difference. Wouldn't it be a perfect replica? Sure fu. AI Xiaoxiu interrupted Song Bing's examination, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. But it looks like Song Bing. Ahem. Song Bing coughed twice in embarrassment and stopped his hand in midair. Thinking that this was his apprentice, he gave up checking. Hurry up and change back. Seeing himself wearing a skirt and looking shy, Song Bing said awkwardly. Oh. AI Xiaoxiu's body quickly changed and turned back into its original cute self. Does that mean you can transform into anyone by using beast transformation? Song Bing continued to ask like a curious baby. He has been attracted by the heaven-defying ability of his good disciple. 2-6. Yeah, I can change it whenever I want. AI Xiaoxiu nodded, and then her face began to change into different women's appearances quickly and at will. What a cute lowly face. What a sexy royal face. What a cold queen face. Not only the face, but also the figure can be changed at will. Sometimes tall, sometimes small, sometimes plump, sometimes big, sometimes small. It seems that whatever he wants to become is just a matter of AI Xiaoxiu's thoughts. Seeing Song Bing in high spirits, he was frightened and never gave up. Can you still play like this? Okay, little beast, stop quickly, don't change, I'm dizzy. Song Bing quickly shouted stop. AI Xiaoxiu then stopped changing and returned to its original appearance. Little beast, what will you do after you transform into a real beast? What does it look like? Can you change it and see? Song Bing couldn't help but think of what Wang Xiaoxiu had said to him in the past. The other party seemed to say that at that time AI Xiaoxiu turned into a terrifying beast with a tail. In the end, AI Xiaoxiu relied on this animal form to break through the confinement and kill all the caretakers before escaping. Therefore, Song Bing couldn't help but wonder what AI Xiaoxiu would look like after transforming into a beast. Is that the most terrifying form of AI Xiaoxiu? It must be awesome, right? I only transformed into a beast once when I escaped from the Apocalypse organization. It hasn't changed since. Moreover, my appearance after transforming into a beast is very scary. I am afraid of scaring you. AI Xiaoxiu said weakly. It's okay. How could my teacher dislike you? Don't worry, I won't be afraid of you. In this regard, Song Bing said righteously, and at the same time, silently took a few steps back. Then what happened to me? It's terrible. Seeing that Song Bing was still curious, AI Xiaoxiu had no choice but to agree. Well, let's change. I can stand it as a teacher. Song Bing took a few steps back and was even ready for a fight. Number 1, beast transformation, is terrifying just thinking about it. I just don't know if he can't fight. So, after many years, AI Xiaoxiu finally mustered up the courage to touch the taboo in his body again, preparing to start his second transformation into a beast. Her beautiful eyes began to become sharp and serious, and the color of her eyes turned red little by little. Immediately afterwards, the ears changed first and grew white hairs. Song Bing swallowed, feeling a little weak. Ouch! The next second, as AI Xiaoxiu opened his mouth and let out a roar, a white tail instantly grew out from under the skirt behind him. And then it's over. How's it going? Master, didn't I scare you? After transforming into a beast, AI Xiaoxiu looked worriedly at Song Bing, who looked wary and asked. As he spoke, he didn't forget to bar his teeth at Song Bing. 2 small, thin animal teeth. The scene was quiet for a moment. Song Bing, who was originally prepared, was stunned. AI Xiaoxiu nodded seriously, his tail wagging guiltily behind him. It won't be scary, right? Looking at AI Xiaoxiu, who seemed to have truly transformed into a beast, he fell into deep contemplation. Is this AI Xiaoxiu's beastly state? Is this the scary number 1? Wait, he has to figure it out. Master, if you are afraid, can I change back quickly? Seeing Song Bing's dull expression, AI Xiaoxiu thought Song Bing was frightened and immediately restrained his animalistic nature and said worriedly. Song Bing, faint. Yeah? Too shrimpy. But it scared him to death. It scared him to the point of excitement. Song Bing said solemnly. AI Xiaoxiu was moved so much in an instant. You know, when she first transformed into a beast, her look scared those people half to death. As a result, Song Bing still didn't dislike her. With this wet blessing, what else can I ask for? At this time, Song Bing calmly came to AI Xiaoxiu and looked at him carefully. He flicked AI Xiaoxiu's furry ears, then walked around behind him and tugged on the snow-white furry tail. It seems to be just like what Wang Xiaoxiu described. It needs animal ears to have animal ears, and it needs a tail to have a tail. Just not very fierce. Are you sure this isn't a gangster stimulant? Master, my tail is very sensitive, so I can't pull it randomly. AI Xiaoxiu's little face was instantly flushed, and he said shyly. Song Bing quickly let go in embarrassment, and then realized that the tail was also part of AI Xiaoxiu's body. But it's the real deal, not fake. You really can't grab it randomly. But Song Bing still took the opportunity to express his doubts. Little beast, are you afraid of scaring me? So you didn't transform on purpose? No matter how you look at it, you are only in half-animal form. If you haven't changed yet, just change. You are a brave teacher, and you are really not afraid. Half-animal transformation? This time it was AI Xiaoxiu's turn to move his smart little ears in a daze. I'm not very sure, but my current state of animal transformation does seem to be somewhat different from the first time. I remember that when I first transformed into a beast, I completely lost my mind and saw only killing. It was really scary. Then can you transform into other animals at will, just like you transform into a human? Song Bing asked again. Change into an animal at will? No. AI Xiaoxiu shook his head without thinking. I once tried to turn into a chicken, but failed. I always feel that it is possible, but something is missing. Well, that's right. You should be like Park GG. The virus in your body has not been completely integrated. So far we can only change people. Even if it transforms into a beast, it can only reach a semi-animal state. If the complete fusion is successful, he should be able to transform into an animal. Song Bing came to a conclusion instantly. Song Bing's words made AI Xiaoxiu fall into deep thought, and once again thought of the scene of his first animal transformation. Because she lost her mind at that time, she couldn't remember any difference between her form then and now. But she knew exactly how she entered the beastly state at that time. It wasn't that she took the initiative to transform into a beast, but that she finally chose to resist in anger and activated it after being unable to bear the torture of those people's ruthless injection of medicine. So, stimulation is the key for her to really get into that state. However, she did not tell Song Bing this. Instead, he chose to bury it. She couldn't let Song Bing irritate her now, could she? How exciting. At this moment, Song Bing was still looking at AI Xiaoxiu. When others look at AI Xiaoxiu's cute half-animal appearance at this moment, they will definitely become cute. Song Bing is no exception. But in addition to seeing the cute side of AI Xiaoxiu, he also saw another side that others could not see. That was the terrifying beastliness in AI Xiaoxiu's red eyes in his half-animal state. The reason why he didn't feel oppressed was because AI Xiaoxiu didn't show any killing intent towards him. If it were someone else, it might be a different picture. Although he didn't witness it with his own eyes, Song Bing was sure that AI Xiaoxiu was terrifying. So far, Song Bing has 3 sick bodies that failed to see through the level. And all 3 are women. They are Park Ji-hai, AI Xiaosong, and the original Candy. The identities of Park Ji-ji and AI Xiaoxiu have been determined, and they are the escaped experimental subjects number 1 and number 3 respectively. Compared with the 2 women, Candy is a completely different existence. The reason why Song Bing was unable to find out the levels of AI Xiaoxiu and Pu Jiji was because the viruses of the 2 women had not yet completely merged. But at least Song Bing could still feel the specialness and terror of the 2 women. But Candy is a different kind of person. She was obviously very unique, but every time Song Bing came into contact with her, she couldn't feel even half of her virus. Even if she slept with Song Bing next to her that night, Song Bing couldn't feel it at all. The system didn't respond at all. Everything was as calm as water, as if the woman was really just an ordinary person. But his intuition tells Song Bing that the more difficult things are to detect, the more terrifying the woman is. Master, so who are you? While Song Bing was thinking, AI Xiaoxiu's voice came. Song Bing looked and saw that the latter had already returned to human appearance, with no animal ears and no tail. He was blinking his big bright eyes and looking at himself seriously. I am indeed not number 2, nor am I an experimental subject. The reason why I am like you is because when I was herding cattle in the countryside when I was a child, I was caught by a group of mysterious people and they forcibly injected me with several injections of mysterious medicine. From then on I became very sickly. The body also began to undergo unique changes, becoming what it is today. If my guess is correct, those who injected me with the medicine were most likely the so-called Apocalypse Organization. Song Bing thought for a while, and then said to AI Xiaoshu seriously, I see. Surprise appeared on AI Xiaoshu's pretty face, without any doubt. Because she had been pretending to be a killer and sneaking into the Apocalypse organization for these years, she naturally figured out the reason why the organization used them for experiments. It is understandable that the Apocalypse organization not only captures children all over the world for experiments, but also dispatches specialized personnel to secretly inject children of appropriate age, just like the original Indian tribe. Therefore, Song Bing said that he was injected in this way, which is a natural explanation. Little beast, you said you escaped capture by pretending to be a member of the Apocalypse organization. Can you tell me about this organization? They studied these viruses extensively. What was the purpose of creating these experimental subjects? What is the connection with the Gao family? Song Bing sat back on the sofa and took the opportunity to start the conversation. At the mention of Tianqi organization, AI Xiaoshu's pretty face instantly became serious. She looked at Song Bing and said seriously, Master, the Apocalypse organization is bigger and more terrifying than you think. It is beyond our ability to fight. Song Bing's heart moved slightly, but he still said, Tell me about it. I'm very curious. The Gao family you destroyed, the Campbell family that attacked you on Lowly Island in the past, and the Han family consortium that hunted Park Ji-hai. They are all members of the Apocalypse organization. Not only that, all over the world, in every country, the families, groups, and forces behind them that control countless financial resources like the Gao family may be members of the Apocalypse organization. The Apocalypse organization is almost everywhere in the world. AI Xiaoshu looked directly at Song Bing, unable to hide his emotion. Song Bing's heart was also filled with fluctuations. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by AI Xiaoshu's words. The Campbell family is actually a member of the Apocalypse organization and the Han group, and he had already been in contact with them, but he still took action. Even the powerful behind-the-scenes family groups around the world, such as the Gao family and the Campbell family, may be organized by Tianqi. There is also the possibility of contact with him. In an instant, countless family groups that he had come into contact with quickly flashed through Song Bing's mind. Countless strange things also emerged like a tide. The Gao family, the Campbell family, the Han consortium, the Qingchuan family, the Northern Burmese forces, the Eagle Kingdom family. The hugeness of the Tianqi organization gradually shocked Song Bing's heart. But why are so many family groups willing to join the Apocalypse organization? What is its charm? How did it gather so many family forces? Song Bing looked at AI Xiaoshu again, his heart already unable to calm down. Facing Song Bing's question, AI Xiaoshu calmly spoke. It's not so much an organization as it is a group of people. A type of people who live at the top of the pyramid and control 90% of the world's wealth and power. Therefore, they no longer have any worries or pursuits. The only worry is the fear of death taking away all their luxury. The Apocalypse organization took advantage of this and made these people willingly join its research plan. Song Bing was stunned, then suddenly realized as if he was enlightened. Eternal life? Yes, that makes sense. When you have endless wealth and power, you lose all the worries of life. Then your only worry is the fear of death. Then, how to live longer will become your new pursuit. At this time, the Apocalypse organization came out. Not only can it extend your life, it also said that it is developing the secret of eternal life. Which rich man on the verge of death can say no? Therefore, it can easily bind these people with huge power and wealth. Song Bing's brain flashed rapidly, thinking of Dyson Howard who was willing to spend hundreds of millions of wealth to survive. I thought of the old Gao Tianqi. So, the Apocalypse organization conducted these experiments on you just to develop a potion for immortality? Song Bing frowned slightly, looked at AI Xiaoshu, and continued to ask. Almost. The Apocalypse organization and the family groups that joined the organization named this experimental plan Apocalypse Project. AI Xiaoshu looked at Song Bing and then said solemnly, and I also found out something. This plan has been successful so far and is about to be implemented. Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. Successful? How to execute it? Where to execute it? I don't know the specific information. This is the highest level secret, and only the core organization members are qualified to know it. But in the Apocalypse organization, there is a saying, On the day of the apocalypse, all things will be baptized with eternal life, and human civilization will usher in a new era of eternal life. And members of the organization firmly believe in this statement. Song Bing fell silent. Did those people really develop eternal life? But is there really eternal life in the world? Song Bing didn't believe it anyway. Even though he has such unnatural means as absorbing diseases, he can't guarantee a person's immortality. How can these people do it? At most, these people have developed high-level virus medicine through the experiments of AI Xiaoxiu and others. Enough for them to have a physique and lifespan beyond ordinary people. But this is not eternal life. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are natural laws, and there is always a price to pay for violating nature. So, Song Bing was thinking, what price would they pay for doing this? Will the price be borne by themselves, or will it be borne by everyone? Including those at the bottom who cannot afford to turn on the air conditioner, but have to share the responsibility for global warming equally. Little beast, do you know where the headquarters of the Apocalypse Organization is? Song Bing came back to his senses, looked at AI Xiaoxiu, and continued to ask. The Apocalypse Organization does not have a fixed headquarters, it is everywhere. Just like the identity of the female killer I pretended to belong to, it only belongs to the dark department of the Apocalypse Organization, and is the spy agent installed by the Apocalypse Organization in various countries. Generally, when there are no organizations dispatching missions, they are responsible for monitoring the movements of various countries and the family groups that have joined the Apocalypse Organization. AI Xiaoxiu shook his head. After she became a member of the Apocalypse Organization, she also wanted to inquire about the headquarters of the Apocalypse Organization. That might be the place where she was experimented on. But later I learned that unless they were recalled, even the people from the Apocalypse Organization would not know where the organization was. Song Bing fell into deep thought. The mystery and size of the Apocalypse Organization exceeded his imagination. Master, these people are everywhere and you can't cure them. AI Xiaoxiu seemed to have seen through Song Bing's thoughts. She is among the Apocalypse Organization and naturally knows the Apocalypse Organization best. It is an organization, a type of people, and a desire. I think even if we don't go to them, they will come to us. It's just a matter of time. Song Bing looked at the night outside the window and said calmly, he wants to set foot in the Apocalypse Organization and even wants to destroy this organization, not to be a heroic and good person who saves the world. But this organization has threatened him, as well as his family and friends. Master, don't worry. As long as I'm here, those people can't hurt you. AI Xiaoxiu looked at Song Bing and said seriously, it's getting late, go to bed early. Song Bing's heart felt warm, and he rubbed AI Xiaoxiu's head. This disciple's pain was not in vain. Just like that, Song Bing returned to the room with some concern, to digest everything AI Xiaoxiu told him today. To be honest, he didn't feel scared. Even if he knew where the headquarters of the Tianqi organization was, he would go there overnight to find out. The reason why I think about it is to think about this so-called apocalyptic plan that can make human beings immortal. Think of the diseases that are beyond the first level of absorption. The mutated blue whale, the green-blooded ollie, and the Indian tribe infected by the plague. There should only be level 1 diseases in this world. But there are so many more diseases beyond the first level. He always felt that it was not simple. This night is destined to be sleepless. On the other side, AI Xiaoxiu also returned to her room with deep thoughts, sat cross-legged on the bed, and wiped the big sniper that had been with her for many years. The good news is that her identity was known to Song Bing, who did not dislike her. On the contrary, he seemed to love her even more. The bad news is that, as Song Bing said, it is only a matter of time before the Apocalypse Organization comes to visit. Dip. Just at this moment, a subtle electronic cry sounded. AI Xiaoxiu's pretty face condensed slightly, and he immediately pulled up the necklace on his snow-white neck. A black pendant composed of 2 equilateral triangles was pulled out of the ravine. AI Xiaoxiu picked up 2 equilateral triangle pendants and assembled them into a black 6-pointed star. The next second, the pendant projected a beam of light like electricity, forming a small projection on the wall. A series of messages are presented on the projection one after another like a typewriter. New organizational mission, assist in arrest. Level, S level. The target of arrest, Song Bing. Information on the arrested target, Suspected third-level poisonous alien, currently in Sakura country. Please all ANBU assassins hiding in Sakura country and neighboring countries. Please go and participate in the plan immediately. AI Xiaoxiu's pretty face changed slightly, and he immediately rushed out of the room without wearing any shoes and came to Song Bing's room. Bang! The door was knocked open, and Song Bing was frightened and opened his eyes. Master, it's not good. AI Xiaoxiu was about to say something, but he saw Song Bing leaning on the bed, covered with a quilt, sweating profusely and breathing rapidly. She opened her mouth wide and froze. Seeing the sudden intrusion of AI Xiaoxiu, Song Bing, whose face was full of kidney deficiency and sweating, also froze. When their eyes met, Song Bing quickly took his hands out of the quilt. Prove your innocence. He just wanted to upgrade several level 3 diseases. As a result, when it reached half the level, the spell casting was interrupted. Who knows this feeling? His waist feels so uncomfortable now. Master, you continue. I don't see anything. AI Xiaoxiu glanced at the packet of paper beside the bed and thought of Song Bing's kidney deficiency on the plane and immediately closed the door shyly. Anyway, it's not less than a minute or two. Very good. I really can't explain it now. Song Bing pulled the paper and wiped his sweat before opening the door. Outside the door, AI Xiaoxiu covered his red face with both hands and looked at Song Bing guiltily through the gaps between his fingers. It's only 2.5 seconds. Is it so quick? I just had a nightmare. Song Bing worked hard to maintain the image of a good master. Yes. AI Xiaoxiu heard this. His beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, it was a nightmare. Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly. Tell me what's going on. With such a reminder, AI Xiaoxiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he remembered the business. He quickly took out the 6-pointed star pendant around his neck and showed the previous projection in front of Song Bing's eyes. This pendant is the only item that the organization uses to contact her. Looking at the information on the projection, Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. It's finally here. He has been waiting for a long time. After destroying the Gao family and learning about the existence of the Tianqi organization, he knew that this organization would definitely come to arrest him personally. What he didn't expect was that it would come so quickly. The lineup is even more terrifying. Moreover, he even knew his information and location so clearly. You can see how scary it is. Master, S level is the highest level for the Dark Department of the Apocalypse organization to perform tasks. Let's make it all public and require all ANBU assassins near Sakura country to participate. What's even more frightening is that these ANBU killers are only responsible for assisting in the arrest. AI Xiaoxiu looked solemn. You know, when she was captured, her level was only a level. You mean the Apocalypse organization has sent more terrifying people? Song Bing frowned slightly. It's most likely those second-generation experimental subjects they created. I heard that those guys were aliens like us, and the medicine they injected was not only unpleasant, but also had no side effects. It was specially created by the Apocalypse organization to deal with us. AI Xiaoxiu guessed. Second-generation experimental subject? Song Bing's heart moved slightly. Master, what really worries me is why is this S-class arrest plan only targeting you? Obviously, the bad woman number 2 was also exposed, and her abilities were more attractive, but she was not mentioned. AI Xiaoxiu then revealed what he was most worried about. The Apocalypse organization issued such a terrifying S-class arrest mission. It would be easier to understand if the 3 of them were arrested, but it happened to be only for Song Bing. This is so weird. In response to this, Song Bing smiled meaningfully and said, Young fool, the 3 of us are one body now, so arresting me is equivalent to arresting us. AI Xiaoxiu was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, he reacted instantly, and immediately agreed. Yes. Let's go? For such an important matter, we naturally need to discuss it with our partners. Song Bing said, not in the mood to escalate further. Went directly to Park Ji-hai's residence. AI Xiaoxiu smiled slyly and hurriedly followed. Park Ji-hai can use them to take refuge, and they can naturally pull Park Ji-hai into the sea together. On the other side, in the suite, Park Ji-hai was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, covered with a quilt. But she was biting her lips tightly, squirming back and forth, dripping with sweat, and had a look of pain on her face. but she tried not to make a sound. Her long, straight black hair was messy and spread out, looking particularly embarrassed. It seems that he is suffering from some pain. The quiet and elegant image of the day is long gone. Dong dong dong. Just at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Park Ji-hye suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and a dark purple phantom flashed from her eyes. Make her beautiful face even more charming. Crunch. When the door opened, Pu Zhizhi had already regained the indifference that would repel people thousands of miles away. Looking at Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu, who stayed up most of the night and came to visit, Pu Zhizhi looked confused and asked, "Is something wrong?" Song Bing took a deep look at Pu Zhizhi in front of him and saw the clues at a glance. Then I saw through the soaked bed through the forbidden eyes, and my heart couldn't help but move. That's right, that hazy membrane has grown again. And it's thicker this time. You know, it's only been one day. It's okay. Who's up late at night looking for you? Are you still in the mood to sleep? We have just received news that the Apocalypse Organization has issued an S-Class arrest warrant for you, and even us are involved because of you. At this time, AI Xiaoxiu stood up. After speaking, he looked at Song Bing with his arms folded on his chest and complained, "Master, I told you that we shouldn't have cooperated with the bad woman in the first place. Okay, if you still recognize me as master, just listen to me." Song Bing pretended to be serious and interrupted AI Xiaoxiu's complaint. Humph. AI Xiaoxiu seemed to be suppressed. He hummed and turned away and said nothing more. The master and the apprentice have a tacit understanding of their acting skills, and they are very impressive. At this time, Song Bing looked at Pu Zhizhi and said righteously, "Miss Pu, don't worry, although this arrest is against you. But I said that since we have cooperated, we will be one body from now on, and we will face difficulties together. Therefore, we will fight with you in this disaster. But I also hope that if we encounter the same dilemma in the future, you can stand up. Thank you, come in and talk." Pu Zhizhi's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she took the initiative to invite Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu into the house. The arrest warrant this time is for the highest level S-Class, and we may even send second-generation experimental subjects here. It seems that the Han Consortium knew that it could not catch you, so it took the initiative to report your information to the organization, which attracted the Tianqi organization to personally take action. Sitting on the sofa, AI Xiaoxiu explained the situation in detail, but changed the protagonist from Song Bian to Park Zhizhi. After saying that, he did not forget to complain to Song Bing again. "Master, I have said it all." The master and apprentice performed again. Pu Zhizhi listened to AI Xiaoxiu's story and frowned slightly. She did not doubt where AI Xiaoxiu got the information, because she knew how AI Xiaoxiu escaped capture. With AI Xiaoxiu's ability, it is too easy to get this information in time. Mississippi Park, the little beast is good at fighting and assassination. You are good at confusion and control, and I am good at healing. Plus, I have 100 million points of combat power. Therefore, I evaluated it and found that as long as the three of us cooperate perfectly, we will not be afraid even if it is a second-generation experimental subject. Song Bing finally convinced AI Xiaoxiu, and then looked at Pu Zhizhi and said, "I'm afraid it might be more than that." But Park Ji-hye calmly shook her head. "What do you say?" Song Bing frowned. "The Han Consortium informed the Apocalypse Organization, perhaps because they knew you were in Sakura country and guessed that I might come to seek refuge with you. With the Gao family's lessons learned, he knew that he could not defeat us on his own. So I simply revealed my information and let the Apocalypse Organization take action against us. But with the character of the Han Consortium, they will not let me go easily. I guess he may also join forces with other family groups to join in this arrest. Or, he is confident that we have the strength to fight against the Apocalypse Organization and wants to reap the benefits secretly." Pu Zhizhi looked at Song Bing and calmly expressed his guess. In this encirclement and suppression, it may not only be the Tianqi organization that takes action. Even the families and groups of the Apocalypse Organization are eyeing them. Even those family groups are included. Song Bing naturally considered this, but perhaps with the experience of the Gao family, he didn't pay too much attention. As long as the three of us cooperate well and deal with the people from the Tianqi organization, those people from the family group have nothing to fear. AI Xiaoxiu also said confidently at this time. She has been in the dark side of the Apocalypse Organization for these years, and she naturally understands the strength of those family groups. Their strongest thing is that they have trained some black gold snipers. These black gold snipers may be a nightmare for other experimental subjects, but in her eyes, they are just a bunch of targets. Pu Zhizhi glanced at AI Xiaoxiao and said nothing more. It's obviously the default. I'm afraid, even if we win by chance this time, the Apocalypse organization and those family groups will not let us go, and will continue to send people to catch us. Hey, I don't know when this life of being arrested will end. Song Bing sighed helplessly. In this regard, Park Zhizhi and AI Xiaoxiao did not react much, because they have long been accustomed to this kind of life. Let me ask you two a question. As number 1 and number 3, instead of running away in fear, haven't you ever thought of taking the initiative to destroy the Apocalypse organization? Song Bing's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly asked. Pu Zhizhi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she looked at Song Bing with a slightly surprised look in her eyes. What are you going to do? I was thinking, we have to fight anyway, and there may not be much difference between fighting many times and fighting just one, so why not fight one big one? Song Bing has a profound meaning. Master, you guys. AI Xiaoxiao's pretty face condensed slightly, already knowing Song Bing's plan. Park Ji-hai was silent for a moment and replied calmly, I don't care. Then wish us good luck. Song Bing smiled and stretched out his hand. The fists of the three people touched each other. After reaching an agreement, Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiao left Park Zhizhi's room. Next, what they have to do is to pretend that nothing happened. According to plan, just waiting for people from the Tianqi organization to come to the door. Back in the room, the sky was getting brighter. Obviously, there is no time to sleep. Not long after, AI Xiaoxiao's door opened. She has taken off her cute girly outfit and put on a special black night suit, carrying a powerful sniper on her back that felt bigger than her. A bit more mysterious. This is a costume unique to the ANBU of the Apocalypse organization. The way AI Xiaoxiao was dressed at the moment made Song Bing's eyes light up, but he still nodded with a smile. Go. Master, don't worry, leave your back to me. AI Xiaoxiao smiled at Song Bing, put on his mask, carried the sniper on his back, and jumped out of the window. Finally disappeared into the hazy night. AI Xiaoxiao did not leave. She was just hiding behind Song Bing and Park Ji-hai as an assassin of the Apocalypse organization, and behind those AMBU killers. This effect is stronger than three people appearing together. Not only did it provide protection for Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi, it can even win unexpectedly at critical moments. As for the front, Song Bing plus Pu Zhizhi should be enough. Looking at the white fish belly on the horizon, Song Bing lay back on the bed. Continued to complete the upgrade that is still a little bit done. Ding successfully upgraded to level 3XX mental illness, merit minus 1000. Now that we have physical attacks, we need some mental attacks. A hidden corner in the city. AI Xiaoxiao silently aimed and protected Song Bing through the high-tech perspective scope of the big sniper. But looking at the thermal imaging of Song Bing lying back on the bed, his body twitching for a long time, and finally collapsing on the bed, AI Xiaoxiao was stunned. His face turned red with embarrassment, and he suddenly felt like a deer bumping into each other. Master, I really didn't mean it. You must have had a nightmare again. Yes, you have had a nightmare again. AI Xiaoxiao silently made excuses to comfort himself. The next day, it was dawn. Song Bing received a message from Yoshino Ikawa personally. It is said that captured, deformed marine creatures are easy to die and difficult to preserve. Ask if it's okay to die. This is obviously not possible. Suck your ass even if you're dead. This was also the point that Song Bing didn't consider carefully at the beginning. So, Song Bing thought for a while and asked them to gather them in one place. He planned to go there in person. It's up to you to smoke as much as you can. Moreover, it's time for him to leave here. Otherwise, innocent people in the Dai Group branch may be harmed. So, Song Bing simply cleaned up and knocked on Pu Zhizhi's door again. In order to deal with emergencies, it is natural to take this woman with you. The enemy will not tell you when to start fighting so that you can be ready to fight again. Are you okay? The door opened quickly, and when Pu Zhizhi saw Song Bing for the first time, he looked as weird as a little beast. Although his expression is not as exciting as AI Xiaoxiao's. No need to guess, it was Song's disease that escalated to the 3rd level, causing kidney deficiency. It's okay, I slept a little late last night. Song Bing said a little depressed. Damn side effects. Did you sleep a little late? What did you do last night? Where was she? Pu Zhizhi looked strange and glanced behind Song Bing, curious. Is there really a master-disciple relationship between the two of them? She has already prepared. In the secret, I plan to change places. Song Bing was too lazy to explain, so he simply said directly, this thing is really hard to explain. It will only become darker and darker. Well, let's go. Seeing this, Pu Zhizhi didn't ask any more questions. So Song Bing left the group building with Park Zhizhi and followed Yoshino Ikawa's address to a port. Then, with the help of someone sent by Yoshino Ichikawa, he boarded the boat and arrived at a small island. It is worth mentioning that Yoshino Ichikawa informed in advance that he was sick and could not come to receive him in person. Song Bing naturally understands this. As long as the fish is in place, there are a lot of boats around the island. Large and small, they are clustered around the island. More like a sea market. When the two of them landed on the island in tacit understanding, they both looked at each other in tacit understanding. They both felt it. They are coming. I felt it from the moment I left the building. But the two of them still acted as if nothing had happened. Under the leadership of specialized personnel, we came to the center of the island, a huge glass fish pond stored centrally. Looking around, the fish pond is divided into several areas. Different fish are stored separately. There are many rare marine creatures in the surrounding glass tanks. What about turtles, lobsters, seahorses? And these marine creatures all have one characteristic. They are all mutated by pollution. But looking at it, all the marine life on site add up to less than 5,000. There is still a big gap between the 50,000 yuan that Song Bing asked for. Dr. Song, please give us a little more time. We have summoned all fishermen and fishing industries to arrest again. But these polluted and mutated marine creatures are really difficult to catch. They are either too rare or easy to die if caught. At this time, the person in charge also hurriedly explained to Song Bing in a fluent and trembling Manhua. If you just catch marine life, let alone 50,000, even 500,000 is not a problem. The key turned out to be to catch those who were infected and mutated by the nuclear sewage. There are many infected people with white belly, but those with mutations are like looking for a needle in a haystack. If you catch a net, almost all fish will be good, and only a handful of mutated fish will be found. They spent all their efforts on arresting just over 4,000 people that day. Hundreds of them died. 50,000 is simply out of reach. Song Bing glanced at it, smiled, and said nothing. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was. He never thought that he would have to rely on Sakura country to catch 50,000 mutated fish for him. The reason why he said 50,000 in the first place was purely as an incentive. Today, the other party was able to catch nearly 5,000 for him, which was far beyond his expectation. It seems that Sakura country is still very suitable for fishing. Well, I understand. Keep working hard. But Song Bing still said calmly. Naturally, he won't look good on this. Thank you. Thank you. We will continue to work hard. When the person in charge saw that Song Bing was not angry, he felt like he was being pardoned. Park Ji-hai, who was watching this scene, frowned slightly. Is this why Song Bing came here? Also, why does Song Bing want the people of Sakura country to help him catch so many mutated fish? Is it really just to develop a solution to nuclear pollution? You all stand down. I need a quiet environment to study. Song Bing glanced at these human beings. Hearing this, all the Sakura people nodded gratefully and retreated one after another. Park Ji-hai also followed the crowd. Song Bing was soon the only one left in the entire centralized room. Putting on his white coat, Song Bing began to absorb. But to outsiders, Song Bing just immersed himself in studying the mutated fish. He really looks like a loving veterinarian. The weather on the island is changeable. 1 second the sky was clear, and the next second there were dark clouds and strong winds. A completely dark place. The fishing boats around the island were swaying constantly, as if they might capsize at any time. The fishermen on the island also held their heads and hid in the boat. Outside the house, Pu Zhizhi watched everything calmly. The strong wind lifted her skirt and hair, but there was no trace of ripples in her beautiful face that was neither happy nor sad, and she didn't even blink. At the same time, among the dead leaves and debris thrown up from the surroundings, figures appeared one after another. Some of them appeared on the roof. Some appeared in the trees. Some stood on the rocking boat, playing with 2 eyeballs in their hands. Of course, some are observing quietly in the dark. People lurking in the dark appear one after another. It was as if there was a huge force that invisibly surrounded the entire island in an instant. Caught off guard. Hey, there's an unexpected surprise. 3 figures walk towards this side against the wind. The leader is a voluptuous and sexy woman. On the left is a gentle-looking man with glasses. On the right is a man wearing a windbreaker with a face that resembles scale tattoos. He was the one who just spoke. He looked at Park Ji with a smile on his face, and he could see the difference in Park Ji at a glance. Park Ji also looked at the 3 of them and felt that they were extraordinary, but there was still no joy or sadness on her face. The strong wind stopped at some point, but the sky was still dark. It seemed as if the dark clouds above my head might accumulate at any time. Where's Songbing? Shueji looked at Park Ji and asked with a smile. I don't like talking to fools. Park Ji said calmly. These people had followed them all the way here and knew that Songbing was in the room. Why even ask? Make yourself look awesome? The smile on Shueji's face froze. The high priest seems to have only asked us to invite Songbing, not anyone else, right? The scaly man said with a residual smile, and in the next second, he turned into an afterimage and shot toward Park Ji. Shueji and others did not stop this. Don't give Songbing any power. Don't let Songbing know how powerful they are. How can it be easy to invite? Little sister, you look good. How about letting my brother play with you? The scaly man arrived in an instant, his hand instantly covered with scales and sharp claws, and he grabbed Park Ji's chest with a lingering smile. He just grabbed it hard, and Park Ji's chest burst like a balloon. But the scaly man's expression changed. Not only the faces of the scaly man Shueji and others also changed slightly. The next second, the scaly man saw Park Ji's body rapidly decompose, turning into countless lizards and snakes, crawling along his body. The scaly man's pupils shrank, and the scales all over his body instantly grew like goosebumps, turning into a strong armor. Then, its sharp claws clawed at the body, trying to tear off the lizards and snakes. However, from the outside world. But it was the lizard man who was frantically mutilating himself with his claws. Park Ji still stood there, not moving from beginning to end, seeing that the scaly man was about to thrust his claws into his eyes. Lizard, stop! Shueji and others' expressions changed, and they quickly spoke out to stop them. The man with glasses had a dark glow in his eyes at this moment. Only then did the dream break and the lizard stop, and his sharp claws were only a hair away from his eyes. The lizard's face changed drastically when he woke up, and he quickly took his hand away. Spirit type, what's your number? Shueji looked at Pu Zhizhi solemnly and asked. Her eyes also lost their contempt. Number 3, fantasy. Pu Zhizhi said calmly, while taking a deep look at the man with glasses who broke her dream. Number 3. Hearing this, the pupils of the second-generation experimental subjects shrank. The lizard that was about to intimidate was even more so. Scales all over its body exploded, and there was no longer a smile on its face. He originally wanted to give Songbing a blow. It almost turned into a sacrifice flow. Crunch. At this moment, the closed door opened. Songbing, wearing a white coat, walked out. This time I am pleased to raise 4,523 points to strengthen my merits, which is not bad. Looking at the handsome and young Songbing, Shueji and others narrowed their eyes and instantly cheered up. This was the man Ormuz wanted them to take back. It's about their lives. It's quite lively. Songbing put his hands in his pockets and approached Pu Zhizhi. He also opened his forbidden eyes and looked at these people with a smile. In fact, while absorbing merit inside, he is always paying attention to the situation outside. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. All are level 3. That means 1 gets 1,000. 1 or 2 makes 2,000. 13 is 13,000. There are also some Umbu killers from the Apocalypse organization lurking in the dark, and family groups who want to reap the benefits. He felt that if he didn't die this time, he would be angry. Kiki, are you Songbing? You're even more handsome than in the photo. Shueji looked at Songbing with an angry look on her face, then smiled and said, But don't worry, we are not here to arrest you this time, but to invite you. The boats floating on the sea were rising and falling, as if they might capsize at any time. However, a huge luxury yacht thousands of meters away was extremely stable. At this moment, inside the yacht, Han Shijuan, Qingchuan Yuri and others were looking through special telescopes, admiring the small island shrouded in dark clouds 1,000 meters away. Behind the two people were strong men from two families. There were even more ambushes in the yacht and in the dark. Haruka Nar also followed. She was still wearing a cherry blossom kimono, silently staring at the island 1,000 meters away. Her expression was extremely peaceful, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Axie, this bitch really got together with that Songbing. Han Heejun chewed gum and saw Park Ji-hye on the island through the telescope. I love and hate her at the same time. I wish I could rush to the island right now and execute this bitch on the spot. The show is about to begin. Qingchuan Yuri showed an intriguing smile. There are so many second-generation experimental subjects. Are you sure they can survive? Han Shijuan said anxiously. He knew very well that these second-generation experimental subjects were all terrifying level 3. The strongest existence of this era. If Song Bing and Park Jiji were not their opponents, wouldn't everything they had done be a wedding dress for the organization in vain? Don't forget, as I told you, there is an experimental body next to Song Bing. And I got the news that number 5 was actually captured by the organization a few years ago, and Hongshu number 4 was also exposed in the Gao family not long ago. Song Bing is number 2, and this woman is number 3. What number do you think the remaining one hiding behind Song Bing will be? Qingchuan Yuri smiled and reminded Han Shijuan. Number 1. Han Shijuan's face changed slightly, and his heart was suddenly shocked. Numbers 1, 2, and 3 are all in order. He has seen the power of number 2 Song Bing and number 3 Pu Jiji. So, how terrifying would the legendary number 1 be? Number 2 has the ability to heal and poison, and number 3 is good at mind control. In addition, the mysterious number 1, who has not yet shown his strength, is secretly sniping and waiting. The former first-generation experimental subjects, the cooperation of number 1, 2, and 3. No matter how terrifying and perfect the second-generation experimental subjects created by these organizations are, at the same level, it is enough to add suspense to this battle. Qingchuan Yuri's analysis was very detailed, and his eyes were even filled with expectation. Now, I'm looking forward to whether the first generation freely created through that method is stronger, or the second generation that is more terrifying through targeted training. Axie, very good. After listening to Qingchuan Yuri's analysis, Han Shijuan immediately grinned, sat down on the sofa, and crossed his legs. The worries in my heart also relaxed. Don't be too lax. We are not the only family groups that want to make a profit. Qingchuan Yuri said with a smile. Wherever the looking glass passed, there were suspicious ships. In these ships, there are also many family groups who have received the news and are eyeing them. Humph, they're just a bunch of wishful thinking idiots. Han Shijuan didn't care about this. Apart from organizations and family groups, few of his Han family consortium paid much attention to them. In fact, except for the major families. At this moment, there are many black gold sniper killers hidden in secret corners around the island. There are killers from the Umbu organization of Apocalypse. There are black gold snipers trained by major family groups. There is also AI Xiaoshou, who has already set up a sniper secretly. This S-class capture mission was extremely confusing. On the island. Ask me. To be honest, Song Bing was surprised by this answer. Very pleasant surprise, too. That's right. We are here to warmly invite you to join us on behalf of the Apocalypse organization. Congratulations. Your ability has been recognized by us. Shueji fiddled with her chin and said with a smile. Park Ji-hye watched quietly, a little speechless. Aren't you here to catch her? Why is everyone's attention focused on Song Bing? It seems that she really caused Song Bing's misfortune. It was so miserable that the protagonist was suddenly replaced by Song Bing. Join you? Why should I trust you? What if you just want to use this method to trick us back into that dark place to continue completing your experiments? Song Bing still took advantage of the situation and sneered. No, it won't. However, she didn't seem surprised by Song Bing's answer. Shueji smiled lightly and shook her head. The others also showed meaningful smiles. Why? Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. Because, if we want to catch you, you can't escape at all. Shueji spoke confidently, stretched out her tongue, and licked her slender fingers, and then said, If you don't believe it, we can prove it to you now. Oh. How do you want to prove it? Song Bing became interested and looked at Park Jiji. Xueji did not speak, but gave the other people a look. The next second, Xueji took the lead and turned into an enchanting figure, killing Songbing. Immediately afterwards, the lizard from before also attacked Park Jiji again, and this time he did not dare to look down upon him. The man with glasses pushed up his glasses, raised the corners of his mouth, and looked at Songbing and Park Jiji. His pupils gradually became dark and colorless. The rest of them watched the show with their arms folded, showing no intention of taking action. They were confident that the three of them could prove it to Songbing. In an instant, Xueji took the lead in approaching Songbing. Her snow-white skin seemed to be frozen and began to be covered with frost, grabbing at Songbing. Songbing's expression condensed slightly, and he punched decisively. However, at the moment of contact, Songbing seemed to have hit a piece of extremely hard ice. A terrible chill came over instantly. Immediately afterwards, Songbing's fists began to be covered with frost, like maggots attached to the bones, and Songbing's entire arm was frozen in an instant. Horror appeared on Songbing's face. However, the corner of Xueji's lips curled up into a slight smile, not giving Songbing the slightest chance to fight back. The other hand then came out and grabbed Songbing's neck. The frost continues to spread. Xueji took advantage of the situation and suppressed Songbing under her body. She naturally knew Songbing's poisoning methods, so she didn't give Songbing this chance. At the same time, in another direction, Park Jihai looked at the killing lizard, her beautiful eyes just about to glow with purple light again. Create fantasy. But it was instantly interrupted by another spiritual force. Looking up, it was the man with glasses. The lizard took the opportunity to flash behind Park Jiji and pressed its sharp claws against Park Jiji's neck. If you dare to move, I will blow your head off. Pu Jiji's beautiful eyes moved slightly and finally gave up her resistance, and the purple light in her eyes also dissipated. Seeing this, the lizard showed a proud smile, finally clearing away the shame just now. On the other side, Songbing had already been controlled by Xueji, and everything that came into contact with him was covered with frost. The blood is almost frozen. How is that possible? Looking at Songbing and Pu Jiji, who were instantly crushed and controlled. The whole process takes less than 2.5 seconds. Their brains were shut down, and they looked in disbelief. Onishi, Harukawa Yuri, didn't you say that they can fight with these second generation? How could this be? Han Shijuan collapsed instantly. Qingchuan Yuri is still in a daze, because he was still confused at the moment. How could this happen? Why are these second-generation experimental bodies created by the Apocalypse organization so powerful? For one generation, it is simply a crushing existence. The beautiful eyes of Qingchuan Nair on the side moved slightly, but soon returned to calm. At the same time, the family groups that were secretly observing were also eclipsed by this scene. On the island. Now, you should believe what I say, right? We are going to arrest you, and you really can't escape. Xueji's cold nails touched Songbing's neck. She leaned down and said with a smile. The other second generations who had not taken action also smiled. Songbing was much weaker than they thought. Level 3? Are you also level 3? How is that possible? Who are you? Looking at Xueji, Songbing showed shock on his face. It seemed unimaginable that he would meet a stranger of the same level. Will be suppressed so easily. Seeing Songbing's reaction, Xueji was very satisfied. Not only Xueji, but also other second-generation aliens are very satisfied. We are the second generation of experimental subjects trained by the organization based on your first generation of experimental subjects. I am number 1 of the second generation, codenamed Xueji. Xueji took the initiative to introduce herself. Songbing, let me tell you another news. Not only is she at level 3, we are all at level 3. Level 3 is no longer the exclusive property of your generation of experimental subjects. Moreover, compared to you, we have cultivated it with perfect virus medicine. One of the reasons for our existence is to arrest you. The other second generations also smiled and spoke. Songbing's expression became more and more horrified, even frightened. Songbing, you haven't answered the question I just asked? Isn't it time you joined us? As long as you join us, you will no longer be hunted by the organization. It can even become more perfect and powerful under the cultivation of the organization. Xueji asked again, while drawing the cake. She drew her nails from Song Bing's neck to Song Bing's face. Wherever it passes, there is frost. It was as if just one thought could freeze Song Bing into an ice sculpture. Song Bing's eyes flashed with struggle, and he immediately gritted his teeth. That's right. I like good people. Seeing this, Xueji showed a satisfied smile. She leaned down, stuck out her tongue in a perverted way, and licked the frost off Song Bing's face. Then he stood up. Song Bing stood up with difficulty, and the frost attached to his body shattered with a sound, a look of lingering fear on his face. Seeing this, the lizard smiled at Pu Zhizhi and withdrew its claws. The surrounding second-generation experimental subjects smiled and watched the two people's reactions, and a look of contempt gradually appeared on their faces. This was much easier than they imagined. They thought that Song Bing was ranked among the top 3 and at the same level as them, so a fierce battle would be inevitable. In the end, it was over without them taking action. Xueji pressed a communicator at this moment. Not long after, a yacht in the distance slowly approached. Kiki, you too, please. Xueji raised her hand to indicate that this time not only Song Bing was invited. There is one more unexpected surprise. Of course, she wouldn't mind taking it with him. Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi looked at each other, and under the watchful eyes of Xueji and others, they took the initiative to board the yacht. What was originally a battle between the first and second generations ended hastily like this. The family groups who were watching the show secretly were dumbfounded. This is an ending that no one expected. Having witnessed the horrors of the second generation, many family groups have chosen to stop, but there are still many eyes twinkling. Axie, why is this happening? Why is this happening? That bitch is mine, it's mine. Inside the yacht, Han Shijuan completely broke the defense. He wanted to rush up to those second-generation dignitaries, and afraid of being beaten. After all, those second generations are all taking orders from the organization. It doesn't matter which family he is from. Qingchuan Yuri also fell silent. He overestimated the strength of Song Bing and others, underestimating the horror of the second generation. Is there a possibility that maybe they did it on purpose? It seems that number 1 never took any action. At this time, Qingchuan Nair suddenly said. With one word, the messy two people calmed down. What do you mean? The two of them looked at Qingchuan Nair, completely confused. Why did Song Bing and the others show weakness and get caught? Picture what? The organization's target is them, so it sent these second generations. Have you ever thought about whether their goal is the organization? These words made the two people's pupils shrink suddenly. I see. How dare they? Are they crazy? Han Shijuan even cursed directly. If that's the case, I think we might still have hope. It's a smooth journey anyway. Qingchuan Yuri regained her smile. Han Shijuan reacted without any hesitation. With a hard expression on his face, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." As a result, several ships silently followed the yacht carrying Song Bing in this sea area. At the same time, in a hidden corner, AI Xiaoshou took out the 6-pointed star around his neck again, and a new mission appeared on it again. New mission, Organize Recall. Concentration location, Antarctic Forbidden Land. AI Xiaoshou's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and he immediately put away his big sniper, turned into a beautiful shadow, and followed him. Not only AI Xiaoshou, but also many ANBU killers secretly received the same information and went in the same direction. On the other side, a few hours later, the yacht arrived at a city at the southernmost tip of Sakura country. Song Bing and Park Zhizhi were taken on a private plane by Xueji and others. The plane went straight into the sky and flew south. In the living room of the private jet, Xueji and others were sitting in various corners, or folding his arms across his chest, or drinking red wine. But their eyes were playfully looking at Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi on the central sofa. It's like looking at the work you captured. I heard that you have superb medical skills and can cure any disease. Now you are recognized as the #1 miracle doctor in the world. Lizard crossed his legs and looked at Song Bing's information with great interest. As soon as these words came out, everyone became interested. It is indeed rare to have the ability to poison and also have the ability to heal. At the same time, they are thinking that Song Bing can become the world's #1 miracle doctor every generation and be respected by thousands of people. I wonder if they show up, will they become superhuman and make everyone surrender? To be honest, they were even a little envious of Song Bing. If they were not restricted by the organization, they would all want to show their strength like Songbing. This feeling of dominating everything. It's exciting to think about. Of course, I can also tell that one of your kidneys has failed. Songbing admitted it frankly, looked at the lizard, and made a diagnosis. The lizard's pupils shrank slightly and looked at Songbing in shock. Can you cure it? Of course, from now on everyone is on their own, and I can treat you for free. In Song Dynasty, animals were harmless. Although he is a third-level alien, he has strong fighting ability. But he is indeed strong on the outside, but capable on the inside. Just because his whole body can be covered with scales and become extremely hard, except for that place. The reason was that this failing kidney was the biggest pain in his life. It's also his only weakness. So when Songbing said that he could cure it, how could the lizard not be moved? Not only lizard, but many other second generations were also moved. Because it's not just the lizards that have weaknesses, they also have weaknesses. If Songbing could cure their weaknesses, wouldn't they be invincible? And just when the lizard was about to speak. At this time, Xueji came over with 2 glasses of red wine. Kiki, why are you so anxious? We are all on our own anyway, and we will have plenty of time for treatment in the future. She interrupted the heart-beating lizard and gave him a look. Only then did the lizard remember that Songbing could poison him. So he shut up immediately. Xueji then pushed 2 glasses of red wine to Songbing and Park Jiji with a smile. Come on, you too. Congratulations on joining. Thank you. I happen to be a little thirsty. Songbing didn't care at all and took the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Park Jihai hesitated for a moment before taking a sip. Seeing this, Xueji showed a satisfied smile. So, where are you taking us? Songbing took the opportunity to frown and asked. You'll know when we get there. Naturally, Xueji would not inform in advance. Then can we take a break alone now? We're really not used to being treated like monkeys all the time. Songbing continued to spread his hands and said helplessly, Of course, I'll take you there. Xueji did not refuse such a request. After all, it's still a long time from here to Antarctica. So Songbing and Park Jiji, led by Xueji, came to the lounge in the middle of the plane. Are you two going to separate or stay together? Xueji turned around and smiled with a provocative look on her face. Of course we are together. Have you ever seen young couples sleeping in separate rooms? As Songbing spoke, his hands naturally hugged Pu Jiji's shoulders. Of course, it's just pretending. He had no intention of eating tofu at all. In response, Park Jihai just looked down and did not refuse. There was just a slight fluctuation in his eyes. Kiki, it turns out you are still a couple. It's really enviable, so of course I don't dare to separate you. Xueji smiled seductively and moved closer to the two of them. But I still have to remind you, I hope you don't play any tricks, otherwise we will be angry. At that time, we may be able to beat the mandarin ducks with a stick. After that, Xueji left calmly and thoughtfully closed the door for the two of them. The room is not big. It can even be said to be small, like a separate sleeper car on a train. The difference is that there is only one bed. Still a single bed. Songbing looked around and found no surveillance cameras. I can understand that too. This kind of thing is okay for spying on ordinary people. In front of strangers, it's just a joke. It would be a bit stupid to install a camera. You are quite brave. After making sure it was safe, Songbing looked at the woman with appreciation. To be honest, if this woman didn't cooperate, he wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Especially after drinking that poisonous wine just now. You're not young either. Pu Jiji also took a deep look at Songbing and gave Songbing a positive evaluation. The two of them can be said to have cooperated tacitly this time. Of course, there is someone in the dark. Songbing smiled, said nothing more, stepped forward to close the curtains, and then turned back to look at Pu Jiji. Take off your clothes and get on the bed. Pu Jiji didn't say anything, but he took off his clothes on his own initiative. After taking off her clothes, she lay quietly on the bed and closed her eyes, waiting for Songbing to be cured. Songbing was no longer polite and hurried forward to inhale faster. There is no doubt that Xueji had tampered with those 2 glasses of red wine. This is a weird viral poison, colorless and odorless. Similar to poison, once taken, it will slowly and silently corrode into the body. From the moment it sinks into your bones, you will experience regular attacks. This poison can even be used to locate the location of the person who took the poison. The level of this poison has also been rated as level 3. It can be said that if you take this poison, you need to take the antidote regularly. It is equivalent to being controlled in disguise. After Song Bing drank it, he felt refreshed and very delicious, like a normal person taking his first sip of ice-cold Coke. For Song Bing, the more delicious it is, the more toxic it is. After analyzing the system, it turned out to be true. It's so poisonous. On the other side, Xueji had returned to the hall, looked at everyone, and warned in a cold voice. Be vigilant. Don't think that you can take it lightly if you catch someone. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that they will run away? They're just 2 first level 3s. If they run away, just catch them again. However, everyone who had seen the strength of Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi didn't take it seriously. There were even jokes. This is the easiest task they have ever taken on. Has the poison been poisoned? The man with glasses asked it this time. Xueji nodded. Just the 2 glasses of red wine. Then there's no need to worry. Everyone laughed. By the way, Song Bing has the ability to heal. Will he be able to remove the poison? The girl holding the gun suddenly said, Haha, have you really never seen the horror of poisonous poison? No matter how strong that guy is, he is just an experimental subject created by the organization. This poison is specially designed to restrain them. Didn't you see that they both looked ignorant after drinking? A long-haired man laughed. Xueji and the man with glasses also smiled in agreement. This poison was given to them by the high priest, so they naturally knew how terrible it was. Colorless, odorless, and silent. Once it sinks into the bones, there is no solution. Not to mention detoxification, whether Song's disease can be discovered or not is one thing. Ding successfully absorbed the level 3 bone-corroding poisonous disease, merit plus 1,000. At the same time, in the room, under Song Bing's quick touch, the disease was successfully absorbed by Song Bing. Park Ji-hai also felt a lightness in her body and opened her eyes, about to get up. However, Song Bing solemnly interrupted. Don't worry, it's not over yet. I'm afraid the poison is a little bit poisonous. It needs deep detoxification. Open your mouth. For the first time, she hesitated, but she opened her mouth anyway. Song Bing took the opportunity to take out a moist white pill and stuffed it into Pu Zhizhi's mouth. Pu Zhizhi frowned slightly. Why do you still need to take medicine? Wouldn't it be better to just touch it directly? And why does this medicine taste weird? An indescribable sense of familiarity. Swallow it while it's hot. The effect won't be good after a while. Song Bing felt a little guilty and hurriedly said with a solemn expression. He was really afraid that if Pu Zhizhi spit it out, all his previous efforts would be wasted. She was stunned for a moment, but finally swallowed it obediently. Seeing this, Song Bing felt happy and felt comfortable. But he still pretended that nothing happened and continued to give Park Zhizhi massage treatment with a guilty conscience. Gotta let the bullets fly for a while. No, rather letting the poison take effect. Just because the pills he took to Pu Zhizhi were soaked because they had absorbed the poisonous wine just now. When he was drinking, he thought for a moment, then deliberately put part of the poisonous wine into the kidney ruins and dropped the pill into it. The purpose is just for this moment. There is no way, just taking the virus will not bring any merit. Otherwise, he would have been invincible. Therefore, for the sake of merit, he could only use Pu Zhizhi's body. This is a level 3 virus with 1,000 merits. It's wasted if not used. Moreover, only experimental subjects like Pu Zhizhi and AI Xiaoshou around Song Bing could withstand this level 3 virus. Song Bing was naturally reluctant to use his good apprentice's body, so he could only use Pu Zhizhi's. Of course, the main reason is that it is convenient for Park Ji-hai to be around. What is this called? The tower near the water gets the moon first. Yeah, that's the truth. This is why Park Ji-ji feels that the taste is a bit familiar. Sure enough, Park Ji-hai felt a little uncomfortable soon after taking the pill. My lower abdomen feels a little hot. Pu Zhizhi couldn't help but look at Song Bing in surprise. It turned out to be true. This poison is so terrifying. It goes away and comes back again. She couldn't help but sigh that Song Bing's medical skills were unparalleled. Feeling the rebirth of a serious illness in Pu Zhizhi's body, Song Bing was overjoyed. Quickly work both ways and start sucking. Ding successfully absorbed the level 3 bone-corroding poisonous disease, merit plus 1,000. With the experience of absorbing it for the first time, Song Bing improved much faster this time and successfully absorbed it quickly. At this point, I wish to mention 2,000 enhanced merits. It's so cool. Eradicated this time? Not yet. Open your mouth again. Song Bing quickly pretended to be anxious. Ahem. As we all know, a disease can be absorbed at least 3 times without repeating itself. Therefore, Song Bing prepared 3 small pills. It works once and twice. Anyway, I have used it once, so there is no harm in trying it again. He believes Park Ji-hai won't blame him, right? Seeing Song Bing's eager face, Pu Zhizhi didn't dare to delay and quickly opened his mouth. Song Bing threw the pill into his throat with lightning speed. The main dish is unexpected and cannot be tasted. The repetitive process is repeated again. The next step is to wait for Park Ji-hai to become ill after being poisoned for the 3rd time. For this reason, Song Bing specially used his housekeeping skills. Give Park Ji-ji a massage to relax, so that Park Ji-hai can quickly get rid of the poison. Sure enough, not long after, Pu Zhizhi felt uncomfortable for the 3rd time. This time, she finally panicked. I didn't expect this poison to be so terrifying. Song's disease cannot be cured even after being treated for so long. Don't be afraid. I am here. Believe me, I will definitely be able to cure it. Seeing Pu Zhizhi's fear, Song Bing immediately patted his chest and comforted him. A determination to never abandon his teammates. Thank you for your hard work. Park Ji-hai's tone was obviously a bit softer. Song Bing started with a serious expression, but felt happy in his heart. Ding successfully absorbed the level 3 bone-corroding poisonous disease, merit plus 1,000. Soon, the 3rd merit was obtained successfully. Quick, open your mouth again. I will succeed this time. But Song Bing, who was lucky, immediately took out the last pill after successfully absorbing it. He had absorbed it 4 times before it became repetitive. What if there is another surprise? That's why Song Bing planned to do it again. Anyway, it's used twice, and it's used 3 times, and have used it twice. Park Ji-hai is already lying here, so why not use it again? I believe Park Hi-hai can understand. Park Ji-hai, who was already feeling uneasy, did not dare to hesitate and opened her mouth quickly. After taking the pill, I swallowed it without tasting it. I'm afraid the medicine has worn off. Same process, same heart. Ding successfully absorbed the level 3 bone-eroding poisonous disease. Repeated merit plus 1,000. This merit has been absorbed too much and has been repeated. Please stop it in moderation. But this time, after Song Bing finished absorbing it, what he got was a repetition of his merits. And the system can't stand it anymore. Song Bing couldn't help but feel disappointed. Alas, it was repeated after all. However, I didn't lose money this time. I made 3,000 strengthening merits. Is it impossible to cure it? Park Ji-hai's voice came at this time. Only then did Song Bing come back to his senses and look around. I found that Pu Zhizhi, who had always been neither happy nor sad, now had a solemn look on his face. Song Bing couldn't help but feel guilty. It scares the kids. What a sin. No, it has been eradicated. But in order to maintain the good friendship between them, Song Bing immediately pretended to be weak, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said solemnly, I didn't expect that this poison was really terrible. I almost spent most of my energy to remove it thoroughly before I was completely cured. Hearing this, Pu Zhizhi, who was originally flustered, felt happy. After feeling it for a long time, I really didn't feel any recurrence. Only then did she feel relieved. Seeing Song Bing's face weak and sweating in order to save himself, Pu Zhizhi's heart moved slightly, but he still said, Thank you. Hey, why are you talking about this? We are our own people now. This is what I should do. You're welcome. Song Bing waved his hands and smiled indifferently, a look of righteousness without asking for anything in return. There were waves in Pu Zhizhi's calm and beautiful eyes, and he didn't know if he was moved by Song Bing's persistent treatment. She just sat up and planned to get dressed. When Song Bing saw this, he smiled maliciously again. That's right. After earning 3,000 strengthening merits from Park Ji-hai's body, and after 1,000 repeated merits, Song Bing focused on the other party's recurrence of the disease. To be precise, when he found out that the other party's illness had recurred, he started to focus on him. I even kept thinking about it and couldn't sleep. However, time was running out and Pu Zhizhi didn't take the initiative. Everything has been delayed, but now it is just right. While the other person is also taking off his clothes. Simply sucked it all together. Pu Zhizhi stopped sitting up, but looked at Song Bing hesitantly. Seeing this made Song Bing feel a little guilty. Will the other party discover it? But after Park Ji-hai was silent for a long time, she asked worriedly, "Can you still do it now? Why don't you take a rest?" That's right. It wasn't that she didn't want Song Bing to suck it. She could become stronger if Song Bing sucked it for her, so she was naturally happy. It's just that Song Bing is a little weak, and she has just been thoroughly cleaned of toxins. She is sweating profusely, and now she is being sucked into the disease again. She was afraid that Song Bing wouldn't be able to bear it. What are you talking about? Lie down. Song Bing immediately felt energetic. What will work? You can say anything a man can do, but never say he can't do it. And he was just pretending on purpose. With his current physique, he could suck 10 more of these without panting. Seeing Song Bing's serious look, Park Ji-hai couldn't say anything more. He lay back down again and closed his eyes. Song Bing also started smoking again. And this time Song Bing directly increased his horsepower. 2.5 minutes later, Ding successfully absorbed level 3XX mental illness, merit plus 1,000. After that, Song Bing moved his hand joints, and they were all sore. At this point, Park Zhizhi was completely ruined by Song Bing. Okay, you can get up. After buffering, Song Bing smiled and said, 2.5 minutes, okay? Just ask you if that's okay? Pu Zhizhi opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Song Bing with the same surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Song Bing to be so strong this time. He cured her so quickly. Thank you. Park Ji-hai once again expressed her gratitude to Song Bing. This time, she finally got up and put on her clothes. Song Bing did not stop him. The other party was completely eaten up by him. He sucked everything he should and shouldn't suck. Naturally, there is no need to stop it. Is it okay to treat a disease and earn 4,000 blood points to strengthen the merits? It can be said that this is the most merit he has earned in a single time since Song Bing became ill. Now, his merit has reached more than 60,000, and he is about to reach the 70,000 mark. Only the last 30,000 or so are left. You can upgrade. If it was difficult to estimate before, it is different now. Look, there are merits everywhere. Just wait for him to harvest. To be honest, he was a little impatient. Thank you for your hard work. Why don't you take a rest, and I'll take care of you. While Song Bing was concentrating on his calculations, Pu Zhizhi's voice came out. Song Bing looked over and saw that the latter was already dressed. Although his cold face was calm, he could not conceal his gratitude and guilt. Song Bing coughed twice and felt a little guilty. The other party was so polite, I couldn't thank him enough. He was so embarrassed. Antarctic restricted area. In that familiar glacier laboratory, in a slightly dark and cold office, Ormos, wearing a loose windbreaker, was looking at the map on the screen alone. He stroked his chin. A pair of deep and slightly convex eyes were as calm as water, wondering what they were thinking. Just then, a man dressed in black came to report. Report to the high priest. Xueji and others have sent news that people have been invited and are on their way. It is expected to arrive in 2 days. Ormos's deep eyes finally glowed, and he looked at the man and asked curiously, who is the other experimental subject? Number 3, Huanmeng, is a woman. The man said, Dream. A glimmer of light flashed in Ormos's sunken eyes, and then he asked, didn't a fight break out? Yes, but it only took a moment for Song Bing and Huanmeng number 3 to be suppressed by the second-generation Xueji and the others. People are already on the plane now. The man said truthfully. Ormos thought for a moment, then nodded and said, very well, let them be careful. This matter is of great importance. I will reward them heavily after they arrive safely. Yes. The man put one hand on his chest, saluted, and then respectfully withdrew. Shortly after the man left, several figures wearing polar suits also came to the office. How's the investigation going? Xueji and the others have arrested Song Bing. Looking at the few people, Olmos asked. Several people's faces were ashen and they did not dare to speak. It was San Wensi who stepped forward and reported proactively. Back to the high priest. We followed the information provided by the emperor and carefully explored every corner of these locations, but we couldn't find any trace of candy. As he spoke, Fan Wenxi took the initiative to hold a tablet instrument for recording data and handed it to Amos. Olmos looked at the red mark on the tablet. That shows the area that has been explored. Then look up at the marked map on the big screen. He frowned slightly and fell silent. The whole office also became quiet. Everyone felt uneasy in their hearts. In 3 days, it will be the day of the apocalypse. Now, not even a hair of candy can be found. How can they not panic? High Priest, if the information given by the Emperor is wrong, then we are not to blame, right? A woman asked in a low voice. The others also listened with fear. They searched everywhere based on the information provided by the Emperor. Haven't found it yet. Naturally, I couldn't help but become suspicious. Are you questioning the Emperor? Ormuz looked at these people. Don't dare. Several people's expressions changed slightly, and they lowered their heads in fear. Take a closer look. Are you sure you have searched all the areas given by the Emperor? Amos seemed to see something and said with a sneer. The Sanskrit people raised their heads in confusion and looked at the map on the screen. The area marked out for them by the Emperor. In fact, this area is within the scope of their number 101 Apocalypse experimental area. So when they searched, they found it easily. Naturally, I dare not miss a place. Therefore, looking around, the entire enclosed number 101 Apocalypse experimental area was dyed black. Not a single bit was missed. But suddenly, Sanskrit's blue pupils locked on the small red flag in the center of the area. This red flag represents the Apocalypse experimental zone number 101. That is the experimental area under their feet now. Under the black wrap, the red flag stood out. But it's also extremely easy to ignore. Fan Wenxi's heart trembled fiercely. She looked at Amos and said in disbelief, "She is at our feet." These words broke the silence and made other people who were confused feel trembled. Yes, the experimental area where they are located is also within the range circled by the Emperor. The Emperor is not wrong, so this is the only possibility for the truth. Not only did she come to this forbidden area, but she also hid in this apocalyptic land beneath our feet. Under the trembling eyes of several people, almost calmly said this answer. Several people's hearts skipped a beat. The person they have been looking for has been blatantly hiding in their experimental area? How is this done? We immediately launched an investigation. As long as she is hiding here, we will definitely find her in less than half a day. The few people who had the direction immediately cheered up. Isn't it easy to search the entire experimental area 101? No need, if you can't find it. Even if you find it, it's useless. Just when several people were about to take action, they were stopped by Ormuz. Why? Didn't you say he was right here? Several people looked puzzled. Only Fan Wenxi, who had seen through everything, spoke calmly. Because, not only was she hiding in this experimental area, she also entered the gate of Apocalypse number 101 and hid in the source of Apocalypse. Think. As soon as these words came out, several people's pupils dilated, like 5 thunders striking their heads, and they even spoke in unison with trembling voices. How is it possible? The door to the apocalypse was closed half a year ago, and she entered half a year ago. And how can she withstand the thousands of virus sources inside? Isn't she afraid of death? Don't blame them for being shocked. Because the source of Apocalypse is the experimental result that the Apocalypse organization has devoted more than 100 years of hard work to. The gate of Apocalypse is the key to unlocking the results of this experiment. There are 101 doors of Apocalypse in total. Their number 101 Apocalypse experimental area is one of them. If the source of Apocalypse is compared to a huge furnace, then the door of Apocalypse is the key to opening this furnace. And what is stored in this furnace is the lifelong hard work of the Tianqi organization, enough to make human civilization immortal. However, before this hard work is released, it is like magma with a high temperature of tens of millions of degrees. Whoever touches it will die, and no bones will be left, even if it is a third-level alien. However, now Ormuz told them, Candy entered the source of the apocalypse that could annihilate everything. Or did you enter half a year ago? How could they not be shocked? How not to feel fear? Before the door of apocalypse is closed, it must be strictly controlled. The source of the apocalypse was also strictly inspected. How did that woman sneak in so quietly? If she enters it, can she still survive? At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying that woman was. So, are we still human? Compared to the shock of several people, Ormuz seemed much calmer. Nothing is impossible. That's why the Emperor told us to find her. Once she is successfully revived, we will all be gone. Someone spoke tremblingly. It would be better if Candy was hiding somewhere else. The key is that she has already hid in the source of apocalypse. The door to the apocalypse has long been closed, and an irreversible countdown has been set. Only on the day of apocalypse will it be unified and opened. The apocalypse has begun. Even if they wanted to open it in advance, it would be impossible. There is only one choice left for us. To catch her, we must reopen the gate of apocalypse and terminate the apocalypse plan. Fan Wensi spoke with some emotion. As soon as these words came out, several people's mouths twitched slightly. How is it possible to terminate the apocalypse project? This is the hard work of many of them. How could it be cancelled because of a woman? In this case, we have to wait 3 days for the apocalypse to come. Ormuz's deep eyes flickered. He did not panic, as if he had expected all this. In fact, he thought of this the moment he got the range map from the Emperor. No, it was not just him who thought of this. The Emperor also thought of it. However, in order to ensure nothing was missed, he continued to send people to explore other places. Leave no chance. Now, all possibilities have been ruled out. This is the only possibility left. There is only one method left. This is also what the Emperor meant when he asked Natasha to come. The apocalypse is coming? Then she. Fan Wensi and others' expressions changed slightly, and they wanted to say something, but were interrupted by Amos raising his hand. Said, I have my own way, go and prepare. Yes. Several people retreated, but the shock in their hearts was still difficult to calm down. After everyone left, Olmos looked at the screen again, and Songbing's photo and information appeared on it. Every piece of information is extremely detailed. It includes the estimation of Songbing's ability and the assessment of the degree of risk. Looking at this person who is not in the organization's plan, but is extremely important to the organization, Ormuz murmured to himself, Songbing, I hope you won't disappoint me. South Island is the only inhabited island outside the Antarctic Circle. The entire island is not big, but it is completely independent. The population of the island is probably only tens of thousands. It does not belong to any country. Because it is the closest to the Antarctic and looks like a guidepost, it gradually developed into a transit station. Regardless of whether they come from various countries for scientific examination, those who come to travel will first come to the island and prepare for departure before entering Antarctica. Night falls. Under the illumination of the aurora, the entire South Island is like a fairy island, quiet and beautiful. After a half-day flight, the plane arrived at the island. Looking at the environment in front of them, Songbing and Pu Zhizhi finally knew where they were. Antarctica. They were actually taken to Antarctica. Could it be said that the base of the Apocalypse organization is in Antarctica? This was something Songbing didn't expect. However, they are not given time to rest. Xueji and others took them aboard an icebreaker. Overnight, we sailed along a strait leading to the Antarctic hinterland and entered the most mysterious and cold continent of Blue Star. The cold wind was biting, hitting Songbing's face. Looking at the white and cold everything in front of him, Songbing felt a little lost. I couldn't help but think of that woman. Doesn't she like to watch the aurora? Don't look at it, you two. It's cold outside, but it's still warm in bed. I'll take you to bed. It's here as soon as you sleep and wake up. On the deck, Xueji took the initiative to bring Songbing and Pu Zhizhi into a room. It seemed like he was letting the two of them sleep, but he just wanted to lock them up. In this regard, Songbing and Pu Zhizhi naturally didn't say anything. Choose obedience all the way. After imprisoning Songbing and Pu Zhizhi, Xueji returned to the deck, together with several other second-generation experimental subjects. Those guys are coming too. The man with glasses looked at Nan Dao, who was getting further away, and frowned. If they want to come, let them come. Xueji smiled indifferently. She naturally knew who it was. The other second generations also looked joking. I didn't expect these people to be so persistent. On the south coast of South Island, an icebreaker is activated. Surprisingly, they were members of the Qingchuan family and the Han family consortium. They also transferred from yacht to plane and followed them all the way here. In a corner of the deck, the bangs on Harukawa Nayer's forehead were fluttering in the wind. She looked at the endless frozen world in front of her, a flash of pink light flashing in her beautiful eyes. She touched her heart. She felt it. She's right here. No, what are you doing here? Suddenly, Harukawa Yuri's voice came from behind. The light in Qingchuan Nayer's eyes immediately dissipated, and the moment she turned her head, she returned to normal. It's nothing. Just take a look. Go back to the house. It's cold outside. Take this opportunity to communicate more with Han Shijuan. He is one of the heirs of the Han family consortium. It will be good for you if you make friends with him. Qingchuan Yuri said meaningfully. Qingchuan Nair walked directly into the cabin without saying anything. He didn't go looking for Han Shijuan either. Inside the cabin of another black icebreaker, 20 AMBU assassins dressed in black gathered here. Everyone held a black gold sniper rifle in their hands and had different assassination weapons around their waists. Umbu killers can be divided into 4 levels ABCD. A single D-class killer is almost 1 in 1,000, comparable to the black gold snipers of various families. The way to classify AMBU killers is also very simple. That is, you can tell at a glance by looking at the black gold sniper rifles in their hands, not just the ABCD glyph on the muzzle. There is also a very obvious difference in the appearance and quality of the guns. By the way, what's so magical about Song's illness? Not only are there so many second generations coming to arrest him, after being captured, you still want us to secretly escort you all the way? Looking at his colleagues in front of him, a D-class killer couldn't help but speak lonely. TCH, I didn't think it was that big of a deal. When I first saw the rare S-level mission being released, I thought it would be scary, but in the end, the guy was beaten to the ground before he could even survive a single round. Just 2 little noobs. Another C-level echoed. Those second generation are so powerful, they don't know why they summoned us. A Class B frowned and said, whatever, I can still use this opportunity to return to the organization. It's not a loss anyway. Haha, that's right. If those 2 guys escape in the middle, we might be able to make some merit by replenishing our guns. I feel like I can take down those 2 guys with just 1 C rank without the help of those second generation ones. Perhaps he had been alone for too long. When he met his colleagues, under the guidance of the first D class, it was rare for the ANBU killers to chat. Even an A level is rarely included. But in the far corner, there was another petite killer who remained silent. But no one dared to despise her. Just because there was an eye-catching A on the dark and powerful black gold sniper rifle she was holding. Plus the A-level killer we just chatted with. There were only 2 A-levels on site, which showed how rare A-levels were. In this way, 3 groups of people, with different purposes, took the icebreaker along this natural strait and penetrated deep into this mysterious frozen continent. Until one day and one night later, it finally came to an end. Under night, the entire hinterland of Antarctica is shrouded in brilliant aurora. Looking up, it feels like the sky is within reach. The vision is broadened and the mind is relaxed. It's like arriving at the end of fairyland. Not many people can experience such extreme beauty. Under the supervision of a group of second generations, Song Bing set foot on this frozen world for the first time. The cold wind blew Song Bing's white coat. Looking around, I just feel relaxed and happy. For some reason, Song Bing's blood and mood were not suppressed by the cold, but instead felt a little more excited. Park Ji-hai beside him also looked at the aurora in the sky. An array of purple light flashed from his eyes. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but she regained her composure only in an instant. Song Bing frowned slightly, as if he felt something, and turned to look at Pu Zhizhi. That hazy membrane came out again. In other words, the other party has developed a new personality disease. It's just that it's clear that treatment is not appropriate now. You two, let's go? We'll just cross this snowfield, and we'll be there. Shuiji smiled and spoke. 12 second generation people looked around. Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi didn't say anything and silently followed the footsteps of these second generations. Such a severe cold environment may be difficult for ordinary people to walk. But for a group of strangers, it is no different than taking a walk. When climbing over several snow-capped mountains, the front becomes another environment. The cold wind was blowing wildly. The snow was flying across the sky, and the visibility was almost zero, like the mouth of a storm that could swallow everything. This is the restricted area of Antarctica, a restricted area where no one can survive. Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. His heart was beating faster for no reason. The figures of a dozen people were quickly swallowed up by the snowstorm. At the same time, on the shore at the end of the strait, an icebreaker slowly approached. In the cabin, a group of ENBU killers were still chatting. According to additional information released by the organization, there may be an experimental subject next to Song Bing, who is also a black gold sniper. Yes, according to the news, it was the experimental subject who killed 8 black gold snipers from the Campbell and Qingchuan families on Loli Island before saving Songbing. And the experimental subject never showed its head from beginning to end. Isn't it because you were scared away after seeing so many second-generation people? It's also possible that I followed you secretly. I don't know. Maybe that's why the organization called us here. The purpose is to be on guard against that experimental subject. Ha ha, then she'd better not follow. After all, we are not the black gold snipers of those families. I wonder if she would be scared to death if she knew there were so many ANBU assassins here. I'm still looking forward to her coming, so that hunting her down can make a difference. Someone said with a ferocious smile. I just don't know who the experimental subject is, otherwise we can take the initiative. I wonder if the 2A level bosses have any information. The killers became interested and immediately looked forward to the 2A levels. I've been wanting to find her too. If any of you have any news, please tell me. I'll buy her. The male A-level man said coldly. In fact, after AI Xiaoxiu was secretly exposed on Loli Island, the Campbell family offered a large bounty to AI Xiaoxiu. He has also been looking for AI Xiaoxiu. Everyone couldn't help being disappointed when they heard this. And then everyone's eyes focused on the A-level killer, who was silent all the way. Hey, this A-level boss, don't be so cold. Do you know that experimental subject? The D-class flatterer who started the conversation in the first place laughed. The Class A in the corner turned his head and glanced at the colleagues who were looking for him. She nodded seriously. Not only do I know her information, I also know where she is now. Regarding this unexpected surprise, the killer's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to really know. Seriously? I want to buy all her information. You bid. The man A was even more excited. Of course. The Class A in the corner stood up and took off the mask on her face, revealing a delicate and alluring face. The killer's breaths froze, and they obviously didn't expect that the Class A in front of them was actually a woman. And so cute and attractive. This contrast is so shocking. However, what puzzled them even more was why the other party took the initiative to reveal his true appearance. This is a taboo in the killer world. How much do you want? Although Man A was also confused, he still frowned and asked. Actually, the experimental subject you are looking for is right here. As for the price, just pay with your lives. AI Xiaoxiu showed a cute smile. Here? Who is it? As soon as these words came out, the brains of all the killers were shut down, and some people even asked. It was the A-level one whose pupils shrank and looked at AI Xiaoxiu, who was the first to react. Is it you? His eyes suddenly turned cold, and during a very fast roll, a sharp dagger was already piercing AI Xiaoxiu's head at an extremely fast speed. However, he was greeted by AI Xiaoxiu's cute, Lolita-like smile. Uffed. The next second, just as the male killer's dagger was about to touch AI Xiaoxiu's eyebrows, a white crystal bone spur penetrated male A's head first. After looking carefully, I realized that it was the fluffy white tail shooting out from behind AI Xiaoxiu. However, there is such a deadly white bone spur hidden in the white fur at the tip of the tail. Man A's pupils were filled with blood rapidly. Looking at AI Xiaoxiu's cute and alluring face at close range, his last eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. Obviously, he didn't expect that his own A-level killer would die like this. The other killers also reacted. Their pupils shrank suddenly, and they finally understood who it was. The first thing they did was to run away or take up arms to fight back. AI Xiaoxiu looked at these killers with a smile. Her eyes turned red, and her ears turned into furry animal ears. But now she is no longer so cute and attractive, but has a chilling coquettishness and bestiality. The hunt begins. Bang, bang, bang. Oh. Within the icebreaker, desperate screams soon came out. The hull began to shake violently, and traces of penetration appeared on the cabin. After more than 10 seconds, the icebreaker became completely silent. A lovely silhouette slowly walked out of the cabin. She has a fluffy white tail, has a pair of cute animal ears, like a seductive animal-eared girl. However, there was a little more blood on her lovely and delicate face, and paired with her beautiful red eyes, she looked even more charming. Tisk. The next second, the furry tail behind her suddenly grew longer and inserted directly into the hull beneath her feet. Ka-ka-ka-chi. She heard sharp metallic sounds as she retracted her tail. along with her big sniper. Holding a sniper in hand, she jumped up and landed on the snow on the other side. Then he smelled the air and instantly smelled Song Bing's scent. It immediately turned into a black shadow and headed towards Song Bing and others at high speed. Ka-ka-boom. Shortly after AI Xiaoshou left, the icebreaker behind him was evenly cut into two halves and sank downwards little by little. Suddenly, the vision suddenly opened up, and what came into view was another world under the snow shrouded by the aurora. However, there are many more snow-capped mountains and glaciers around it. The environment is also quieter. This seems to be an isolated world. From the moment he stepped here, Song Bing felt the difference. There seemed to be a pair of eyes hidden around them, already staring at them. His heartbeat also sped up inexplicably. It seemed that there was something here that was attracting him, made him feel hungry. At this time, Xueji and others also stopped in front of an iceberg in tacit agreement. Behind this iceberg are several icebergs connected together. The shape is very unique and does not look like it is formed naturally. And at the foot of this iceberg is an ice cave. Welcome to the world of Apocalypse. The High Priest is already waiting for you. Please come. Xueji and others lined up in 2 rows in tacit understanding and took the initiative to make way for Song Bing and Park Zhizhi. The two looked at each other and stepped fearlessly into the ice cave. The second generation followed closely behind, and at the moment when everyone stepped into the iceberg, in the snowstorm thousands of meters away, a beautiful figure arrived quietly among a certain snow peak. She quickly hid the sniper, and the color of her clothes and the sniper gradually turned white. Like a chameleon, it gradually blends in perfectly with the snowy scenery. Not a single flaw can be seen. Her gun was aimed at the iceberg, ready for action at any time. At the same time, in the wind and snow, several figures also came quietly. A snowstorm is coming. Not long after Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi went deeper, they saw a channel carved out by a glacier. When we reached the end of the passage, we suddenly saw a huge ice cave under the iceberg. It's shaped like a huge indoor stadium, but it's all made of ice. Snowmobiles and various equipment can be seen everywhere. Directly ahead is a metal passage deeper inside. Song Bing decisively opened his forbidden eyes and looked around, discovering a laboratory deep underground in front of him. There's not even an end in sight. It is hard to imagine that there is such a laboratory hidden under these icebergs. It is like an ant nest hidden underground. How is this done? Is this the base of the Apocalypse organization? Song Bing couldn't hide his surprise. If there were no second generation to lead the way, how would he find it? It was also during the observation of Song Bing. On the big screen on the metal wall in front, a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s appeared. He has a very beautiful hooked nose and deep eyes, giving people a scheming look. Behind the man, several figures could still be seen vaguely. See High Priest. Seeing Amos on the screen, Xueji and others immediately put one hand on their chests, knelt down on one knee, and saluted respectfully. But Amos' deep old eyes fell on Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi at this moment. Song Bing and Park Zhizhi also looked at Olmos on the screen. It can be said that this is the first time they meet each other. Jewish people? With just one glance, Song Bing recognized this person's identity. His facial features are too striking. Song Bing's first reaction was naturally to try to send messages to Olmos through the screen. After all, Song Bing was the best at doing this when he was live broadcasting. But to Song Bing's surprise, the delivery failed. The other party's deep old eyes seemed to have isolated contact lenses. The patients sent out were isolated. This made Song Bing frown slightly. This person gave him a very unusual feeling. At the same time, almost behind the screen seemed to feel something, and his brows also furrowed slightly. But only for a moment, he smiled politely and said, "Ha! You are the world-famous miracle doctor of Song Dynasty? When I saw you today, you certainly lived up to your reputation. Welcome you to join me. Thank you for your hard work along the way. I am the person in charge of inviting you here. My name is Amos. Of course, you can also call me High Priest. You too. This is our High Priest. You can kneel down now." Lizard and the others also reminded him in a commanding tone. He signaled Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi to kneel down and pay homage. Along the way, the two of them obeyed their words. Therefore, subconsciously, they seemed to have seen the scene of Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi obediently kneeling down. However, this time, The scene they imagined did not happen again. Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi still stood there, calm and indifferent, disregarding their words as air. This made Xue Ji and others frown slightly. How dare Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi disobey them? Amos. Song Bing repeated the name, then shook his head, looked at Amos and smiled. But I'm sorry. Actually, we are not here to join you. As soon as these words came out, the originally beautiful atmosphere at the scene suddenly condensed. Xue Ji and others, who were still smiling, suddenly narrowed their eyes. What is Song Bing talking about? Did they hear it correctly? Ormuz looked surprised. Oh? Not joining us. Then what are you here to do? We are here to uproot you and eradicate you completely. Song Bing replied calmly. As soon as these words came out, the scene was quiet. Do you know what you're talking about? A cold light burst out from the narrowed eyes of Xue Ji and others. It is unimaginable that Song Bing was easily tortured by them and escorted all the way here. How dare you say such ridiculous things at this moment? Is this asking for death? Song Bing and Park Ji-hai looked at these second generations again. These so-called perfect second generations who can restrain them. At this moment, the faces of the two of them were extremely calm. No more manifestations of fear on the island. It seems that you have forgotten the lessons learned on the island. I can give you another chance. It's not too late to kneel down and admit your mistake now. Not seeing the change in the eyes of Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi, Xue Ji and others still spoke contemptuously. No need. I was distracted at the time and didn't perform well. How about we give it another try? Song Bing put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile. In order to find the headquarters of the Apocalypse organization, it was really tiring to pretend all the way. Xue Ji and others laughed. Now they finally believe that Song Bing is serious. He is really looking for death. I don't understand what suddenly gave you the courage. But this time, you will be miserable. Xue Ji walked out with a smile. The next second, her eyes turned cold and turned into a cold shadow, heading towards Song Bing. Since you want to die, we don't mind making it happen. The lizard also moved and killed Park Ji-hai. The bespectacled man beside him turned on the assistants with his eyes shining. The lineup is the same as it used to be on the island. The other second generations looked on with a ferocious smile and did not make a move. Back on the island, Xue Ji and the others could easily crush Song Bing and the others. Now, they are naturally confident of this. Even if Xue Ji and the others hadn't acted quickly, they all wanted to take action themselves. Looking at Xue Ji, who was approaching at a very fast speed, before she arrived, a chill that froze everything had already hit her face. Even scarier than the one on the island. But the corners of Song Bing's mouth were slightly raised, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. Xue Ji's figure was immediately clearly visible under the forbidden eyes, and even the trail of cold air coming towards her face was clearly visible. If he doesn't want to, the other party won't even be qualified to touch him. Bang! In an instant, Song Bing also moved, with full momentum and no longer deliberately covering up. He turned into a ghostly afterimage and disappeared from the place. The hunt begins. A chill wrapped around hair-thin ice needles and shot toward his face. But Song Bing dodged it with an exquisite afterimage. So fast. Xue Ji's scornful expression changed. She couldn't catch Song Bing anymore. How is this possible? Without giving her a chance to think, a terrifying strong wind had already struck behind her. She reacted quickly, decisively raised her foot, and kicked backwards. This kick was extremely fast, and the white boots were covered with frost, drawing an icy arc in the air. It was like an indestructible long knife passing through. Bang! The next second, fists and feet collided together. However, this time, before the cold air had time to erode Song Bing's hands, the frost on Xue Ji's feet had already broken into pieces. The terrifying power easily knocked it away. Like a ball being ejected, Fei Xue Ji's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed. But before she could stabilize her figure, Song Bing had already pulled out a long afterimage and was chasing after her. Xue Ji's face changed greatly, and she wanted to release the cold energy, but Song Bing's fist had already landed first. You're too slow. Bang! Another punch made Xue Ji take off again before landing, and this time she flew faster. She only saw Song Bing's last handsome and charming smile. Bang! Xue Ji's figure immediately smashed into the ice wall. The entire ice wall suddenly cracked inch by inch. The whole process lasted only a moment, and the two men fought for only 2 rounds. The second-generation Xueji, who was known as the number 1, was crushed by Song Bing in a devastating manner. It is quite similar to the scene on the island in the past. The pupils of the rest of the second generation who were laughing and watching the show shrank suddenly, looking at this scene in shock. The brain fell into a brief state of confusion. How is that possible? Why did he suddenly become stronger? However, before they could buffer, good news came again from another direction. Facing the killing lizard, Pu Jiji's cold and beautiful face showed no signs of ripples. She paid no attention to the lizard. Instead, he looked at the man with glasses first. This is the second-ranked black pupil of the second generation. At this moment, the man with glasses was also looking at her, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I want to continue to use my brain power as if I were on an island, interrupting Park Ji-ji's dream. However, this time, Park Ji-hai's purple pupils lit up, and 2 invisible forces met instantly. In just a moment, the man with glasses seemed to see something terrible in Park Ji-ji's deep purple eyes that were neither joy nor sorrow. He was so frightened that he covered his eyes and backed away. Blood flowed from his eyes. The lizard arrived at this moment, but he found that Pu Jiji had disappeared. When he looked again, Park Ji-hai has appeared behind him. Death! The lizard looked ferocious and shot away. One of its sharp claws pierced Park Ji-ji's chest, and the other sharp claw pierced her lower body. The screams resounded, and Pu Jiji suddenly fell to the ground in pain. He couldn't be more miserable. Jia, you obviously can get a new life, but you want to be humiliated, I will help you. The lizard looked down at Park Ji-ji, who was bleeding from top to bottom, licked his lips, and showed a sick smile. Look at the beautiful woman in front of you. His eyes gradually became scarlet, and evil thoughts arose. On the spot, he ruthlessly cut open Park Ji-ji's clothes with his sharp claws and continued to humiliate him. However, in the eyes of outsiders, this explosive scene was actually the lizard suddenly turning back and stabbing the mentally broken man with glasses to the ground, and launched a humiliation and killing. When the other second generations saw this sudden scene, their minds went blank. Stop it, lizard, what are you doing? Seeing that the lizard's claws were about to pierce the bespectacled man's lower body, the 3 nearest second-generation men finally reacted. One person runs lizard to stop its evil deeds. The 2 of them ran towards Park Ji-ji and broke her dream. Don't look into her eyes. Song Bing, want to save her? Then kneel down and beg for mercy. When the lizard saw the killing Song Bing, it immediately became even more crazy. He fought with them desperately on the spot. At this time, the real Song Bing had arrived behind the man with glasses. Amid his wails, a punch penetrated his brain. Eat. Ding successfully absorbed level 3 AA mental illness, merit plus 1000. As Song Bing crushed his brain, the disease was successfully absorbed, and 1000 strengthening merits were successfully obtained. The man with glasses was also cured of Song disease at the moment of his death. It stands to reason that it would not be easy for Song Bing to absorb the disease of the 3rd-level disease body, because the virus in the body will resist. It takes a long time to find flaws. Therefore, with Song Bing's current level, it would be impossible to absorb it normally and silently for less than 3 to 5 minutes. Just like when he absorbed Ollie and Song Shenglong. It also took a long time to touch. But in the process, Song Bing discovered a way to quickly absorb it. That is to beat the sick body until it is on the verge of death, and it can be easily absorbed with only 1 breath left. Because the virus and the host merge and become one, the patient is on the verge of death, and the virus's talent naturally loses any power to resist. He could only let Song Bing absorb it easily. This is why Song Bing was able to easily capture the man with glasses the moment he killed him. Therefore, if Song Bing wants to quickly absorb these second-generation diseases, there is only one way. Hit them until they have no resistance, and then absorb them at the moment of killing. This is the fastest and easiest way. No. The rest of the second generation saw Song Bing suddenly coming and killing the man with glasses, and their hearts suddenly sank. They tried to stop it, but were blocked by the psychedelic lizard. And Song became ill too quickly. It was so fast that they had no time to stop it. But fortunately, The two second-generation men successfully forced Park Ji-hai back, breaking the illusion that Park Ji-hai had imposed on the lizard. The grinning lizard suddenly regained consciousness. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was dumbfounded. Glasses, glasses? Who beat you so cruelly like this? Oh, it's you. I'm going to kill you. Seeing the tragic death of the bespectacled man, the lizard was instantly filled with anger and wanted to kill Song Bing and the two again. Fortunately, he was stopped by a second generation next to him. I'm afraid that these idiots will be deceived by Park Ji again and kill them. Click. At this moment, Shui Ji, who had been blasted into the ice wall by Song Bing's 2 punches before, broke through the ice and came out. Compared to the initial arrogance and charm, Shui Ji's mouth was bleeding at the moment, and she looked slightly embarrassed. At the same time, her whole body was exuding a biting cold air, and her eyes filled with frost stared at Song Bing coldly. And the man with glasses who turned into a corpse. You have deliberately hidden your strength. Until now, she still doesn't understand. When Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi were on the island, they simply showed weakness on purpose. The fighting power that the two of them unleashed at this moment was completely different from what they had on the island. They were fooled, severely fooled by Song Bing and Park Zhizhi. Otherwise, how could you have brought us here? Song Bing spread his hands and expressed. They witnessed Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi being taken into the ice cave, and their hearts sank. They knew what was behind the ice cave. There are other organization members inside. Is there hope for Song Bing and Park Ji-hai alone? Are you sure they came here to show weakness? Why do I feel like they are looking for death? Han Shijuan couldn't help but speak. Facing those 13 second generations, he couldn't feel the hope that either of them would win. Now Song Bing and Park Zhizhi have directly followed up internally. He really couldn't see the two of them having any hope of winning. Just wait. I don't expect them to win. I just hope they can make some noise so that we have a reason to take action. Qing Chuan Yuri gritted his teeth and said, when he got here, he naturally wouldn't expect Song Bing and the others to really crush those second generations and disrupt everything here. This is simply a fantasy. Only they know how powerful the organization is. It can only be said that Song Bing and others are too naive and stupid. You actually thought of fighting back in this way. On the side, Qing Chuan Nair calmly looked at the iceberg in the distance, her beautiful eyes unable to hide the fluctuations. Okay, very good. Shui Ji laughed angrily. But you really think that with just the two of you, you can defeat so many of us? We are both at the 3rd level. You are too naive. I wanted to give you a way to survive, but you are seeking death on your own. Kill our companions, and you won't be able to survive today. 2 mutilated generations. I will tear you into pieces. The other second generations also looked fierce and murderous. It can be said that he hates Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi in front of him to the extreme. The two of them should have been defeated by their subordinates who suppressed them all the way. At this moment, he took the opportunity to make a sneak attack and killed one of them in front of the high priest. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Although they are both level 3, but they are the perfect second generation. How can it be compared to just one generation? It's their shame. Song Bing, as long as you surrender now, I can pretend that nothing happened. However, just when Shui Ji and others were about to take action, Amos, who had been watching this scene silently on the big screen, suddenly spoke. His demeanor was like that of a priest, and his tone was gentle and calm. High Priest, they are the ones who killed us. How can we let them go so easily? Lizard and others' expressions changed. Apparently, they didn't expect that things would turn out like this, and Amos would give Song Bing and the others a chance. However, faced with the reluctance of the second generation, almost turned a blind eye and still looked at Song Bing calmly. It seems that as long as Song Bing really chooses to surrender, he will really do what he says. However, Song Bing just glanced at Amos on the screen, stopped talking nonsense, and said to Park Zhizhi, "You assist, I will attack." Okay. Park Ji-hai nodded without thinking. After seeing the violent Song Bing just now, she is indeed more suitable to assist. Seeing this, Ormo stopped talking. Lizard and others also breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Song Bing would suddenly kneel down and surrender. Then their humiliation cannot be washed away. Kill, do it together, don't give them a chance. Shui Ji immediately gave the order and took the lead in shooting. This time, she no longer took it lightly. The cold air was everywhere, and the skin all over her body seemed to have turned into biting ice. The other second generations also joined in the fight one after another, showing different abilities. Intended to make a quick decision. 5 figures rushed toward Songbing. They glared at Songbing fiercely, their eyes full of resentment. The other 6 people closed their eyes and attacked Park Ji-hai. Naturally, they would not give the two a chance to cooperate. The remaining girl found the correct position and took aim at Songbing and Park Ji-ji. Judging from the lineup, the second generation even thinks that Park Ji-ji is more dangerous than Songbing. Several level 3 aliens moved together, and the entire warehouse was suddenly filled with a terrifying sense of chilling and depression. Are you planning to bully the minority? Where has your confidence gone? The strong wind driven by 12 people blew up Songbing's white coat. Looking at these oncoming third-level strangers, Songbing's face was not afraid, but full of excitement. These are all merits. Xueji arrived first, an ice dagger condensed out of thin air and stabbed Songbing between the eyebrows. From the left and right, the other 4 second generations also arrived, with different black gold knives appearing in their hands. The shadow of the knife struck sharply, carrying a terrifying murderous intent, trying to chop off Songbing's arms and legs. It was also at the moment when the 5 people got close. Songbing's eyes glowed with a strange color at this moment, and his temperament suddenly changed. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Ding successfully treated third-level kidney deficiency, merit -1,000. Ding successfully treated third-level kidney deficiency, merit -1,000. Ding successfully treated third-level kidney deficiency, merit -1,000. 5 level 3 diseases were sent out at the same time in an instant. Songbing's eyes instantly became dry and bloodshot, and he even felt a little dazed. This is also the first time Songbing has used the Forbidden Eyes to deliver level 3 diseases, and he still delivers 5 at a time. The effect was immediate, and the 5 Xuejis who came to kill them coldly felt their souls tremble. The next second, their kidneys seemed to be hollowed out in an instant, and a fearful sourness shot straight to the sky. There were even 2 second-generation people whose legs went weak on the spot, and they knelt down and almost died on the spot. The expressions of the 5 people suddenly changed. Obviously, he didn't understand why he suddenly became weak before he even started. At this time, Songbing also moved. He has endured these arrogant second generations all the way. Now it's finally time to harvest. As the white coat creaked, Songbing turned into a white ghost and descended on a kneeling second generation with kidney deficiency. The second generation's expression changed drastically, and he held a straight knife and wanted to slash at Songbing. But the feeling of kidney deficiency in his waist seemed to drain away his strength. The speed of raising the knife is pitifully slow. Why are you weak? It seems you are sick. Let veterinarian Song treat you. Songbing wore an evil smile and took advantage of his illness to kill him. He pushed him up with a knee and took the opportunity to punch him accurately through his heart. Ding successfully absorbed level 3 diseases, merit +1,000. Ding successfully absorbed third-level kidney deficiency disease, merit +1,000. After finishing dealing with one person, Songbing's figure flashed again very quickly, turning into an angel in white clothing reaping merit, and instantly descended behind the second person. Uffed. Without giving him a chance to react, he punched him in the head. Ding successfully absorbed level 3 diseases, merit +1,000. Ding successfully absorbed third-level kidney deficiency disease, merit +1,000. The remaining Xueji's pupils shrank suddenly, and they wanted to retreat, but it was obviously too late. Uffed. Uffed. I saw a white afterimage passing by, and the heads of the 2 slowest second generations exploded on the spot. Songbing was not seen taking action. The 4 self-proclaimed second generations came to an end. Maybe he didn't even think about how he died until he died. The whole process takes no more than an instant. Songbing just turned into a white afterimage and easily harvested 4 third-level second generations. The whole process was brutal, decisive, and chilling. The pretty girl who was aiming a sniper from a high position changed slightly. She quickly aimed at Songbing and was about to pull the trigger. Whoops! However, before she could take the button, a black gold bullet that penetrated the ice and snow was shot ahead of her, piercing her head. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Are there any experts? Want to turn around and look. Song Bing had already arrived, so he gave the girl the final blow while it was still hot. At this time, Xueji was suffering from third-level kidney deficiency, and she didn't know when Song Bing came to her. She tried her best to strike out with her palm, and a terrifying chill instantly spread across Song Bing's chest like absolute zero. Song Bing's body was instantly frozen, and his skin turned light blue. I'm going to kill you. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Xueji's face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were terrifyingly cold. She took the opportunity to raise her hand, and a handle of ice slowly condensed into shape, exuding a cold chill. Decisively stabbed Song Bing in the heart. Click. However, just as the ice dagger was about to pierce Song Bing's heart, a frozen hand suddenly grabbed Xueji's hand. Ignore the coldness on his body. Xueji's pupils were shaking, and she raised her head. He met Song Bing's calm and indifferent eyes. Release all the 0-degree cold air in an attempt to free Song Bing, and increase the strength to continue inserting the dagger. However, no matter how hard she tried, the cold virus in her body was almost exhausted, and the dagger in her hand seemed to be fixed to death, making it difficult for her to move forward at all. Click. The next second, the frost covering Song Bing's arms began to burst inch by inch. Puffed. Just hearing a puff, the dagger in Xueji's hand that was originally difficult to move moved. However, Song Bing grabbed her back and suddenly stabbed her in the heart. Xueji's whole body was also held by Song Bing's neck with one hand, and she turned back against the ice wall. Click. In an instant, the ice wall exploded. All the frost on Song Bing's body was falling off, and his skin, which had been frozen blue, was recovering due to the rapid flow of blood. The whole process only takes 1 second. In the close situation where Song Bing could not be frozen, Xueji had no power to resist. She was desperate. Looking at the young man in a white coat in front of him, he gave up his counterattack. But he still tried his best to release the frost to freeze himself, resisting Song Bing's death-like hand. Xueji's voice was hoarse, and she asked desperately and unwillingly. The sudden outbreak of Song's disease made her feel desperate and uncomfortable. Kill so many of their second generations in an instant? Is it enough to ignore her ice? But even though they are all experimental subjects, they are still perfect second generations. Why is the gap so big? Why? She really didn't understand and didn't want to accept this fact. You are level 3 because you can only be level 3. And we are level 3 because there is only level 3. Song Bing calmly answered Xueji's words. Xueji's pupils trembled again. She looked at another battlefield in the distance, and her soul trembled deeply. Until now, she still doesn't understand the difference between them and Song Bing and others. This is not a one-and-done thing. Song Bing and Park Jiji never looked at them from the beginning. Just think of them as guides. It's ridiculous that they thought of themselves as the perfect second generation in the beginning. In the end, we discovered that we were faced with a generation that had been injected with various viruses since childhood and grew up in despair. They are not even qualified to fight, especially the top 3 who are known as the top 3 in killing power. Click. Xueji was on the verge of suffocating in despair. She wanted to say something, but the defense around her neck was finally cut off by Song Bing. Ding successfully absorbed level 3 0-degree cold disease, merit plus 1000. Ding successfully absorbed level 3 kidney deficiency, merit plus 1000. At this point, the second generation number 1 is offline. Bang! Song Bing flicked his hand, and Xueji's body flew through the ice wall. People outside, who were still observing secretly, looked at the body that suddenly flew out of the iceberg. Pupils trembled. Inside the iceberg, compared to the battlefield where Song Bing was quickly resolved, Park Ji-hai's battle continues. Of course, this is what Song Bing wants. I saw the moment when 6 figures closed their eyes and killed Park Ji-ji. The terrifying murderous intention stirred up Blue Park Ji-hai's black hair. However, facing this scene, her expression remained as calm as water. At a certain moment, the purple light in her eyes bloomed even more dazzlingly. A terrifying wave of brainpower filled the space. The moment the 6 second-generation fists and weapons were about to touch her, Park Ji-hai's figure disappeared from the place like a ghost. In an instant, The 6 second-generation players formed 2 teams and fought against each other. Park Ji-hye had already appeared in a corner. She looked at it all calmly. Her fantasy only controlled 3 people. Let these 3 people regard the other 3 as themselves. The expressions of the other 3 second generations who were not controlled changed. They opened their eyes and were forced to fight the controlled second generation. Only now did they discover the terrifying fact that they couldn't escape Park Ji-hye's dream control with their eyes closed. In fact, Park Ji-hye's fantasy does not necessarily need to be controlled by eye contact. What she controls is only her brain, which can only be said to be better controlled through her eyes. After the battle, Song Bing happened to see the scene and was touched in his heart. This woman was scarier than he imagined. Even before the opponent is fully integrated, he can easily fight against 3 aliens of the same level. How incredible would it be if they were fully integrated? Also, while Song Bing was thinking, the second-generation Miao Dao, who was not hallucinated, seized the opportunity to get rid of his opponent, and with an extreme dodge, he came to Park Ji-hye. Die to me. He held the knife in both hands, with a cold face, and slashed the knife across the air, turning into an extremely sharp knife shadow and slashing towards Park Ji-hye. Park Ji-hye's figure was immediately split into 2, and with a sharp and domineering sword, a shocking crack was cut into the ground. But Park Ji-hye, who was split into 2, became illusory again. When he looked again, the real Park Ji-hye had already appeared at the end of the ice crack, a dozen meters away. The dream was also cut through by this knife. The 3 second generations who were controlled finally woke up. However, they did not continue to attack, but looked at the white figure walking towards them not far away in shock. Behind him, 5 second-generation victims who died tragically were already lying quietly on the ground, with blood splattered all over the ground. It is particularly eye-catching in this wide ice sculpture square. The 6 people only felt that their brains were blank. It's hard to imagine how Song Bing did it. How could he kill 6 of their second generations in less than 5 minutes? Seeing Song Bing approaching step by step, they retreated unconsciously. I felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Why did you quit? Aren't you the perfect second generation? Are you still afraid that we 2 incomplete generations will fail? Song Bing asked with a smile. Damn it. How can you 2 monsters be so strong? The man holding the Miao knife spat, and the next second he attacked Song Bing angrily. He is number 3, the second generation number 3, quick knife. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, a blade as fast as an afterimage slashed backwards. Chang! This knife is very fast and beautiful, and the ice slag it brings is full of murderous intent. Unfortunately, under the forbidden eyes, the trajectory of the blade is clearly visible. On one side of Song Bing's body, the blade cut across Song Bing's cheek, and finally took away several of Song Bing's hair. At the same time, Song Bing punched out. This punch is called Level 3 Kidney Deficiency Boxing. There was nothing I could do. The force I used with my eyes just now was so strong that it was almost dry. So it's better to choose to hand-deliver it. This is faster and more convenient. Bang! A punch penetrated the soul and hit the sharp knife man in the chest. The sharp knife man's chest instantly sunk and protruded from his back, and his body instantly flew backwards. Fortunately, in the end, he tried his best and inserted the knife into the ice, making a long scratch, and then managed to stabilize his body. When he wanted to stand up and continue fighting, he suddenly felt a sense of kidney deficiency, lost most of his combat power in an instant. His pupils constricted. What kind of unnatural means is this? Seeing this, the remaining 5 second-generation people looked angry, gritted their teeth, and took the initiative to greet him. They unleashed all their fighting power and turned into 5 extremely fast figures. They attacked Song Bing and Pu Zhizhi in a double-team manner. Park Ji-hye's beautiful eyes shone with light again. 2 vs 6 officially started. But this is destined to be a battle without any suspense. Icebergs stand quietly in this snow-white world. At one point, the entire iceberg began to shake violently. The snow covering it fell crazily, and the exposed mountain was even more cracked. Bang! The next second, a body broke out of the iceberg. Bang bang! Bang bang! Then came the second body, the third body, the fourth body. They flew out like cannonballs, blasting through the entire iceberg from the inside. Several pairs of eyes hidden in the dark looked at this scene, shocked and speechless. Rumble. The next second, the entire iceberg finally collapsed. When the dust settled, only two figures, a man and a woman, were left standing on the ruins of the collapsed iceberg. There is also a kneeling figure. Han Shijuan and others under the ice cave looked at the two figures and the second-generation corpses everywhere. His eyes widened, and a chill spread throughout his body. Han Shijuan spoke in disbelief, changing his ruffian character. Qingchuan Yuri murmured to himself, finding it equally difficult to accept this scene. He guessed that Song Bing and Park Jiji would be very strong, and with the three of them working together, they should be able to barely compete with these second-generation players. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. This is no longer a tie. This is a crushing defeat. Many figures in the dark were shocked by this scene. They retreated silently. Under the broken iceberg, the kneeling Kuai Nan raised his head with difficulty and looked at the two perverts in front of him. His body couldn't stop shaking, but he cursed with a look of resentment. Ahem, cough, cough. You can't get out. You will definitely die here. I don't know if we will die here, but I'm sure you will die here. Song Bing bent down to pick up the sharp Miao knife and looked at it appreciatively. Uft. The next second, the Miao Dao penetrated from the head of the quick knife man and plunged straight into the ground. It was regarded as a tombstone set by Song Bing for him. As a reward, Song Bing took away his illness and the merits of the third-level kidney deficiency fist. After settling everything, Song Bing looked at the passage ahead again. He had been waiting for the people inside to come out, but until they finished dealing with these second generations, no one from the Tianqi organization came out. Song Bing raised his eyes and looked at the big screen above the passage. Almost on the screen has been watching this scene silently. Even though Song Bing and Park Jiji killed all these second generations, they still didn't speak. No help was sent out. It was as if the deaths of these second generations were nothing in his eyes. Looking at this invisible person, Song Bing frowned slightly and asked tentatively, "You don't seem to feel sorry for these second-generation people? They sacrificed themselves gloriously for the organization and contributed themselves to the new civilization of mankind. This is their greatest honor, and I believe they will be proud of it." Ormo spoke calmly. "Really? Then why don't you come out too, and I'll let you feel proud?" Song Bing sneered. This time, Olmos did not answer the call, but continued to brainwash. Song Bing, I have to admit that you are very powerful and smart, but you have really misunderstood us. Everything the Apocalypse Organization is doing now is for the eternal survival of human civilization, so that the world will no longer suffer from birth, old age, illness, and death, so that human elites will no longer die due to lifespan and continue to contribute to human civilization. I believe this is what every human being desires. And you are the world-famous Dr. Song. You can cure all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases and are admired by the world. But you can't do this after all. But the Apocalypse Organization can. So, please join the Apocalypse Organization. Join us, stay loyal to the Emperor, and create the eternal civilization that everyone desires. As the world-respected Dr. Song, don't you look forward to such a prosperous age? Eternal life? Ha ha ha, ridiculous reason. I think that completely eradicating the cancer of your wishful thinking may be the greatest contribution to mankind. Song Bing smiled. Is this the method used by the Tianqi organization to win over so many people? Song Bing, I think you should really think about it. This is a great and honorable mission, and you happen to be selected by the organization. This is something that many people desire but cannot get. Before you, there happened to be an outstanding person who was chosen, and she willingly joined our plan. I believe you also know her. She is the princess of Li country. Her name is Candy. Almost looked into Song Bing's eyes and smiled. Song Bing's eyes suddenly condensed, staring at this cunning guy. Where is she? Haha. It seems that you are very familiar with each other, and she has mentioned you to me many times. She is here now, but she has been baptized into eternal life and is now sleeping. As long as you are willing to join, I guarantee that you will meet soon. Almost still looked sincere, with no falsehood at all. This is your attitude when inviting people. Since I'm so important, shouldn't you come out to greet me? Song Bing smiled and said, naturally he would not believe everything this old guy said. It's natural to welcome her, but before that I have to remind you, be careful about this woman around you. She is very dangerous. Olmos's eyes fell on Park Jiji again, and he suddenly smiled. I don't know if it was a deliberate provocation or some other purpose. Park Ji-hai also looked at Olmos on the screen, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Bang! The next second, a piece of ice flew out and shattered the screen. The one who made the move was naturally Songbing. Little beast, you can take care of things outside, while Park Ji-hai and I go in and take a look. Songbing said to the communicator in his ear, and then walked decisively towards the passage. Since these guys refused to come out, let him go in. Pu Jiji didn't speak and followed silently. This is a metal channel that slopes down under the ice. Songbing and Pu Jiji went down and soon reached the first floor. This is a mysterious and huge laboratory with dim light, connected corridors, and circular expansion, with countless experimental rooms and equipment. Looking down, I don't know how many layers there are, and Songbing's forbidden pupils can't even see the end. As soon as the two arrived, they were attacked by several experimenters hidden in the dark. However, these experimenters were all injected with temporary medicines, which gave them second-level combat power like Gao Ling Gao Sage. It was easily solved by two people. 100 of the merits were naturally absorbed by Songbing. However, Songbing's target now is not these people, but Ormos. He was afraid that the other party would run away. April 9, 2054. For all humanity, this would be a unique day. When dawn arrived, a morning sun rose from the horizon, illuminating the earth. People began their respective lives as usual. There were those jogging with heads raised in the morning. There were corporate slaves heading to work with heads lowered. On this day, the sun in the sky was exceptionally conspicuous, as if also foretelling the extraordinariness of this day. And indeed it was so. As the morning sun rose ever more brilliantly, above the horizon, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. A black sun emerged from dark clouds, bit by bit swallowing the sun completely. In an instant, the earth darkened, sun and moon lost their light. The entire blue planet seemed to fall into a brief state of blindness. All the busy people were shocked by this scene. Look, what is that? A solar eclipse, my God. It's a solar eclipse. I saw a solar eclipse today, so lucky. Witnesses get a share. Leaving my mark, I'm going to get rich. So magical. The sun has been completely swallowed, instantly from daylight to darkness. I feel like I'm about to transmigrate. People all stopped. Cries of surprise arose everywhere, taking out their phones to record and photograph, documenting this magical scene. But what people wouldn't know was that this would be an unforgettable solar eclipse. At the same time, the Antarctic continent. This scene also appeared, and even larger, more conspicuous, more shocking. As if right before their eyes, the entire eclipse process was exceptionally slow. Looking out, it was like the sun being eaten bit by bit. Many people hidden in the darkness raised their heads watching this scene, their gazes and souls simultaneously trembling, because they all knew clearly the apocalypse was about to descend. Thus, many family groups, after deliberating in their hearts for a long time, still gritted their teeth and withdrew, giving up this excellent opportunity, entrusting their fate to the apocalypse. After all, it occupied the advantages of timing and terrain. What should we do? Beneath a glacier, Harukawa Yuri looked toward Han Shijuan. Take the isolation medicine. I must obtain that woman's mental virus before going into hibernation. Han Shijuan gritted his teeth, immediately taking out a prepared isolation pill from his pocket and swallowing it. This was a medicine that could temporarily prevent virus invasion. After witnessing Park Ji-hai and Song Bing easily crushing a crowd of second-generation heirs, it further strengthened his reason for wanting to obtain Park Ji-hai's mental virus. Fine, we've already come this far anyway, so let's gamble. Harukawa Yuri also showed greed in her eyes, deciding to risk small to win big. Inside the underground laboratory, Song Bing and Park Ji-hai went all the way down, instantly killing anyone they encountered. Soon they arrived at the 18th floor of the laboratory, also the final floor of the entire laboratory. This floor was also discovered by Song Bing using the Forbidden Eye. With the Forbidden Eye opened, looking down, there was already an endless expanse of ice layers. Hard to imagine that this underground laboratory would actually have 18 floors. The environment of this floor was even more gloomy and cold, filled with death energy, giving people the illusion of a biochemical laboratory. Song Bing's heartbeat also inexplicably accelerated, as if something ahead was attracting him. But Song Bing became even more vigilant. Because until now, Amos' figure was still nowhere to be seen. Where would he be hiding? Or rather, was he not here at all? With doubts, the two went deeper. Strangely, on this floor there were no longer people ambushing from the shadows. Soon, the two arrived at the end of the passage. Ahead was a heavy metal door in hexagonal shape, secured with various combination locks. On it was also a giant seal character. The forbidden eye looked inside, and Song's heart trembled. Bang! The next second, the hexagonal metal door was physically opened by Song Bing. What came into view was an all-metal biochemical chamber. It was like a huge sealed nest, presenting a hexagonal space. On the surrounding walls, hexagonal, oval-shaped, transparent cultivation spheres were embedded. Various infusion tubes were connected to the cultivation spheres. Inside the spheres was filled with a green liquid, just like bee honey. Of course, this wasn't the most terrifying part. What was terrifying was that in these countless green liquids, a person was soaked in each. No, using corpse to describe them would be more accurate, because these soaked people had long lost any signs of life. Song Bing and Park Jai-hai both slightly frowned. Looking around, the entire biochemical chamber was very large, with countless cultivation spheres embedded on all sides and the ceiling, making one's scalp tingle. Park Jai-hai seemed to have discovered something and actively walked to the center of the biochemical chamber. Here was a miniaturized hexagonal biochemical chamber. It was like a hexagonal prism pillar supporting this large biochemical chamber. On the small biochemical chamber pillar, a cultivation sphere was suspended upside down. It was like an oval snake egg. The corpse soaked inside was fully visible. This was a male corpse. Burly build, Caucasian features. Around 18 or 19 years old. The blood vessels on his body were clearly visible. Park Jai-hai's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at this corpse. You know him? Song Bing looked at her and asked. Park Jai-hai nodded, then looked at Song Bing and said, He is number 5. Song Bing's heart stirred slightly, surprise appearing on his face. Suddenly thinking of something, he immediately opened the forbidden eye again to scan around, not missing any corpse. After one round, Song Bing's gaze fell again on the soaked number 5 and the small biochemical chamber behind him. Without any hesitation, Song Bing stepped forward and threw a punch. Bang! The chamber door dented with a sound. After several more punches, this small biochemical chamber resembling a pillar opened with a sound. When they saw what was inside, both Song Bing and Park Jai-hai's expressions changed. Outside world. At the dome of heaven. Above the Antarctic continent, as the black sun bit by bit swallowed the sun, the entire Antarctic continent gradually fell into darkness. Light visibly retreated, 1,000 meters away beneath a glacier. Inside another laboratory, Amos and others were hiding here, watching the screen ahead. And on the screen were actually the figures of Song Bing and Park Jai-hai. He witnessed Song Bing and Park Jai-hai kill those second-generation heirs, then witnessed the two break into the underground laboratory all the way, until they arrived at that biochemical chamber on the 18th floor, and opened that biochemical chamber. Seeing this, Amos stopped watching. He walked out of the laboratory, looking up at the sun being completely swallowed bit by bit overhead, then looked at the countdown on his wristwatch. The corners of his mouth curved into an excited smile. Esteemed Emperor, the apocalypse is finally about to begin. The true era belonging to our race is finally about to descend. The small biochemical chamber door was blasted open by Song Bing. Inside was completely empty, nothing at all. Only a hexagonal metal cover in the center, firmly locked to the ground. Like a manhole cover, firmly locking the underground while opening. And on the metal cover was a screen. The screen displayed a string of red countdown numbers. 10 seconds. And the countdown had already reached the final 10 seconds. Song Bing and Park Jai-hai's expressions changed. The forbidden eye looked down. Below the metal cover was like a huge metal deep well, leading straight underground, with no end in sight. Looking at this deep, bottomless metal well that leads to the icy depths below. For some reason, Song Bing did not feel any fear. Instead, I felt my blood boiling, and I had an urge to break through and jump in. But Song Bing managed to suppress this impulse. Faced with this unknown countdown, out of vigilance, they quickly made the decision, retreat. Park Ji-hai, standing to the side, seemed lost in thought, watching this scene with a purple glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. A sickly smile flashed across her previously serene and beautiful face. It was as if he had become a completely different person in an instant. But Song Bing's voice instantly brought her back to her senses. Without the slightest hesitation, she quickly retreated after Song Bing. However, the two had only gone a short distance. The entire laboratory seemed to be activated instantly. In an instant, the power came on at full blast, the lights flashed, and countless metal doors slammed shut. The entire laboratory began to shake violently. Only when viewed from the outside will you realize that the entire laboratory resembles a rocket about to launch. The biochemical chamber that the two of them had just opened was like a launch pad. At the same time, a projection screen appeared on the metal door blocking the two people. The person in the projection was none other than Ormos. He is Song Bing. Don't panic, we'll be able to meet again soon. Song Bing's gaze turned icy, and he slammed the metal door open with a kick. But he knew it was too late. 10 seconds is too short. On the ground, Ormos had already come outside, looking up at the sky where the last ray of sunlight was obscured. He murmured excitedly, "Blue Star, humanity, let us together welcome the arrival of a new era. Apocalypse is coming." Accompanied by his silent recitation, the entire Antarctic continent began to shake violently. This is happening not only in Antarctica, but also in the Arctic. The poles began to shake violently. If you can see through everything, you will discover it. It wasn't just the underground laboratory where Song Byung and Park Ji-hai were located. There are countless similar laboratories underground at both poles. They are buried underground at the poles, like rocket launchers. The countdown eventually reached 0. Looking down into the deep metal well of Laboratory 101, one sees a layer of ice thousands of meters thick beneath. It turned out to be a boundless underground lake. It borders various experimental bases. However, the water in this underground lake has long since turned into liquids of various colors. They intertwine and mix, but do not merge. Conversely, in the Arctic, it is a sea within a sea beneath the Arctic Ocean. At this moment, as the countdown reached 0, these colorful liquids seemed to come alive, wriggling and tumbling wildly. This caused a violent tremor at both poles. If Song were here, and looked into the forbidden realm with his eyes, he would surely be speechless with shock. Because these wriggling, colorful liquids are all viruses, countless viruses of all kinds, innumerable. It's breathtaking. Meanwhile, no one would have imagined that amidst this murky landscape of countless viruses, at this moment, a perfectly pure and smooth block of ice floated quietly, seemingly out of place among these viruses. Even more astonishingly, within this smooth, pristine block of ice, lay the enchanting body of a young girl. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Until one point, the violently shaking poles finally exploded. One after another, experimental bases exploded. Like dazzling fireworks, they were exceptionally bright. In an instant, the colorful liquid finally gushed out, but instantly vaporized. It transformed into layers of cold air currents, merging into the atmosphere and the ocean. It has blended into this natural environment on which humanity depends for survival. If you look down from the sky, these vaporized viruses emanate from the north and south poles, like magnetic field lines encircling the blue planet. Covered by the solar eclipse, accompanied by layers of cold air currents, it rippled and converged from the north and south poles towards the center. All countries on Earth, people are still in a state of astonishment at the solar eclipse, completely unaware that danger was approaching. The next second, the Earth shook violently, a fierce wind arose, and the sky darkened. Oh, what happened? Why is the wind so strong? This wind is so cold. It must be blowing from Siberia, right? Hungry phone. People exclaimed in surprise, thinking it was nothing, and some even joked about it. As you look up at the sky, a terrifying cold wave, accompanied by a sandstorm, sweeps in, covering everything. It seemed as if it wanted to devour this entire world. In the Himalayas, Mount Everest began to shake violently, and avalanches erupted during the first wave of toxic fumes. In a certain part of the country, torrential rain was washing everything away. In the land of cherry blossoms, an epic wave hundreds of meters high swept across the country in an instant by a toxic gas wave. Beneath the ocean, vibrant viral venom surges forth, eventually merging with the seawater. In the equatorial region, a place that is usually hot all year round, cold winds began to blow and virus rain began to fall. Looking down from the sky, the toxic air currents from the north and south poles surge in, eventually converging at the equator. Thus, it enveloped the entire blue planet, every corner. People stared wide-eyed, for no one in human history had ever witnessed such a horrific scene. "Who are you, fellow Taoist, undergoing tribulation here?" A little boy shouted excitedly, but his mother interrupted the spell casting and ran away with him. "Oh my God, is this the end of the world? Run. Oh no, did my wish just come true? God, I was just kidding." People finally realized the seriousness of the situation and scattered in all directions. However, after running for a short while, some people began to show signs of pain and started to panic. Some people began to breathe rapidly. Some people started to turn completely green. Some people simply fall asleep immediately and start snoring. Under the onslaught of the apocalypse poison wave, everyone began to exhibit different symptoms, collapsing to the ground and groaning in agony. Among them, the most people were those who collapsed to the ground in a frenzy, their bodies contorting as if they were poisoned. Antarctica. After countless experimental bases exploded, icebergs shattered and avalanches erupted everywhere. Like dust kicked up by an explosion, chaos ensued. 101 Experimental Base. When the tremors stopped and the dust settled, everything quickly returned to normal. As far as the eye can see, the landscape is still covered in snow. Experiment Base number 101 has been reduced to a snow pit ruin. They have completely disappeared into the long river of history. At that moment, from a certain direction, Ormos, who was controlling everything behind the scenes, finally appeared. He was wearing a white cloak, with his arms crossed in front of him. They walked calmly and expectantly towards Experiment Base number 101 after it was opened. Behind him followed a group of people. Their eyes were also filled with anticipation and anxiety. They should have calmly accepted this apocalyptic baptism and fallen into slumber. However, they had no choice but to take temporary isolation medication. Just waiting for that woman. Amos came to a protruding giant ice rock and stopped. As if sensing something, it looked in a certain direction of the snow pit. Bang! With a loud bang, a piece of metal flew out from it. Immediately afterwards, a figure in white climbed out from within. The white lab coat had long been torn to shreds in this impact, like a physician crawling out from the ruins of a chaotic world. Immediately after, in a nearby snow pit, Park Ji-hai also climbed out from a pile of shattered ice. Both bore injuries of varying degrees, looking somewhat disheveled. The two coldly swept their eyes over Amos and the others, saying nothing. Instead, they both looked with tacit understanding and gravity toward a certain spot in the center of the snow pit. At the instant that terrifying shockwave burst forth, both had seen it. It was a stunningly beautiful figure. She had emerged together from that bottomless poisonous abyss, like an angel witch descending from that boundless purgatory into the mortal world. Amos' gaze also looked toward the direction Song Bing and Park Ji-hai were watching, burning with heat and worry. Was she finally coming out? He had even delayed his slumber for this moment. 1,000 meters away, Haruakawa Nair watched this scene, her beautiful eyes turbulent. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, the next second, the ice surface in the center of the snow pit began to crack inch by inch. Immediately after, an oval-shaped, crystal-clear ice crystal gradually floated up from the fissure. The surrounding cold wind and snowflakes, as if influenced by some supernatural force, began to rotate and gather with it as the center. As the ice crystal gradually rose into the air, appearing above everyone's heads. Within the ice crystal, an enchantingly beautiful girl finally came into everyone's view, accompanied by a unique and refreshing faint fragrance. The moment they clearly saw the enchanting girl frozen within that ice crystal, everyone was moved. The light and space-time of this heaven and earth also seemed to stop. She was curled up just like that, sleeping quietly and alone within that pure ice crystal, like a finely carved, exquisite work of art. Those flawless features, that jade-like skin, a pair of delicate and alluring jade feet, a head of flowing blue hair like a waterfall. Set off by only a thin white silk dress, she displayed pure innocence while also appearing enchantingly seductive. Simply beautiful to the point of fantasy, like a fallen angel sprite, moving everyone without exception. Watching the enchanting girl still sleeping in midair, Amos breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor indeed had not deceived him. She was still sleeping. A miracle, truly a miracle. This is heaven's most perfect gift to the emperor. Immediately after, Amos' breathing began to quicken. His gaze could not hide its burning heat. His body began to tremble, and he was more like a devout believer, kneeling down in excitement. He carefully extended his hand, as if wanting to touch the girl in the ice crystal, yet afraid his dirty hands would defile the girl's purity. Behind Amos, the others also looked up at the dreamlike girl, quietly floating in midair. Is this the woman the emperor wants? Their heartbeats undeniably accelerated, their breathing inexplicably quickened. They couldn't help but sink into it entirely. She was too perfect. Any man would involuntarily sink into it. Asaba, so beautiful. Is she that legendary woman? Below the glacier, the hiding Han Hee-jun, Haruwakawa Yuri, and others also gazed in amazement at that enchanting girl. From her body seemed to emanate a kind of magic, making people unable to help but sink into it, like a supreme treasure, wishing to embrace her and claim her as one's own. Haruwakawa Nair watched the girl in the ice crystal, her beautiful eyes turbulent, her heartbeat and soul beginning to tremble. A different kind of emotion suddenly arose in her heart. 1,000 meters away, AI Xiaoxiu's expression also froze. She watched that enchanting girl, her heartbeat inexplicably accelerating, her soul inexplicably trembling. Why was this happening? In the snow pit, Park Ji-hai, looking up at the girl from close range, was similarly entranced. Her heartbeat and soul began to accelerate uncontrollably. But in just an instant, the personality hidden deepest in her mind suddenly surged, forcibly suppressing this feeling. Park Ji-hai's face showed pain, the fluctuation only flashing by. Song Bing was closest to the ice crystal, looking up at that enchantingly beautiful yet pure girl in the ice crystal. Song Bing was similarly entranced, surprise and complexity appearing in his eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter Candy here. Was this what she meant by liking to watch the aurora? Why would she appear here? And appear in such a state? Song Bing's mind involuntarily recalled that night, what Candy had done to him, and the words she had said. If one day, Blue Star is ravaged by a virus, humans mutate because of the virus, and I become the source of disease in the world's eyes, would you despise me? At the time, Song Bing didn't understand this sentence, but looking at it now, everything seemed to be developing in this direction. Subconsciously, Song Bing once again opened the forbidden eye to look at her. However, this time, Song Bing still couldn't see through. Only a feeling of heartbeat. Song Bing suppressed the shock in his heart, turned his head, and looked coldly again at the excited Amos. This is the purpose for which you deceived me into coming? By now, how could Song Bing not understand? It seemed he had used those second-generation heirs to find this place. In reality, those second-generation heirs were merely chess pieces used to lure him here in Amos' eyes. Song Bing, things have come to this point. I must tell you one more thing. Now, the apocalypse has descended, and human civilization is about to welcome a brand new era. And the virus carried by this woman is a terrifying virus sufficient to destroy all humanity. This point, with your ability, you must have already sensed. Once she successfully awakens, all humanity will become her dead souls. This is also the purpose for which I lured you here. Because you can restrain viruses, so currently, only you can interrupt her slumber and save this newly awakened world. Amos extended his hand toward Song Bing, his face devout, like a priest, pleading earnestly. So, Song Bing, for this newly awakened world, for all humanity, please act. As long as you can break the ice crystal, take her with you, and come with me to offer her to the great emperor. I can guarantee you will continue to be the divine physician Song revered by tens of thousands in this new era. Amos was like a natural-born brainwasher. Every word and action pierced straight to the heart and struck at vital points. Like Candy's virus, certain things Song Bing had seen through. All had been spoken by the other party. What he was saying now coincided perfectly with what Candy had said back then. However, would Songbing believe it? Of course not. Perhaps Candy was dangerous. This point was quite intuitive. But Candy had never harmed him from beginning to end. On the contrary, this sanctimonious fellow before him had been using him all along, facing a demon who had never harmed him but was sufficient to destroy the world, and a great benefactor who had been using him, standing on the moral high ground, wanting to sacrifice him to save all humanity. What would you choose? Perhaps a righteous gentleman would choose the former and go generously to death. But sorry, Songbing chose the latter. Compared to shattering the ice crystal, right now I'd rather shatter your head. Songbing spoke coldly, the tattered white lab coat on his body rustling. The next second, the snow exploded, Songbing's aura fully released, killing toward Almas. Why waste words with this kind of sanctimonious fellow? Why refuse him? He didn't move, but the three figures in snow gear beside him had already burst forth. In an instant, they clashed with the attacking Songbing. The snow gear on the three was more like combat suits, providing all-around defense. Even their eyes were covered with protective goggles, clearly prepared specifically for Songbing. It was obvious that Aomosi had already thoroughly researched Songbing's abilities, just like how he now planned to use Songbing's abilities to personally break Candy's slumber. This was his purpose. Also the Emperor's purpose. They absolutely could not let Candy awaken naturally. Bang, bang, bang. 3 extreme collisions, ice layers shattered. 3 level 3 variants successfully blocked Songbing's advance. The instant they exchanged blows, Songbing felt the three's formidable strength. All were definitely level 3 existences, even stronger than those second-generation members. Moreover, they were dressed tightly, making it impossible to transmit disease. This invisibly stripped Songbing of his abilities. In the darkness, AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes turned ice cold. She aimed her sniper rifle at Aomosi and decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The black gold bullet tore through the air. However, within 10 meters of Aomosi's range, another black gold bullet shot out from nowhere, intercepting AI Xiaoxiu's bullet with navigation-like precision. Aomosi smiled faintly, glancing at the black gold bullet that had been shot down onto the snow. Then he raised his eyes, looking precisely toward AI Xiaoxiu 1,000 meters away in her excellent hiding spot. How could he not know of AI Xiaoxiu's existence? Even those Dark Division assassins, he had deliberately let AI Xiaoxiu kill them. Just like those second-generation members, he deliberately let Songbing kill. With the apocalypse descending, these people had lost their meaning. Naturally, they should contribute their final value. This was their honor. In the darkness, AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she quickly changed positions to search for the hidden sniper. She sensed it. This sniper was very strong. This was an existence beyond A rank. Songbing, who had been repelled, also frowned. Boy, it's your honor that the High Priest is giving you a chance. Kneel and submit now, while there's still time. Don't think killing a few second-generation members makes you invincible. Times have changed. Your era is over. A mere level 3, from now on you're only fit to carry shoes before our apocalypse organization. The 3 level 3 variants who had repelled Songbing spoke, with cold mockery. Wearing these excellent combat suits, they wanted to see how Songbing would poison them. Songbing looked at these people, his expression calm. So what if he couldn't transmit disease? Had he killed few level 3s? Boom. Without any nonsense, Songbing attacked again. This time, his aura was even stronger. The 3 level 3 variants formed a triangular formation, closing in on Songbing. Songbing simply chose to ignore them, throwing out a simple punch. That variant wanted to clash with Songbing like the first time. Bang crack. However, this time, in just an instant, the sound of breaking bones echoed as the first variant flew out like a cannonball. The 2 variants behind him on both sides attacked simultaneously, one wielding a blade, one throwing a punch, stirring up a flurry of snow. Songbing's eyes flashed with an unusual color. Without looking back, he had already seen clearly the trajectory of their killing moves. With an exquisitely perfect dodge and turn, while evading their attacks, he threw out a punch and a kick. Their expressions changed slightly, but Songbing's speed was simply too fast. Before fist and foot arrived, killing intent had already struck. The current Song Bing was terrifyingly strong, completely like a different person. Bang crack. The blade-wielding variant's chest bones shattered on the spot as he flew out, deeply embedded in the ice layer. The punching variant's entire arm was blasted off and sent flying. But in the next second, Song Bing had already appeared behind him. He tore off the arm with one grab. One punch followed through the broken arm opening. Blood splattered everywhere. The punching variant's pupils widened as he clearly felt his heart being crushed by Song Bing. Ding successfully absorbed level 3 disease. Merit plus 1,000. The remaining two variants quickly got up, looking in shock at Song Bing with blood on his face. Only now did they understand. Song Bing had been deliberately pretending from the start. But Song Bing wouldn't give them a chance to think. The snow exploded again, and Song Bing's figure had already disappeared like a ghost. Only a trail of continuously rising snow could be seen, killing toward the two variants at extreme speed. Their pupils contracted slightly, and they could only steel themselves for battle. On the ice stone, watching this scene, Aomosi and the others all frowned slightly. They hadn't expected that without the chance to poison, and having experienced the impact damage just now, Song Bing's combat power would still be so terrifying. At this moment, they were even curious about what virus Song Bing had fused within his body. So heaven-defying. Seeing the two variants about to be unable to hold on, Aomosi's gaze turned toward Park Jihai not far away. He spoke lightly. Huanming, it's time to reveal yourself. Park Jihai's dark brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Aomosi in confusion. But in the next second, her brain suddenly trembled. A terrifying mental power seemed to break through a seal and rush out from within, instantly eroding her. Before she could resist, that personality instantly replaced her, occupying her body. Park Jihai's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with purple, and the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. On her originally emotionless, exquisite face, changes now began bit by bit, becoming languid and morbid. At this moment, Park Jihai seemed to have instantly become a different person. After exchanging a glance with Aomosi, she looked towards Song Bing in battle. She stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips in a morbid manner, her beautiful eyes smiling into crescents. In the next second, a purple gleam flashed from her eyes. On this side, Song Bing was like a killing god. The two level 3 variants hadn't lasted more than a few moves before being dealt with by Song Bing. Their fate was the same as the first variant, violently torn open by Song Bing, who cured them of their diseases. However, in the next second, an invisible force suddenly eroded from behind, surging into Song Bing's brain. Song Bing's entire person seemed to be instantly controlled, frozen in place. Beside Aomosi, a variant saw this and revealed a ferocious expression, instantly gripping a sharp blade and killing towards Song Bing. This scene happened in an instant. 1,000 meters away, AI Xiaoxiu, still engaged with the hidden sniper, noticed this scene. Her pretty face changed slightly as she quickly raised her gun to shoot. However, that hidden sniper's marksmanship was completely on par with AI Xiaoxiu's, able to perfectly intercept every time. Slash. In just an instant, that variant had arrived, and the blade in his hand also pierced into Song Bing's chest. Master. AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes widened, instantly taking on a scarlet color as if stimulated by something. Immediately after, her beast ears and tail grew out again. No longer hiding, she suddenly transformed into a beast shadow, racing toward the battlefield at extreme speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This gave the hidden sniper an opportunity. His marksmanship was very fast. However, AI Xiaoxiu's speed was even faster. Her half-beast form flashed forward through the snow at extreme speed. Bullets simply couldn't harm her in the slightest. Found you. Until a certain moment, the originally irrational AI Xiaoxiu's lips suddenly curved into a smile. While running at extreme speed, she seized the opportunity. The large sniper rifle in her hand aimed at a certain direction. Not good. In hiding, that sniper's expression changed slightly. He wanted to quickly switch positions, but it was obviously too late. A black gold bullet went through the barrel and pierced through his head. At the same time, the variant who had just succeeded in his strike was about to show an excited smile. In Song Bing's originally dull eyes, two blazing, demonic beams of unusual colored light instantly burst forth. The Irin who had closed in saw that his strike had succeeded, yet Song Bing still wore a dazed expression, showing no resistance. With a cruel smile on his face, he intended to pull out the dagger and continue crippling Song Bing's legs, making Song Bing lose all combat ability. However, just as he was about to pull out the dagger and stab down again, a hand suddenly grabbed his. Song Bing, who had been dazed and unresponsive, slowly raised his head at this moment. On that handsome face, the heterochromatic brilliance in his eyes burned intensely like flames, causing hearts to tremble and souls to stir. The wound on Song Bing's chest also rapidly scabbed over at this moment. Everything happened so smoothly and naturally. Thump! The man's pupils contracted sharply. Looking at close range into Song Bing's demonic heterochromatic eyes, even wearing a mask, he still felt his heart tremble. It was as if he wasn't looking at a person, but staring into the eyes of death itself. Flee! This thought rapidly arose in his mind. The fate of those three Irin just now was all too obvious. However, he clearly had no chance left. From the moment he closed in and stabbed towards Song Bing, his death sentence had already been pronounced. Poochie! A black gold bullet flew from a kilometer away, instantly shooting into his head. Chilla! Song Bing swiftly seized the dagger with his other hand, inserted it into the man's head, and enlarged the bullet hole. Then with one punch following the dagger, he smashed through his head. Ding successfully absorbed level 3 disease, merit plus 1000. The bloodstained dagger flew out from his head, shooting straight toward Aomos. Aomos didn't move, but one of the guards beside him blocked the bloodstained dagger for him. But looking at the Irin who had died miserably, and receiving news of the hidden sniper's death, his brow furrowed. In just a few minutes, for level 3 Irin and one elite class sniper surpassing A rank were gone just like that. He looked towards Song Bing, who still stood there as if nothing had happened, and his expression couldn't help but darken. Clearly, this was the second act that Song Bing and AI Xiaoshou had secretly coordinated. The first act was assassinating him, but it was disrupted by the hidden sniper. And this second act was Song Bing deliberately getting stabbed, AI Xiaoshou deliberately being provoked into revealing an opening. All of this was done specifically to target that hidden sniper. And obviously it had succeeded. As for Song Bing, that knife thrust into his chest hadn't hit his heart, and with his super strong healing ability, it was nothing at all. In other words, even if it had hit his heart, Song Bing wouldn't die. At most it would just hurt a bit. As long as the heart was still there, he could heal. This was why Song Bing dared to gamble in this manner. But what I almost couldn't understand was why Song Bing wasn't affected by Piao Zhihui's control. Plop! The corpse with its head split open fell to the ground. Song Bing and Piao Zhihui finally locked eyes across the distance. One person's beautiful eyes glowed with an eerie purple. The other's eyes displayed a demonic heterochromatic brilliance. Crack! Accompanied by a soundless shattering noise, the illusory dream shattered. Piao Zhihui's dark brows furrowed slightly. Looking at Song Bing's heterochromatic pupils, Aomos's brow also furrowed. Just how many secrets did this person still have? You're not her. Looking at Piao Zhihui at this moment, Song Bing exposed the truth with one sentence. It wasn't that Piao Zhihui had betrayed them, nor that she was being controlled. Rather, the current Piao Zhihui had already been occupied by another personality. To be precise, she was still herself, only now controlled by another, more powerful personality. Piao Zhihui quickly recovered her seductive smile, her voice becoming enchanting at this moment. She lazily reclined against a protruding ice surface. Her beautiful legs crossed and slid, one hand supporting her chin while the other hand temptingly traced across her fair, smooth thighs, intentionally or unintentionally lifting her skirt hem. Every frown and smile displayed pure seduction. As if deliberately teasing Song Bing, she said with an innocent expression, "It's clearly been her communicating with you all along. So why could you still react instantly?" At this moment, Piao Zhihui displayed her full allure, a complete polar opposite from her initial tranquil coldness. "I didn't figure it out. I've always been on guard against you. No matter how well you perform, I still trust my disciples' words." Song Bing spoke calmly. In fact, he had never fully trusted Piao Zhihui. How could he trust a woman he'd only met twice? Even if they had been completely honest with each other, it was the same. The reason he still let her join back, then was naturally because he was confident he wouldn't be affected by her illusory dreams. His forbidden pupils weren't just for show. What Song Bing hadn't expected was that she would expose herself in this manner, and even turn around to help the Apocalypse organization. You're really cautious, making me like you more and more, especially these eyes of yours. They're truly beautiful. I really want to lick them. Piao Zhihui covered her mouth and laughed charmingly, her seductive eyes falling on Song Bing's eyes again. Then she morbidly stuck out her tongue and licked her cherry lips. She really couldn't understand what magic Song Bing's eyes possessed that they could ignore the influence of her illusory dreams. So, the first time she came to me for treatment, and the second time she came to find us, were both you deliberately guiding her subconsciously, right? Song Bing ignored her disgusting behavior and asked calmly. He spoke of naturally referred to the original Piao Zhihui. That's right, including luring you here. I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you'd still discover it. How disappointing. Piao Zhihui admitted it frankly, but with a resentful, displeased expression. Song Bing. In fact, we've been cooperating all along. Both you and that hidden number one relied on information revealed through the illusory dreams for me to make such thorough preparations. The cunning old Aomos also spoke at this moment, clearly with ulterior motives. Song Bing coldly glanced at him but wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he continued looking at Piao Zhihui, asking his final question, why do this? Logically, even if the current Piao Zhihui was controlled by another personality, she was still number two, still the number two who had been tortured for half her life by the Apocalypse organization to create her. Why would she help the Apocalypse organization? Help the murderer who tortured her? Because of her. Piao Zhihui looked toward Candy, who was frozen in ice crystals in midair, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing through her morbid, beautiful eyes. Following her gaze, Song Bing's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't think she was here to eliminate Candy and save the world. As if seeing through Song Bing's confusion, Piao Zhihui asked with a smile, do you know how we came to be? And do you know why the top three of the first generation are so terrifying? Song Bing's gaze suddenly focused, looking at Candy in the ice crystal, already having a guess in his heart. Because when injecting the first-generation virus experiment, a batch of first-generation test subjects not only received the virus injection, but also received injections of her blood and genes. This batch of test subjects numbered 1,000, but only 3 survived in the end. And these 3 are now the top 3 of the first generation. They not only successfully mutated, but also successfully obtained part of her talents and abilities. Aomos's voice rang out, revealing this shocking secret. In other words, AI Xiaoshou, Park Jihai, and the still unseen number 2 were so heaven-defying precisely because they had merged with a portion of Candy's genetic virus, a world of difference from those second-generation subjects, or even other first-generation ones like Wang Xiaoxiao. The birth of AI Xiaoshou and the other 2 was inextricably linked to Candy. That's why the top 3 of the first generation were all female. Their ages were similar to Candy's as well. Even their personalities bore a resemblance to Candy's ever-changing nature, skilled as she was at cosplay. AI Xiaoshou was adorable and alluring. Park Jihai had a Yandere psychology, and number 2. Having figured all this out, Song Bing once again turned his gaze toward the enchanting girl frozen in the ice crystal, like a sleeping beauty. What exactly was the virus inside her body? Why was it so terrifying? So your goal is the same as these people. You want to obtain her? Song Bing looked at Park Jihai, finally seeing through her true purpose. Park Jihai's objective was the same as the Apocalypse organization's, to obtain Candy. That's why the 2 sides had reached a cooperation. It was that simple. When both parties' interests aligned, win-win cooperation was inevitable. That's right. With just a bit of her genetic enhancement, I've become this powerful. If I could obtain her, even merge with her completely, how strong would I become? Just thinking about it excites me. Park Jihai gazed at Candy with morbid desire, her eyes full of longing. This was her purpose, and her ambition. Compared to the former Park Jihai's indifferent, uncontentious mindset, she was different. She even looked down on the former Park Jihai's weakness and escapism. Since she couldn't break free from the shackles of this fate, why not become even stronger and instead restrain that fate? So she wanted to become strong, strong enough to toy with everything in this world at will. Compared to this sanctimonious old fellow, you're much more honest. But aren't you both forgetting something? You both want to obtain her, but there's only one of her in the end. How will you divide her when the time comes? Song Bing took the opportunity to sow discord. Hee, Song Bing, you misunderstand. Our purpose in capturing her is merely to eliminate her, to prevent her from harming the human world. And if Phantom Dream can take possession of her, we'd naturally be happy to oblige. In response, the cunning old Amos immediately lied. This was also the reason he'd been able to reach a cooperation with Phantom Dream. Using Candy's body as bait was enough to make Phantom Dream accept. And now, he still needed to use Park Jae-hai, so naturally he wouldn't tear off the mask. After stating his position, Amos continued to change the subject, smiling meaningfully. Moreover, Song Bing, you're not number 2, are you? Song Bing's expression showed little fluctuation at this. By now, this answer had long been obvious. If they knew so much about the top 3 of the first generation being injected with Candy's genes, how could they not know of their existence? From the very beginning, they knew Song Bing wasn't number 2. The only ones kept in the dark all along were those family conglomerates. Below the glacier, hearing this news, Harukawa Yuri and the others' expressions indeed changed. Song Bing wasn't first generation number 2? Then who was Song Bing? Why were the other test subjects so strong? And where was the real number 2? Their minds instantly fell into brief chaos. Park Jae-hai seemed to believe Amos' words and didn't actively break off relations, instead continuing to gaze at Song Bing. She spoke faintly. Song Bing, submit to me. Her morbidly beautiful purple eyes surveyed Song Bing with burning intensity. Before this, she had only come for Candy. Only interested in Candy. Song Bing was merely someone she was using. But through their interactions along the way, she discovered that Song Bing was not only handsome, but also seemed to have quite a few mysteries about him. Not only could he absorb the personality she spawned, he could even alleviate the side effects brought by her mental virus. This gradually made her develop a strong interest in Song Bing as well. She couldn't wait to reverse the situation, just as Song Bing had done to her, strip Song Bing bare and toy with and examine him carefully. So at this moment, besides wanting to obtain Candy, she also wanted to obtain Song Bing. Having such a magical man by her side, just thinking about it was thrilling. Submit to me, acknowledge me as your master, become my slave, kneel at my feet, smell my scent. Dedicate everything you have to me, and I will let you experience the ultimate pleasure a man can have. Park Jae-hai's purple eyes lit up again. Her tongue licked across her red lips as she twisted her serpentine waist, walking toward Song Bing step by step, her face ecstatic and morbid. Her voice at this moment rippled out like demonic music, making one instantly sink into depravity, unable to resist the urge to kneel and acknowledge a master. That's right, Park Jae-hai had launched another attack on Song Bing. And this time, the phantom dream she created was even more terrifying. Not only hallucinogenic, but also influenced by demonic sound. An invisible, terrifying energy began to envelop this heaven and earth with her as the center. Song Bing's brow furrowed slightly. He instantly became vigilant, his forbidden pupil activating. He could clearly sense that after the apocalypse, without suppression, she was gradually achieving perfect fusion with the mental virus in her body. Her strength was also climbing bit by bit, beginning to transcend the third-level range. Come kneel down. Put down that worthless male dignity. Enjoy the rarest pleasure in this world. I know you like her. As long as you lower your proud head and become my slave, once I occupy her body, I will use her pair of the world's most perfect feet to ruthlessly ravage you, satisfy you. Park Jae-hai's voice became increasingly magical. This heaven and earth seemed to be distorted, with snowflakes rotating around her as the center. The magical, alluring voice caused the numerous members behind Amos to instantly fall. Among them were several third-level individuals. Their faces showed hunger and thirst, their eyes glazed over, releasing their inner desires, involuntarily losing their souls and kneeling. Those with weaker willpower had even begun babbling like dogs, constantly calling out words like master. Below the glacier, even separated by 1,000 meters, when the soul-stirring voice reached them, Han Shijuan and the others each showed obvious brief moments of losing focus. At this moment, Park Ji-hai was terrifyingly strong. So strong that even Song Bing felt intense pressure. And just as the phantom dream Park Ji-hai created grew ever stronger, and her main body was about to approach Song Bing. A graceful figure with beast ears and tail appeared in front of Song Bing first, blocking Park Ji-hai's seductive gaze. Want to seduce my master? Go be slutty somewhere else. AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes instantly turned red, meeting Park Ji-hai's gaze without fear. Her tail stood up, her beast ears flattened back, two sharp fangs exposed, a fierce expression on her face. Like a white cat protecting its master, she instantly transformed into a beast shadow, flashing toward Park Ji-hai to kill. AI Xiaoxiu's speed was extremely fast, her body filled with a sharp, bestial nature. Park Ji-hai was instantly forced by AI Xiaoxiu to retreat several hundred meters. Facing the attacking AI Xiaoxiu, she could only use Phantom Dream to continuously retreat. In close combat with AI Xiaoxiu, 10 of her wouldn't be a match. Submit to me, and I will be able to train you together. I'll tie you together with an unbreakable dog leash, so you'll never be separated. That way you can be together forever. I told you, if you dare to play any tricks, I'll tear you to pieces. During this period, Park Ji-hai repeatedly used illusions on AI Xiaoxiu in an attempt to bewitch her mind. But AI Xiaoxiu in her half-beast form is full of ferocity, with only killing intent in her eyes. How could she be easily charmed? They relentlessly pursued and suppressed Park Ji-hai. The two figures fought further and further apart, growing stronger with each battle, causing terrifying destruction. Even a level 3 weapon would be easily torn apart if it got close. The effects of the dream only gradually dissipated after the two had gone far away. Kneeling on the ground, the members, whose faces were filled with greedy desire, finally came to their senses. Looking at his own despicable state, he trembled and felt his face turn bright red. What's wrong with them? This is what you wanted, isn't it? But I'm curious, now that you've got them both tied down, what are you planning to do with me? With the people behind you? Those lurking family groups? Or is it you? Seeing AI Xiaoxiu dominating Park Ji-hai, Song Bing withdrew his gaze and looked at Amos, coldly saying, after absorbing those 13 second-generation individuals, and several level 2 enemies were dealt with incidentally while venturing into the underground laboratory. In addition, there were the 4 level 3 cases that were just resolved. His current merit points are just right, having accumulated to 88,000. With only 12,000 points remaining, you can collect 100,000. Looking at the dozen or so people behind Amos and the hidden lurkers in the shadows, that should be enough, right? I just didn't know that I would be absorbing so much merit in one day. Is his body able to withstand it? And the potential side effects of the upcoming 4th enhancement. This was his only concern. Amos withdrew his gaze from the fierce battle between AI Xiaoxiu and Park Ji-hai. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. But when he looked at Song Bing, he still offered words of advice with a compassionate expression. Song Bing, stop. It's not too late to surrender. I can represent humanity and the Emperor to forgive the sins you have just committed. If you voluntarily shatter the ice crystal and personally deliver it to the Emperor, you will be an unparalleled hero of this era. Noisy. Song Bing's eyes turned cold, and he transformed into a blur as he charged toward Amos. So far, the only person who can make him feel threatened is Park Ji-hai. Without Park Ji-hai, he wanted to see what Ormuz could use to stop him. Looking at Song Bing charging towards him, Amos sighed. Like a saint who had a compassionate heart for humanity, he shook his head helplessly. Then he pressed a button. At the same time, 9 extraordinary individuals behind Amos stepped forward and stopped Song Bing. Taking advantage of their numbers and isolation, they forcibly restrained Song Bing. Click, 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 click. A woo. At the same time, the surrounding ice and snow began to crack and collapse. Immediately afterwards, twisted and ferocious figures crawled out of the surrounding snow pits. He rushed towards Song Bing like a madman and joined the battle. Their eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on their faces, and their eyes were filled with bloodlust, showing no trace of humanity. Moreover, they were extremely fast and incredibly strong, possessing almost the combat power of a level 2 fighter, and they were fearless in the face of death. Even more strangely, they only had eyes for Songbing. Upon seeing this, several strange individuals smiled eerily and immediately took the opportunity to retreat. As he watched the figures crawling out of the ground and rushing towards him, Songbing's gaze narrowed slightly. These people were so familiar. They were none other than the corpses that had been submerged in that green liquid inside that hexagonal biochemical chamber. However, at this moment, they were like zombies that had been activated, frantically attacking Songbing. This reminded Songbing of the zombie beasts in the Gao family's underground laboratory. Looking at the protective suits worn by Amos and the others, Songbing quickly understood the reason. Because they isolated people from the world. As Songbing was pondering, the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, and a zombie leaped out through the snow. Like a ferocious tiger, it bared its fangs and claws, ready to pounce on Songbing. Those bloodthirsty and disgusting fangs seemed to want to tear Songbing to pieces. Songbing's gaze turned cold, and he swiftly delivered a punch that blasted the man's head apart out of thin air. Ding successfully absorbed the level 2 yellow poison zombie disease, merit plus 100. At the same time, the sound of successful absorption of merit rang out. Songbing was stunned. He tried it subconsciously, but unexpectedly it actually worked. He can also cure the disease caused by zombies. Hee, Songbing, don't you call yourself a miracle doctor? Let's see if you can cure these people. Just a friendly reminder, whatever you do, don't get bitten by these guys, or you might end up like them, neither human nor monster. The few who withdrew from the battlefield looked at Songbing and sneered. They looked at Songbing as if he were a dead man. Amos watched this scene calmly, a smile playing on his lips. This was the grand gift he prepared for Songbing. Songbing also smiled. What a wonderful gift. He was worried that he hadn't accumulated enough merit. Looking at the endless stream of zombies, that's enough. That's more than enough. So, facing the ever-approaching zombies, Songbing accepted them all and began to harvest them. These zombies are almost all level 2 beings. One time is worth 100 merits. And surprisingly, most of them were different. However, as Songbing was harvesting, a pile of snow suddenly broke open, and a burly figure with hideous skin, resembling a wild beast, crawled out. He was 2.5 meters tall, with rough, dark skin, and had 6 arms growing out of his body. It was none other than the first generation, number 5. However, at this moment, he had already become a machine that only knew how to kill. Roar. As soon as number 5 appeared, he noticed Songbing and pounced on him instantly. Ding, level 3 high-risk zombie pathogen detected. Host, please be on alert. The system's voice was heard, a rare occurrence. Songbing frowned and looked over, but still fearlessly went to meet him. With his agile movements, he instantly engaged in battle with him. Songbing's body moved like a whirlwind, his fists and feet falling with terrifying force, intending to kill his opponent instantly. But he found that his opponent was indeed terrifyingly strong. Not only is its entire body incredibly hard, but it is also impervious to pain. Even if the flesh and blood are penetrated by Song disease, they will not be affected. They were even unafraid of Songbing's illness, because their organs were already dead. Even if someone has a level 3 kidney deficiency, they will still be unaffected. This is even more terrifying than Gao Shenglong, who is not afraid of pain. Since that's the case, then we'll have to force you to submit. Songbing's eyes sharpened as he continued his fight. At the same time, more and more zombies crawled out of the ground, like evil spirits crawling out of hell, and pounced on Songbing. In an instant, Songbing was overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Songbing was also frantically reaping the merits of other zombies while fighting with number 5. Ding successfully absorbed XX zombie virus, merit plus 100. Ding successfully absorbed the YY zombie virus, merit plus 100. Ding successfully absorbed the ZZ zombie virus, merit plus 100. Songbing's merits are constantly increasing. The members of the Apocalypse organization gazed from afar at these high-level zombies. They felt their scalps tingle. Fear was evident in their eyes. They naturally understood well how terrifying these zombies were. These monsters were covered in zombie virus. Once bitten or scratched by these creatures, even they would quickly turn into zombies. This was the most terrifying part. At least currently, The Apocalypse organization had not developed an antidote for level 2 or higher zombie viruses. So even though they were variants, how could they not be afraid? But watching that white-clothed figure in the zombie horde, like a god of death, still terrifyingly powerful in combat, they couldn't help but tremble, shocked by Song Bing's strength. At least if they entered, they probably couldn't last even half a minute. Han Shijuan and the others hidden in the shadows looked at these zombies, shock similarly appearing in their eyes. They hadn't expected the organization had already reached this stage. At least their family conglomerates only dared to experiment with zombie viruses on animals. Amos calmly watched this scene. In fact, he was conducting an experiment. This was ordered by the Emperor. He wanted to see whether Song Bing could be immune to these zombies' virus. This was very important. If Song Bing could truly be immune to these zombie viruses, then adding that woman, just by controlling these two, the Apocalypse organization could walk sideways in this world. Of course, if Song Bing couldn't withstand it, they could only apologize. While pondering, in the zombie tide, Song Bing, who had been incomparably brave, after eliminating 2 more level 2 zombies, was suddenly struck by number 5's claw and sent flying several meters away. Song Bing's chest was instantly left with 5 scarlet bloody marks. His complexion became pale, and cold sweat visibly appeared. This scene instantly energized Amos, who had been observing. His sunken eyes gleamed with anticipation. Now the zombie virus had invaded Song Bing's body. It remained to be seen whether he would mutate. Finally injured. Let's see how you survive now. Seeing this scene, all the organization members revealed gloating, sinister smiles. No choice. They had been oppressed by Song Bing's strength for too long. Now seeing Song Bing exhausted, they were naturally pleased. Park Jai-hai, fighting AI Xiaoxiao in the distance, saw this scene, and her lips curved up imperceptibly. On the battlefield, Song Bing looked down at the bloody marks on his chest and showed a bitter smile. It finally came. That's right, he wasn't outmatched. Nor was he weakened. Rather, he had absorbed too much. In just a few minutes, he had eliminated another 100 level 2 zombies. Enhancement merit had accumulated to 98,000 points. In this one day, he had absorbed nearly 30,000 enhancement merit points. This was the most he had ever absorbed in a single day. Even being this strong, he couldn't quite handle it. This feeling had started when he absorbed those 13 second-generation variants, like eating or absorbing energy. Even though he had grown stronger and his capacity larger, absorbing this much at once was too filling. This situation was similar to when he absorbed Candy's level 3 disease. Back then, having only undergone one enhancement, it made him dizzy and gave him a nosebleed. So just now, in a moment of inattention, he was scratched by number 5. Of course, this dizziness wasn't much. Song Bing could endure it. Now he just needed to finish off this big guy in front of him, or 20 more zombies, and he could enter the 4th enhancement. So what he truly worried about was that during the enhancement process, he might be ambushed by Amos and the others. After all, the brief pain brought by the previous 3 enhancements was quite obvious. Roar, roar, roar. Watching number 5 charge again with the zombie horde, Song Bing's gaze turned cold, but he still met them head-on. Enduring the discomfort, he continued to maneuver and harvest. At the same time, Song Bing had made a decision in his heart. If he couldn't resolve this with his current strength, then he would force himself to kill until 99,900, grab a zombie, and escape to an uninhabited place. Hide, complete the upgrade, then kill his way back. Yes, that's it. Having made this decision, Song Bing became even more ferocious, planning to eliminate these troubles first. He began preparing both options. After all, so far, he felt that even without upgrading, he could handle these guys. Seeing Song Bing scratched but still able to fight, only somewhat weakened, with no trend of turning into a zombie, Amos' gaze instantly became fervent. Good, truly excellent. Song Bing and Candy were simply supreme gifts bestowed upon their Apocalypse organization by heaven. Seeing the situation was set and having obtained the answer he wanted, Amos glanced at Park Jai-hai fighting AI Xiaoxiao, his lips curving slightly. Then he raised his eyes towards several directions in the distance. He said, "You've hidden long enough. Time to come out. The organization only wants this woman and Song Bing. Everything else is yours." Amos' voice was calm, yet it carried far across this open snowy field. Han Shijuan and the others hidden in the shadows stirred slightly. They knew Amos had discovered their presence from the very beginning. Looking at Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu, already at a disadvantage and injured, after hesitating briefly, Han Shijuan and the others came out. If they kept hiding, once Amos closed the net, they would get nothing. In an instant, around this open snowy field, people from several family conglomerates appeared one after another. Besides the Herkawa family and Han Corporation, there were actually 4 other families who had waited until now. They also wore protective suits that isolated human presence. However, each family's protective suits were different, bearing their respective family conglomerate emblems. Herkawa Yuri and Han Shijuan took the lead, walking toward Amos first, then respectfully placing their hands on their chests in salute. We greet the High Priest. We are willing to share the organization's burdens. The organization members glanced at these family conglomerate people, all showing disdainful smiles. Coming out only now, did they want to share burdens or share the spoils? Do what you wish. The organization will fully support you. Amos looked at the members of each family conglomerate, smiling benevolently. He seemed not to blame them at all. Thank you, High Priest. The people from each family conglomerate instantly understood Amos' meaning, their faces showing excitement. Their gazes then fell on the fighting AI Xiaoxiu and Park Jihai. After the great battle, both women now showed signs of weakness and had sustained injuries. This was the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Han Shijuan and the others looked at AI Xiaoxiu and Park Jihai, their gazes burning with fervor. Grateful this trip wasn't in vain. Having witnessed all this, the power of the viruses within AI Xiaoxiu and Park Jihai was beyond doubt. Of course, the strongest might be Song Bing, or even that alluring girl frozen in the ice crystal. But clearly, those two had already been claimed by the organization, so their attention could only fall on AI Xiaoxiu and Park Jihai. Obtaining the viruses within these two, they could similarly walk sideways in this apocalyptic world. Thus, in an instant, each family's strongest lineup and several organization variants present all cooperated in advancing toward AI Xiaoxiu and Park Jihai. Amos, meanwhile, crossed his 10 fingers before his abdomen, like a priest, walking step by step toward Candy. He finally made his move. The cold wind lifted his white robe, his deep eyes began to sharpen, and the supernatural aura hidden within him began to gradually emerge and rise. The surrounding hurricanes seemed to be under its control and began to rotate around it. It forms an invisible wall of wind, isolating it from this world. Song Bing frowned slightly amidst the zombie battlefield, looking at Ormuz at this moment. He finally understood why the other person didn't attract zombies even without wearing protective clothing. At this moment, he was forcing himself to maintain his sense of saturation and had already accumulated 99,900 merits. In other words, as long as Song Bing is willing, he can level up on the spot by forcing himself to kill another zombie. But right now, it's obviously most important to deal with this old guy first. How could he just stand by and watch these guys steal Candy away from him? Although we don't know what secrets Candy is hiding that have caused the Apocalypse Organization and Park Jihai to go through so much trouble, but seeing them trying to steal it, Song Bing naturally wouldn't let them succeed. In other words, Candy, he wanted it too. However, just as Song Bing and Number 5 separated, preparing to go and stop Ormuz. From the direction of the Qingchuan family, a graceful figure calmly walked out amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone. As she calmly walked out, she slowly removed her protective helmet, revealing her exquisite and refined beauty. Her long, black, and smooth hair was draped over her shoulders, making her even more stunning. And her beautiful hair and skin were exposed in this icy and snowy landscape. A unique cherry blossom fragrance emanated from her body. The aroma is intoxicating. She walked out silently and eventually came to the feet of Candy, facing the crowd, and blocked Ormuz's way. This scene shocked everyone. Of course, the most shocked person was Harukawa Yuri. He stared wide-eyed at the girl standing opposite them, his face filled with disbelief. Because the girl was none other than his own younger sister, Harukawa Nair. Number 2, you've finally shown up. Amos stopped and looked at Harukawa Nair, who had deliberately exposed herself. My master, you have no right to lay a finger on me. Qingchuan Nair looked at Amos, her beautiful eyes cold. Master? It's astonishing that she was able to contact you secretly under those circumstances. A hint of surprise flickered in Amos' deep gaze, but he still smiled and said, However, I am not here to harm her, but to offer her to the Emperor. In this world today, only a man like an emperor is worthy of her. If she marries an emperor, humanity will usher in a new era. What do you think? An emperor? He's not worthy. Qingchuan Nair scoffed. This answer displeased Ormus. If their great emperors don't deserve it, then who does? Wait, nail my nail, who are you? Where did you take my sister? Give me back my sister. At this moment, Harukawa Yuri ran up in a gloomy mood, looking at Harukawa Nair with an angry and incredulous expression. Even now, he still finds it hard to accept this fact. He was surprised that Han Shijuan's sister had become number 3. She couldn't help but secretly mock Han Shijuan for being pitiful. My sister was murdered, and she was impersonated by a third person for so many years. It's really pitiful. Little did he expect that he would end up being the clown himself. The younger sister he spent every day with turned out to be the legendary number 2. The other members of the family group also stared intently at Qingchuan Nair, their eyes filled with barely concealed greed. The information that Qingchuan Nair is number 2 is incredibly explosive. Now, AI Xiaoshou, number 1, and Park Ji-hai, number 3, have undoubtedly become hot commodities. So, what kind of virus would Harukawa Nair, who is number 2, have inside her? Without a doubt, it must be extraordinary. So, in an instant, Qingchuan Nair became the object of everyone's desire. In fact, I am indeed your sister Harukawa Nair, but I am also number 2. Harukawa Nair looked at Harukawa Yuri, and a rare, complex emotion appeared in one of her beautiful eyes. Then, for reasons unknown, she told Harukawa Yuri, Back then, I was chased to Ligua by the Apocalypse Organization and was infected with one of their terrible advanced viruses. I cannot eliminate this virus. Left with no other choice, I could only use my abilities to temporarily force these viruses to half of my body. But if this continues, I will definitely be killed by this virus. Until that night, it was raining heavily, and your sister had just finished get off work at the clinic in Times Square. She took that deadly poison needle for me. I was also able to kill that member of the Apocalypse Organization. When I went to check on her, your sister had already been poisoned in the same way I was, and I could only force the poison to half of her body. At this point, Qingchuan Nair paused, her beautiful eyes revealing complex emotions. She continued, It was raining heavily at the time, and she was lying on the ground in great pain. I am also in pain. Fortunately, my master appeared at that moment. She said she could save us, but it would require surgery. Therefore, in order to repay her life-saving grace, and also to save himself, she and I had that surgery. And so, your sister and I became one. She looked at Harukawa Yuri, her expression complex as she finished speaking. It's unclear whether it was number 2 who was narrating. It was still Harukawa Nair who was narrating. But the master she was referring to was clearly Candy. Song Bing, who was preparing to make a move, was shocked. I was shocked by this story told in just a few words. Memories of Harukawa Nair began to flash wildly through his mind. The first time they met was when Qingchuan Nair was selling her grandfather's traditional Chinese medicine clinic, which later became the Songbing Medical Clinic. That's how the two met. On the very night he took over the clinic, a woman dressed conservatively and carrying a cat arrived. That woman was later confirmed to be Songbing. It was Candy. So it wasn't an accident that Candy brought her cat to the vet that night. Candy and Qingchuan Nair had known each other for a long time and had even become master and servant. As for his subsequent interactions with Qingchuan Nair, he did not sense anything unusual about her. That's because she always deliberately used her left side to make contact with Songbing. And on the left is the real Harukawa Nair. Therefore, with such incredible means, number 2 escaped the capture of the Apocalypse Organization under the identity of Qingchuan Nair. Even the Qingchuan family had no doubts whatsoever, because number 2 is Harukawa Nair, and Harukawa Nair is also number 2. The two used their unpoisoned half of their bodies to form one. They fooled everyone. It wasn't just Song Bing who was shocked. The others were also deeply moved by the story. While surprised by Qingchuan Nair, she was even more shocked by Candy. How did she manage to cut the two people in half, and then perfectly stitch them back together? What kind of incredible surgery is this? At this moment, Qingchuan Nair looks exactly the same person, with no trace of surgery visible. This is mainly related to the capabilities of number 2. Qingchuan Shuli collapsed even further, his eyes filled with endless gloom and venom. He immediately gave a decisive order for the bodyguards beside him to attack. Of course, beneath that gloomy gaze, beyond the desire for revenge, was the intent to seize this opportunity to capture number 2. His Qingchuan family would then have legitimate justification. "We'll help you. Number 2, you demon. Surrender now. You harmed Miss Qingchuan. You deserve death 10,000 times over." Seeing this, the people from the other family conglomerates understood immediately. They also raised their banners and ordered their remaining forces to attack Qingchuan Nair. Watching this scene, Qingchuan Nair remained calm and composed. The next second, pink light bloomed from her eyes, like 2 cherry blossoms in full bloom. Almost instantly, the crowd that had been charging forward suddenly clutched their stomachs. Their faces twisted in pain as they collapsed to the ground. At this moment, they felt as if their bodies were on fire from within. It seemed too hot. They began frantically tearing off their protective suits. Red marks resembling cherry blossoms began appearing on their exposed skin. These marks then began to writhe and burst, transforming into bloody, gaping wounds. In an instant, those who had greedily rushed forward began screaming in despair. They tried to cover these bleeding holes, but as soon as they covered one, another opened up. They died like this, in blood and despair. In just a few seconds, 8 level 3 powerhouses who hadn't even gotten close to Qingchuan Nair died miserably. This scene terrified everyone. The previously greedy Qingchuan Shuli and the others retreated in fear. They couldn't understand at all. How had Qingchuan Nair done this? With just a glance, she had killed all their powerful bodyguards? But before they could think further, even though they were 100 meters away, they too began to feel a burning heat inside their bodies, as if flames were about to ignite from within. "Oh no, help, help!" They instantly collapsed to the ground in terror, looking desperately toward the unaffected Amos. However, Amos merely glanced at them indifferently, unconcerned with their lives or deaths. On the zombie battlefield, Song Bing's gaze sharpened, equally shocked by Qingchuan Nair's terrifying methods. Others couldn't see it, but under the forbidden eye, everything was crystal clear. The reason these people had such symptoms was because they had been poisoned, and the poison came from Qingchuan Nair herself. That cherry blossom-like fragrance from her body. This was also why Qingchuan Nair had removed her mask at the start. She was administering poison. This was her method. No wonder AI Xiaoshou had said number 2's ability was similar to his. Looking at it this way, it truly was. In this interval, those family conglomerate leaders who had coveted Qingchuan Nair were already beginning to explode. They collapsed to the ground in despair, looking at Qingchuan Nair with no more desire. Only despair and fear. Qingchuan Shuli lay painfully on the ground, looking at Qingchuan Nair with difficulty, trembling as he begged pitifully. He didn't want to die. He hadn't yet become the variant of his dreams. How could he die? He still wanted to see this beautiful new world. Qingchuan Nair looked at the pleading Qingchuan Shuli, and her beautiful eyes finally showed a ripple of emotion. Her eyes flashed. The final cherry blossom mark that was about to take Qingchuan Shuli's life ultimately faded away. Feeling his new lease on life, Qingchuan Shuli hurriedly scrambled up and, like a stray dog, rolled and crawled away from this terrifying place in disgrace. He no longer dared harbor any improper thoughts. Having dealt with these troubles, Qingchuan Nair then looked toward Amos, who remained unaffected by her power, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Around him was an invisible airflow. This was why he remained unaffected. Worthy of being number 2, truly terrifying. However, I still sincerely invite you to bring your master and join the Apocalypse organization to serve Lord Emperor together. This will be your supreme glory. Looking at the terrifying Qingchuan Nair, Amos still spoke like a messenger of great love. To this, Qingchuan Nair said nothing, instead transforming into a fragrant silhouette and attacking Amos. Beneath the countless fragrant scents were countless, imperceptibly fine virus particles. They eroded toward Amos from every angle. Song Bing's gaze sharpened. He kicked number 5 away and likewise transformed into a blur. In tacit understanding with Qingchuan Nair, they joined forces to attack Amos together. Qingchuan Nair glanced at Song Bing but said nothing, clearly acquiescing to this cooperation. However, just as the two approached within 10 meters of Amos, a hurricane suddenly rose around him, completely isolating these viruses. His aura surged dramatically, and his entire figure instantly vanished into the hurricane. The hurricane expanded even further, transforming into a tornado 100 meters high. It instantly reversed direction, engulfing and swallowing both the attacking Qingchuan Nair and Song Bing. Song Bing's expression changed slightly. He felt it. Amos's aura had truly surpassed the level 3 range, reaching the terrifying degree of level 4. Like cross-dimensional power, all in an instant. He had known Amos was strong, probably similar to what Park Ji-hai had just displayed. Far beyond level 3, but still within level 4. For that level of strength, he was still confident he could handle it. He hadn't expected the opponent to actually be a level 4 existence. At the same time, on another battlefield, a mutation also occurred. On the broken snowy ground 100 meters away, AI Xiaoxiu and Park Ji-hai were still fighting. Although it was always AI Xiaoxiu chasing and attacking Park Ji-hai. After fighting for so long, both had sustained varying degrees of injury and were showing signs of exhaustion. This is the moment. Looking at Park Ji-hai, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, barely able to defend. The 11 level 3 variants who had followed along and waited in secret showed sharp glints in their eyes. They no longer held back, boldly revealing themselves, seizing the opportunity to form an encirclement and attack the battling AI Xiaoxiu and Park Ji-hai, planning to capture both women through this sneak attack. Among these powerhouses, 6 were level 3 powerhouses cultivated by 6 family conglomerates, while the remaining 5 were members of the Apocalypse organization. Their strength exceeded ordinary level 3s. They had refrained from acting until now, waiting for this moment. They looked greedily at number 1 and number 3 before them, as if viewing treasures, eager to capture them on the spot. On the snowy slope, Han Hee-jun, who had followed to witness all this, swallowed hard, his face showing a cruel smile as he clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to fantasize about the scene of capturing Park Ji-hai. On the battlefield, looking at those family conglomerate and Apocalypse organization level 3 variants attacking opportunistically, then glancing at Amos, who was fighting Song Bing and the revealed number 2. The corner of Park Ji-hai's mouth curved into an enchanting smile. What she had been waiting for, wasn't it also this moment? At this moment, she suddenly stopped. Facing AI Xiaoxiu attacking again at her limit, she no longer retreated. In those mischievous, beautiful eyes, purple light blazed forth, meeting AI Xiaoxiu's red eyes directly. Boom. In just an instant, the purple glow from Park Ji-hai's beautiful eyes instantly devoured AI Xiaoxiu's consciousness. AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes trembled, shock appearing on her face. She instantly understood that Park Ji-hai had been deliberately showing weakness from the start. Her virus fusion degree had long surpassed hers by far. The reason for not exposing it was for this very moment. AI Xiaoxiu, realizing this, wanted to struggle and escape this illusory dream, but it was already too late. Her eyes began to glaze over, gradually being controlled by Park Ji-hai. At the same time, the illusory dream of this world materialized. The surrounding snowflakes all stopped falling. Those level 3 powerhouses who had been attacking also seemed to be instantly frozen in place. Time and space seemed to freeze. Only Park Ji-hai's white dress and long hair rose with the wind. Looking at the controlled AI Xiaoxiu before her, and the 11 people around her with terror on their faces. Her red lips curved slightly upward. Under those blazing purple pupils, Park Ji-hai at this moment was both alluring and terrifying. Her illusory dream had at this moment also reached level 4 standards. Of course, this still wasn't the upper limit. They stared in shock at Park Ji-hai, now bewitchingly peerless, feeling their very souls tremble. They couldn't muster the slightest will to fight. This was an oppression like a dimensional strike. They wanted to flee, but discovered that under this illusory dream, their bodies seemed beyond their control. Every cell no longer belonged to them, but was under Park Ji-hai's control. Crack, crack, crack. The frozen snowflakes around them began to spin and gather, while snowflakes drifting down from the sky continued to accumulate. They all froze under this illusory dream, transforming into razor-sharp weapons, emitting chilling, piercing sounds in the air. The 11 were filled with terror, staring at Park Ji-hai in despair and shock, their eyes full of pleading. "Look at these snowflakes, how beautiful. You must like them very much, right?" Park Ji-hai looked at these people alluringly, licked her red lips, then smiled pathologically. "Then, let's turn you into blood flowers too." The pupils of the 11 instantly widened. They wanted to shake their heads in refusal, but their heads nodded desperately instead, expressing agreement. Whoosh! The next second, the countless suspended snowflakes finally moved. With a gentle motion of Park Ji-hai's slender fingers, innumerable snowflakes flew rapidly toward these people. Ah! Bang, bang, bang! Accompanied by the final screams of the 11, the moment the sky full of snowflakes descended. The 11 suddenly exploded, transforming into 11 clouds of blood mist, blooming brilliantly in this world, as if they had never existed. Not far away, Han Hee-jun and the others, who had been watching excitedly, witnessed this terrifying scene and were instantly frightened into incontinence, unable to suppress their screams. Clearly unable to imagine how this scene had occurred. Those were the strongest fighters they had cultivated, and they were gone just like that without even getting close to Park Ji-hai. Coming to their senses, they suddenly discovered Park Ji-hai had vanished. Turning around, Park Ji-hai had already appeared behind them, looking at them with cold beauty and pathological intensity. AI Xiaoxiu followed behind Park Ji-hai like a puppet on strings, dazed and no longer resisting. No, don't come closer. Han Hee-jun and the others were instantly terrified, collapsing to the ground, retreating repeatedly. Park Ji-hai was beautiful, alluring, but at this moment in their eyes, she was a terrifying demon. "Am I beautiful?" Park Ji-hai looked at these people with an enchanting expression and asked. The several people were stunned at first, then immediately nodded obsequiously. On one hand, Park Ji-hai was indeed beautiful. On the other hand, they hoped this would earn them a chance to survive. But Park Ji-hai's next words instantly plunged them back into despair. "Then are you willing to die for me?" Their faces instantly turned deathly pale. They were about to refuse, but the moment they met Park Ji-hai's enchanting beautiful eyes, their gazes instantly became vacant, transforming into expressions of longing. Willing, we're willing." They immediately knelt on the ground, then without hesitation drew their knives and slashed their own throats. As blood sprayed, they died with expressions of bliss. "Oh no, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to be your dog. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I can even help you control the entire Han Corporation. Don't kill me. I don't want to die, woo." Soon only Han Hee-jun remained at the scene. This roguishly handsome and arrogant young master of the Han Corporation had long since been scared out of his wits, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. Begging without any bottom line. As one of the heirs to a corporation in the Appa Nation, he had toyed with countless women in his life, either celebrities or girl group members, all treated like dogs. But this time, he was scared into kneeling before a woman, exchanging roles with those celebrity beauties he had played with before. Hearing this, Park Ji-hai smiled enchantingly, then turned and walked toward Amos battlefield with AI Xiaoxiu. In fact, if she wanted to kill Han Hee-jun, how would he have any chance to beg for mercy? Keeping him alive still had its uses. Yes, master, from now on I'm your dog. I mean what I say, I definitely mean what I say." Han Hee-jun kept kowtowing in assurance, his forehead bleeding from the impacts. Only when he raised his head did he discover Park Ji-hai had already gone far away. Having retrieved his life, he no longer considered anything else. Like Harukawa Yuri, he fled this place of trouble crawling and rolling, and Park Ji-hai's figure carved an indelible mark in his heart, destined to be impossible to erase in this lifetime. Thus, of the people from the 6 family groups who had appeared, except for the fortunate survivors Harukawa Yuri and Han Hee-jun, they were completely annihilated, and each died more miserably than the last. Who knows if they would still dare to come had they known this would be their cannon fodder ending. After dealing with these annoying flies, Park Ji-hai finally looked with interest toward Amos battlefield. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Amos was using her, but wasn't she also using Amos? Now, it was time for her to close the net. Looking at Kanthi suspended in the void, and Song Bing who appeared seriously injured, greed that was difficult to conceal surfaced in Park Ji-hai's beautiful eyes. This woman and this man, she wanted them both. She then withdrew her gaze and looked at AI Xiaoshu beside her, who had already been controlled. Honestly, if her virus fusion degree hadn't far exceeded AI Xiaoshu's, reaching the 4th level ahead of time, she really wouldn't have been able to control this terrifying creature. As for why her virus fusion degree was faster than AI Xiaoshu's, naturally, it was thanks to Song Bing's caresses and absorption. From the first time, she secretly guided Park Ji-hai to make contact with Song Bing. At that time, she only wanted to test and see what was so special about Song Bing, this man who could arouse Kanthi's interest. The result was that without trying she wouldn't have known, but one try led her to discover a new continent. Song Bing was indeed miraculous, actually able to absorb the personalities she derived, giving her unprecedented pleasure. And this pleasure could actually enhance her fusion. At that time, she developed a strong interest in Song Bing. She also gradually understood the reason Kanthi would be interested in Song Bing. This man was truly miraculous, very attractive, especially to women. Thus came the subsequent events. Under Song Bing's continuous caresses and absorption, her virus fusion degree had long surpassed AI Xiaoshu's. The moment the apocalypse descended, it instantly reached 4th level intensity. But she didn't expose this, instead waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for Amos to let down his guard against her. Waiting for Amos to make a move and attract hatred. Waiting for AI Xiaoshu to relax, so she could take the opportunity to control AI Xiaoshu. Now, everything was developing in the direction she had envisioned. Next, naturally it was time to close the net. At this moment, aside from Amos who also had 4th level combat power, who else could stop her? At the same time, on the battlefield, the tornado hurricane caused by Amos grew increasingly terrifying. Everything around was swept into it, including many zombies. From within came the sounds of combat from time to time. Though what was happening remained unknown, one could imagine its intensity. Boom! The next second, the rapidly spinning tornado hurricane seemed to reach its limit and suddenly exploded. In that instant, like a terrible nuclear bomb detonating, a terrifying hurricane shockwave scattered in all directions without blind spots. Song Bing's figure was sent flying along with this terrible spreading shockwave. He carved a long trail across the snow before barely managing to stop. Song Bing clutched his chest, half crouching on the ground. Looking again, the clothes on his body had long been shredded to tatters under that tornado hurricane filled with countless blade-like winds. On his body and face were vivid bloody marks, as if countless blades had sliced across them. Although they were all scabbing and healing, they were still shocking to behold. Not far away, Herkawanire was also blown out in the same manner. She clutched her heaving chest, her hair disheveled, blood at the corner of her mouth, her body likewise bearing many shocking wounds. Much the same as Song Bing. The two simultaneously raised their eyes, looking toward the same direction. There, Amos, who had originally disappeared into the hurricane, reappeared. He still resembled a priest, fingers interlaced before him, high and mighty, as if nothing had happened. Glancing at Park Ji-hai in the distance, who had likewise hidden her strength and finished dealing with everything, his brow furrowed slightly. Then looking toward Song Bing and the other, still with that false compassion, he said, "Submit. All your resistance now is only asking for suffering. Kneel down and accept my baptism. Only then can you wash away your sins. We are no match for them. Take my master and leave first. Only you can do it. Whatever you do, don't break the ice crystal. You must let my master awaken naturally. When that time comes, everything will end." Herkawanire swept a glance at the current situation, left these words in a low voice, and immediately resolved to face Amos alone once more. In her beautiful eyes, the light blazed hot again, embracing a determination to die. Under her clothes, on her skin, cherry blossom marks likewise bloomed open. From the afterimages she left behind, pink fragrance, like pollen, drifted out from her body. Overestimating yourself. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Amos' brow furrowed slightly. His last bit of patience had been worn away completely. He immediately transformed into a gale and met Herkawa Nair head-on. A great battle erupted at the touch. Seeing this scene, Park Jae-hai's red lips curved slightly. Be good and wait here. I'll go catch your master to keep you company and let you reunite. She extended her hand, stroking AI Xiaoshuo's head like a master. Leaving these words, she took the opportunity to flash toward this side, wanting to seize this chance to capture Song Bing and Candy. Song Bing's gaze condensed slightly. He naturally sensed clearly that Park Jae-hai's aura fluctuation at this moment had already reached level 4. And also in the gap when Park Jae-hai charged toward Song Bing, AI Xiaoshuo in the distance likewise stared blankly at this scene. Her originally dull, beautiful eyes seemed stimulated by something and began to fluctuate violently. The next second, her face showed pain as she knelt to the ground, her delicate body trembling. The tail behind her also gradually raised up, just as Park Jae-hai's illusory dream was about to envelop Song Bing. Deep within AI Xiaoshuo's violently fluctuating beautiful eyes, 2 streaks of red light reignited. She forcibly broke through the level suppression of Park Jae-hai's illusory dream, breaking through with a thread of consciousness at this moment. Boom! The next second, the ice layer around AI Xiaoshuo began to shatter, snow scattering in all directions. Bang! With an explosive sound, AI Xiaoshuo had already disappeared from her original position, transforming into a terrifying beast shadow that rushed toward Park Jae-hai like light and shadow. Rumble! Wherever she passed, snow scattered, carving out a long ravine. Park Jae-hai descended like a phantom, instantly pulling Song Bing into her illusory dream. She twisted her slender waist step by step, walking seductively toward Song Bing. She extended her long, pale jade fingers, slowly about to touch Song Bing's cheek. But in the next second, she sensed something. Just as she turned her head, AI Xiaoshuo had already arrived. Her hand transformed into claws striking down, stirring up a terrible gale. But it was blocked by Park Jae-hai using invisible mental power. Looking at AI Xiaoshuo before her who had broken through her control, Park Jae-hai's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her heart unable to hide her shock. One must know, she was now at level 4 strength. Yet AI Xiaoshuo was merely level 3, yet could break through her illusory dream. How could she not be surprised? I said, if you dare play any tricks, I will definitely tear you apart. AI Xiaoshuo's eyes were ice cold, word by word, resisting the influence of Park Jae-hai's illusory dream, her claws ultimately striking down. With level 3 power, she actually forced Park Jae-hai back dozens of meters. Ungrateful. Since you're seeking death, then don't blame me. Looking at the scratch marks on her arm, killing intent finally surfaced in Park Jae-hai's beautiful eyes. She appreciated AI Xiaoshuo's combat ability, so she had always wanted to control AI Xiaoshuo for her own use. But now it seemed she couldn't do it. And since she couldn't obtain her, she could only destroy her. Leaving herself a powerful hidden danger was not worth it. Master you now. AI Xiaoshuo turned her head, giving Song Bing a cute smile, a smile like a farewell. Then she turned her head again, killing intent surfacing in her beautiful eyes, resolutely charging toward Park Jae-hai, who was far stronger than herself, without the slightest fear. Just like this, Herkawa Nair fought Amos. AI Xiaoshuo confronted Park Jae-hai, both level 3 against level 4. But clearly the outcome was already predetermined. It was only a matter of time. Song Bing staggered to his feet, watching this scene, his eyes ice cold. In the end, it still wasn't enough. Then he would level up on the spot. Being protected by women while fleeing, he didn't have that habit. Almost at the same time, behind Song Bing, that number 5 zombie buried by the heavy snow charged towards Song Bing again at the opportune moment. Song Bing didn't turn his head. He allowed number 5 to open its bloody maw and bite his shoulder, using this intense pain to stimulate every nerve in Song Bing's body. Had enough biting? My turn. Song Bing spoke indifferently, his elbows suddenly thrusting backward. Poochie. The next second, an explosive sound rang out as several broken bones burst through number 5's back. Ayo. Number 5 was enraged, opening its mouth to bite towards Song Bing's head. But this time, it had no chance. Chilla. A hand pierced through its throat first. Song Bing backhanded an over-the-shoulder throw, flipping and slamming the burly number 5 to the ground, immediately causing the ice layer to collapse. Ao. Number 5 roared, trying to rise, but was met with Song Bing's ice-cold fist. Song Bing's eyes were indifferent, his fists and feet like cold weapons, continuously bombarding the roaring number 5. One man and one corpse, along with the continuously collapsing and shattering ice layer, kept sinking down, forming a deep pit, the surrounding snow continuing to cover them, burying the two. Who knows how long passed? Number 5's roars no longer rang out from the deep pit, and the deafening bombardment sounds also came to an abrupt halt. But system notifications rang out in succession at this moment. However, only Song Bing alone could hear them. Ding successfully absorbed level 3 hardened zombie virus, merit plus 1,000. Ding, congratulations host. Merit accumulated to 100,900, completing the 4th round of merit perfection. Ding, congratulations host. Merit accumulated 100,900. 4th round of merit perfection completed. Enhancement beginning. Beneath the ice and snow, at the instant the system voice rang out, countless points of light drifted out from Song Bing's heaven-defying dual kidneys, instantly merging into every corner of Song Bing's body. In that instant, that heart-wrenching, lung-tearing pain once again stimulated every nerve in Song Bing's body. Like an electric current, it spread to every corner of Song Bing's body, molding and cleansing Song Bing's physique. Crack. This time, the pain was even more intense than before. The impact caused Song Bing to kneel on the ground on the spot, clenching his teeth, the heterochromatic pupils in his eyes growing increasingly scorching. The tattered clothes on Song Bing's upper body finally wore through and fell away, completely revealing that robust, perfect physique. Every muscle line had now reached a perfect degree. Accompanied by the continuous impact and fusion of absorbed diseases, every muscle cell in Song Bing's body seemed to be constantly trembling and condensing, as if being sculpted, gradually filling with a sense of power. Perhaps due to his injuries, this process was terrifyingly painful, a dual assault on both spirit and flesh. But Song Bing kept his eyes open throughout, his spirit remaining highly tense, constantly monitoring the situation outside. Gradually, the scabs on Song Bing's body began to fall off, and wounds visibly healed. The recovered skin even faintly emanated a mysterious luster, especially on Song Bing's back. At this moment, all the pain seemed to instantly converge there, just like when the heaven-defying dual kidneys were first enhanced. At Song Bing's back, an itching and burning sensation instantly occupied all the pain. Immediately after, visible to the naked eye, on Song Bing's back, a pair of pure white wings actually began to grow out bit by bit. As the wings continued to grow, the system voice rang out again. Ding, Song Bing system upgraded to version 5.0. Congratulations, host. Your disease source constitution, speed, strength, reaction, thinking, self-healing, etc. has received a comprehensive enhancement, reaching 40 times that of ordinary people, comprehensive 4th level variant combat power. Awakened exclusive disease absorption skill, Wings of Tetanus. Obtained permanent usage rights to 100,000 merit diseases absorbed. While Song Bing was undergoing enhancement and upgrading, the battle on the surface had also reached a white-hot stage. A pink poisonous gas swirled around Harukawa Nair's body, and even her cascading hair had turned pink. Wherever she passed, the surrounding ice, snow, and falling snowflakes were all dyed pink, then rapidly melted. And this pink gas was Harukawa Nair's poison. At this moment, Harukawa Nair had already released the poison within her body to its limit. Never mind 3rd level. Even if a 4th level touched it, if they didn't die, they'd probably lose half their life. Therefore, facing Harukawa Nair, who was now covered in poison, even Amos wore a grave expression. He continuously controlled the gale to attack, not daring to carelessly touch even a fraction of it, because he knew clearly that 3rd level was not Harukawa Nair's limit. Thus, under such restraint, Harukawa Nair simply couldn't get close to Amos. On the contrary, Amos could control the gale, transforming it into blades that continuously slashed across Harukawa Nair's body from every angle. If not for Harukawa Nair's terrifying healing power, under such injuries, she would have long since bled to death. But this stalemate didn't last much longer. Seeing Harukawa Nair growing increasingly weak, Amos' deep eyes flashed with icy coldness, and once again using his body as bait, he disappeared into the tornado hurricane he had stirred up. In an instant, Amos seemed to be everywhere. That 100-meter tornado hurricane once again enveloped Harukawa Nair. Blood trickled from the corner of Harukawa Nair's mouth, her pink hair dancing wildly in the hurricane. Knowing the situation was beyond salvation, she looked toward Candy in the ice crystal outside the tornado hurricane and smiled poignantly. Master, Nair is useless. In the end, I still couldn't protect you from naturally awakening. Whoosh! The hurricane spun ever more violently, completely swallowing Harukawa Nair. At the same time, in another direction, AI Xiaoshou's situation was equally dire. Under Park Jihai's level superior dream illusions, AI Xiaoshou simply couldn't get close. Attack after attack at her limit was dissolved by Park Jihai's dream phantoms. And Park Jihai continuously used dreams and condensed snowflakes to attack AI Xiaoshou. Tiny snowflakes, like blade-like hidden weapons, continuously slashed across AI Xiaoshou's body. On AI Xiaoshou's snow-white skin, they left striking bloody marks. The omnipresent dream demon sounds continuously eroded and attacked AI Xiaoshou's soul and brain. It could be called a dual assault on spirit and flesh. If AI Xiaoshou's will weakened even slightly, she might instantly be eroded and controlled by Park Jihai again. I'll give you one more chance. As fellow kind, I really don't want to let you die like this. Park Jihai appeared at another angle, looking at AI Xiaoshou, whose will was so tenacious, and spoke with some reluctance. Give up resisting. Open your mind. Let me brand my mark, become my pet, and you'll no longer suffer like this. As for the master you want to protect, I'll likewise take him as a slave and brand my mark on him. Hearing Park Jihai's demon voice, AI Xiaoshou bit her red lips tightly, supporting herself bit by bit to raise her head. Her delicate, adorable face was now filled with unyielding determination, without the slightest waver. You are worthy. The next second, red light blazed in AI Xiaoshou's beautiful eyes, and the tail behind her suddenly shot out, fast as lightning. Whoosh! In an instant, Park Jihai's head was pierced through, but it still dissolved into a phantom. And the real Park Jihai had long since appeared behind AI Xiaoshou. But at this moment, her patience had already been worn away, and her enchanting eyes were filled with killing intent. In that case, don't blame me. After you die, your master will still become my slave. As her words fell, the surrounding snowflakes moved in unison, and together with Park Jihai, they killed toward AI Xiaoshou. Master, glancing in Song Bing's direction, AI Xiaoshou smiled poignantly one last time, then immediately rushed toward the sky full of murderous snowflakes. In her increasingly blurred vision, Park Jihai's figures were everywhere. She could no longer distinguish, so she chose to kill them all. Figure after figure of Park Jihai dissipated under her claws and tail, but she simply couldn't kill them all. On the contrary, countless snowflakes left wound after wound on AI Xiaoshou's body, looking especially heart-wrenching. Under the tornado hurricane, Harukawa Nair's situation was the same. Third level versus fourth level, the gap was too great. No matter how strong the two of them were, they simply couldn't bridge it. Wings of tetanus. Beneath the ice and snow, Song Bing forcibly endured the pain coming from his back, listening to the system's voice, the heterochromatic pupils in his eyes scorching. He turned his head bit by bit, looking at the pair of white wings behind him that continued to grow and unfold, like a chrysalis transforming into a butterfly. Incredibly miraculous. But this was still too slow. Song Bing gritted his teeth and forcibly accelerated the enhancement. This also meant enduring even more pain. But Song Bing didn't care, continuing to forcibly endure and accelerate. Finally, at a certain moment, information about the wings of tetanus also entered his mind along with the system voice. Tetanus wing function notes. Function 2. Weapon utilization. The tetanus wing is incredibly hard and can resist destructive attacks one level higher than the host. The host may use it as a weapon or as a shield. Function 3. Absorb disease, transmit disease. The tetanus wing is part of the host's body. Its sharpness is unparalleled, and its destructive power wherever it passes is astonishing. The host can gather absorbed diseases onto the wings to enchant them. Any scratch or contact with an enemy counts as touch, granting the same disease absorption and transmission function as skin contact, with excellent results. Note: as the host's level increases, the tetanus wing's defensive and destructive power will also upgrade. Host is advised to use with caution. On the ground. Ugh. The tornado hurricane exploded first. Qingchuan Nair instantly spat blood and flew out from the hurricane, her delicate body crashing heavily onto the ice surface. The terrifying pink poisonous gas on her body rapidly dissipated, and her pink hair also reverted to its original black. She had completely lost her combat ability. At the same time, under the illusory dream, AI Xiaoxiu used her last bit of strength and will, seizing the opportunity to leap into the air and strike at Park Jihai's true form. This was what she had found among the countless phantom images. Park Jihai's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, not expecting AI Xiaoxiu to reach this step. But it was all too late. With a wave of her hand, several sharp ice spikes instantly pierced through AI Xiaoxiu's body, as if breaking through the void. Pucci. A mouthful of scarlet blood sprayed out. AI Xiaoxiu, who had been killing her way through the air, was ultimately defeated, all her strength taken away by this strike. AI Xiaoxiu smiled miserably, her cute and delicate face covered in blood, like an injured kitten, evoking pity. She was like a withered flower, falling from the sky along with the snowflakes. The next second, Park Jihai descended and grabbed AI Xiaoxiu's snow-white neck. Purple pupils met AI Xiaoxiu's eyes that had lost their light. Give up resisting. From now on, you are my pet. Your master will soon come to join you. Park Jihai spoke with a demonic voice, the light in her purple eyes like a brand, trying to brand itself into AI Xiaoxiu's soul. She wanted to erase AI Xiaoxiu's soul and control this body. Although this would essentially mean controlling a puppet and AI Xiaoxiu's combat power would be greatly reduced, it was unavoidable. If anyone was to blame, it was that AI Xiaoxiu was too tenacious. Facing Park Jihai's control again, AI Xiaoxiu bit her silver teeth, wanting to resist even with her last bit of will. But on the verge of death, she simply could not resist this mental force. Her eyes gradually became unfocused. AI Xiaoxiu's personality was gradually being erased. In the distance, the heavily injured Qingchuan Nair witnessed this scene. She wanted to help, but her injuries were too severe. As soon as she moved, another mouthful of fresh blood spilled out. Ama's deep eyes narrowed slightly, just watching quietly. Rumble. And just as Park Jihai's purple eyes were about to completely devour AI Xiaoxiu's consciousness, on the snowy ground, the ice surface suddenly split in 4 directions. Like a magnitude 10 earthquake, a terrifying destructive force suddenly erupted from beneath the ground. This sudden terrifying force made everyone present change their expressions. What happened? An earthquake? This was everyone's first reaction. Especially Park Jihai, who was preparing to control AI Xiaoxiu, couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis, because she discovered this force seemed to be coming for her. Crack, crack, crack. In fact, her feeling was not wrong. In an instant, on this vast trembling ice and snow land, a terrifying 100-meter-long ice and snow fissure suddenly exploded and bulged, heading straight for Park Jihai. Looking out, it was like a primordial dragon breaking through the ice from below, killing its way toward Park Jihai. The speed was terrifyingly fast. Park Jihai's heart trembled slightly. Without any hesitation, she grabbed AI Xiaoxiu and rapidly retreated backward, trying to create distance. Crack, crack, crack. However, the speed of the bulging ice fissure grew faster and faster, chasing Park Jihai like a guided missile. Bang! The next second, without giving Park Jihai a chance to react, an extremely fast afterimage suddenly burst out from beneath the cracked ice surface. The afterimage actually shot out into the air, like a meteor, horizontally blasting toward Park Jihai. The terrifying aura made even the surrounding space seem to ripple. Those heterochromatic, ice-cold pupils were like the grim reaper from hell, filled with rage and boundless killing intent, locked directly on Park Jihai's life. So fast, Park Jihai was greatly alarmed, shocked by this terrifying aura. What was even more terrifying was that she couldn't even see the afterimage's true form clearly. She quickly deployed her illusory dream, wanting to create distance. The flying afterimage was too fast. The second after she deployed it, the afterimage descended like a deity. She finally caught a glimpse of that face in an instant. It was an all-too-familiar face, but at this moment it was terrifyingly cold, like the Grim Reaper. It made her delicate body tremble involuntarily, a chill instantly spreading throughout her entire body. Die! Songbing's eyes were cold and sharp. Ignoring the influence of her illusory dream, a fist filled with killing intent finally blasted out through the air. Bang! The sound of breaking air rang out. Before the fist arrived, Park Jae-hai's body had already begun to distort. Poochie! The next second, Park Jae-hai had already appeared in another direction with AI Xiaoxiao, but she was still injured by Song Bing's terrifying punch. She stared wide-eyed, her enchanting face now filled with shock. How could he be so fast? In just an instant, she had nearly died under that punch. However, before she could react, Song Bing once again transformed into an afterimage and followed closely. His killing intent even stronger. Park Jae-hai's delicate body trembled violently. She felt that Song Bing at this moment was like the king of hell coming up from hell to claim her life. This terrifying rage and killing aura. She had never felt anything like it before. Stunned for an instant, she finally reacted and hurriedly threw AI Xiaoxiao in her hand toward the white shadow that was killing its way toward her. Then she herself used her illusory dream to retreat again. Facing the flying AI Xiaoxiao, Song Bing, filled with coldness and rage, finally showed a moment of tenderness and emotion. Those heterochromatic, ice-cold eyes briefly showed a moment of humanity. His speed suddenly decreased. With one hand, he carefully and gently gathered AI Xiaoxiao into his embrace. Then he hovered in the void. Only then did he stop the pursuit. Park Jae-hai, who appeared in another direction, saw that Song Bing indeed did not pursue further. Clutching her injured chest, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes rippled with shock as she looked at Song Bing at this moment, unable to calm down for a long time. Time and space seemed to freeze in this instant. Seeing clearly that terrifying figure that had finally stopped, Amos and Qingchuan Nair also widened their eyes and gasped. Because that figure was all too familiar, it was Song Bing, who had been severely injured earlier and so wretched that they had overlooked him. Only now, Song Bing's upper body was bare, his perfect muscle lines visible. Not only was there not a single scar, but he appeared even more robust. Behind him, those domineering wings that flapped to keep him suspended were even more visually striking. He stood in the air like a deity descended to the mortal world. At this moment, whether in aura or appearance, Song Bing seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, making it hard not to make one's heart tremble. He leveled up? How is that possible? In their shock, Park Jae-hai and Amos finally came back to their senses, staring fixedly at those wings that had suddenly sprouted from Song Bing. The same thought arose in both their minds. That is, Song Bing had leveled up and mutated. Other than that, they couldn't think of any other reason. But even if he leveled up, it couldn't be this fast, right? Also, wasn't Song Bing's ability healing and poisoning? How could he level up and gain another ability? This completely defied the rules. Could it be that Song Bing's body contained not just one virus, but two? Countless thoughts flashed through their minds in an instant. But no matter how many questions remained, facing Song Bing at this moment, their hearts trembled. The terrifying commotion just now was enough to explain everything. Especially Park Jae-hai, she had experienced it firsthand. The heavily injured Qingchuan Nair looked at Song Bing in the void, her beautiful eyes equally shaken. Clearly, she had not expected Song Bing to reach this step either. Now she finally understood why Candy had told her to get close to Song Bing. Above the void, ignoring the shocked gazes of others, the strange light and coldness in Song Bing's eyes gradually faded. He merely lowered his head, looking worriedly at the injured AI Xiaoxiao in his arms. At this moment, AI Xiaoxiao was covered in wounds, her blood staining Song Bing's body, her breath extremely weak. However, under the touch of Song Bing's hand against her skin, her injuries began healing at incredible speed. AI Xiaoxiao, whose breath and spirit had been extremely weak, began recovering rapidly under Song Bing's full-powered absorption and healing. In just 1 minute's time, the scars on her skin visibly healed bit by bit, as if she had never been injured. AI Xiaoxiu, who had been unconscious from her weakened spirit, slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Song Bing's face. A trace of surprise flashed through AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes, seeing Song Bing holding her, still flying in the sky, with a pair of pure white wings. AI Xiaoxiu's delicate body trembled. Had she died? And then her beloved master had become an angel to receive her? Didn't I tell you to run if you couldn't win? Why did you keep pushing yourself? Seeing AI Xiaoxiu finally awaken in his arms, Song Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief, immediately unable to help scolding her. This girl looked so cute and sweet, but when something happened, she really went all in. Song Bing's words made the confused AI Xiaoxiu blink her large, bewildered eyes. She carefully felt the warmth coming from Song Bing's body and the surrounding environment. Only then did she react. She seemed not to be dead. I ran, but I was afraid that flirtatious woman would come seduce you. She said she wanted to make you her slave. AI Xiaoxiu's small face showed grievance as she looked somewhat unhappily toward Park Jai-hai in the distance. Song Bing's heart warmed, and he couldn't help but thank her. When we get back, Master will let you eat chicken every day, however you want, as much as you can eat. AI Xiaoxiu's dispirited spirit immediately became excited. At the mention of eating chicken, she couldn't help swallowing. Really? Absolutely genuine. Song Bing nodded with a smile, then raised his head, looking again toward Park Jai-hai. The warmth in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by coldness and an eerie quality. But before that, let your master first deal with these troublesome fellows, especially this woman who hurt you. Watch carefully, master will avenge you. Sensing the sharp killing intent in Song Bing's eyes, Park Jai-hai immediately became vigilant, while solemnly reminding him. Song Bing, now you're also 4th rank. Think clearly. If you and I fight and both suffer losses, the one who benefits will be that old fellow. She hoped to use this point to make Song Bing set aside personal grudges first. Regarding this, Amos' deep eyes moved slightly, but he said nothing. He was surprised that Song Bing had unexpectedly risen to 4th rank, and it was troublesome. So if Song Bing fought a great battle with Park Jai-hai, allowing him to reap the fisherman's profit, he would naturally be happy to see it. You beat my good disciple into this state. I have no reason not to hit you. Song Bing didn't waste words. Holding AI Xiaoxiu with one hand, he continued healing her. The tetanus wings behind him suddenly flapped, decisively transforming into a residual shadow, gliding to kill toward Park Jai-hai. His sharp voice continued. Besides, who told you we'd both suffer losses? After finishing you off, wouldn't it be good to then slaughter that old fellow Amos? Watching Song Bing kill his way toward her domineeringly, Park Jai-hai's dark brows furrowed slightly. She immediately no longer hesitated. Dream illusion, fully activated, snowflakes condensed. Purple light blazed in her beautiful eyes, instantly enveloping Song Bing, who was gliding toward her at extreme speed. She had just experienced Song Bing's terrifying power and naturally didn't dare be careless again. Under Song Bing's gaze, the surrounding space suddenly transformed, as if instantly pulling him into another dreamlike world. Park Jai-hai's figure was like copies, appearing in every corner of this dream world. A terrifying, bewitching consciousness surged from all directions, invading Song Bing's brain, attempting to confuse his mental consciousness and judgment. However, in just an instant, the strange pupils in Song Bing's eyes bloomed like scorching flames, more eerie and dazzling than ever before. The mental fluctuations attacking from all around could no longer affect Song Bing in the slightest. The forbidden pupils swept across like a demon-revealing mirror, seeing through all the illusory worlds around him clearly. What he gained from this strengthening wasn't just the tetanus wings. Song Bing's physique, ghost hand, forbidden pupils, and heaven-defying kidneys had all received unprecedented enhancement. Giggle, Song Bing, do you really have the heart to kill me? Am I not beautiful enough? Come, why all this fighting and killing? How boring. Look, my figure is so alluring. What countless men desire but cannot obtain. Wouldn't it be more wonderful to freely play with and enjoy my body? Countless Park Jihais walked seductively toward Song Bing. They lightly bit their flame-red lips, speaking demonic words, and actively removed the clothes and dresses from their bodies, revealing their curvaceous, snow-white, smooth, and proud figures. Their slender, snow-white jade hands continuously slid across their delicate, breakable skin, each one a soul-stealing, life-taking, enchanting posture. Every Park Jihai was a different kind of enchanting, alluring knowledge. Like 3,000 beauties of a harem, they laughed coquettishly and rushed towards Song Bing. This explosively gorgeous scene. For any man, it would absolutely be a fatal blow. Even a monk would probably have to quickly close his eyes and chant Amit Ba, sin, sin. But sorry, Song Bing didn't fall for this trick. Under the forbidden pupils, he saw through everything even more clearly. His eyes flashed, instantly locking onto Park Jihai's true body. Without the slightest hesitation, the tetanus wings flapped once. His speed surged as he domineeringly charged toward Park Jihai's true body. Sorry, your dream illusion is ineffective against me. Want to seduce him? Not a chance. Park Jihai's enchanting, beautiful eyes suddenly froze. She wanted to flee, but Song Bing had already closed in. A terrifying punch accompanied by a sonic boom, without the slightest tenderness, blasted toward Park Jihai's chest. Park Jihai quickly raised her hands to block, but just as she blocked this punch, Song Bing's leg had already caught her off guard, striking her lower abdomen. Thug! Park Jihai instantly flew out. All the seductive illusions around collapsed without being attacked. They were actually countless snowflakes condensed with lethal power. One could imagine that if someone with insufficient willpower rushed forward, what would greet them would be the strangulation of these snowflakes. Not the gentle embrace they saw. But Song Bing didn't intend to let Park Jihai off just like that, continuing to close in at extreme speed. The harm inflicted on AI Xiaoshou must all be returned. Otherwise, what kind of master would he be? Whoosh! Under the enhancement of the tetanus wings, Song Bing seemed to transform into a white spinning blade, so fast his figure couldn't be seen clearly. Wherever the wings passed, they rapidly cut through the void, instantly closing in again on the flying Park Jihai. Park Jihai's beautiful eyes shook. She finally experienced Song Bing's terror. Ordinary ability users either possessed some unique ability or held an absolute advantage in some aspect, like strength type or speed type. But the feeling Song Bing gave her was that whether in strength, speed, agility, defense, or other aspects, he excelled in all. All seemed to be at the extreme level of 4th rank combat power. A comprehensively all-around hexagonal warrior. Terrifyingly strong. She couldn't see any weakness at all. She hurriedly deployed Dream Illusion with full force, no longer daring to engage Song Bing in close combat. Instinct told her that if she couldn't dodge this strike, she would either die or be crippled. SSSHHH. At this moment, Park Jihai's figure had already begun to fade into illusion. But she still underestimated the speed of this white shadow. So in her terrified, beautiful eyes, this white shadow still tore through her fading body. SSSHHH. The next second, Park Jihai's true form had already appeared in another direction, but she was clutching one side of her face. On that enchantingly beautiful face, there was now an additional bloody wound. She looked at the blood on her hand, then gazed at Song Bing in terror, the shock in her heart already impossible to conceal. This man was not only unaffected by her dream illusions, his speed was terrifyingly fast, as if he were her natural counter. However, without giving Park Jihai a chance to question her existence, Song Bing attacked again. With the blessing of the tetanus wings, he was like a handleless blade of tetanus. Park Jihai's pupils contracted slightly. Gritting her teeth, she no longer wasted energy creating those ineffective dream illusions. Instead, she used all her strength to dodge with her dream abilities. But Song Bing's speed was like lightning suddenly appearing in the sky, reaching its limit. Each time, he could just barely leave a wound on Park Jihai's body. The harm you inflicted on Little Beast totaled 124 wounds. I want you to return them double. Song Bing's cold voice echoed, his speed increasing again, as if without limit. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Thus, beneath this dream realm, an extremely shocking and domineering scene appeared. Song Bing held AI Xiaoshou in one arm, healing her with his touch while attacking Park Ji-hai with the tetanus wings. For every wound he healed on AI Xiaoshuo's body, he left 2 on Park Ji-hai's, as if he were truly returning double the injuries Park Ji-hai had inflicted on AI Xiaoshuo. During this time, Park Ji-hai continuously accelerated her dream evasion, but Song Bing always followed closely behind, giving her 1 strike, making it impossible for her to avoid. As for the snowflake attacks she controlled, under the tetanus wings, they were as fragile as paper. The 2 figures shuttled through this world at their limits. It looked like Park Ji-hai dodging, while Song Bing chased with relentless basic attacks. The sharp tetanus wings continuously left conspicuous bloody marks on her body, like the punishment of 1,000 cuts, without the slightest trace of tender mercy. Park Ji-hai's screams echoed through this world. This scene was heart-trembling and shocking. AI Xiaoshuo just stayed dazed in Song Bing's embrace, enjoying Song Bing's healing while also watching him vent her anger and take revenge for her. Looking at Song Bing's domineering and handsome face, she stared blankly. She discovered that master at this moment was so handsome. Simply incredibly handsome and cool. Having such a master was so cool. AI Xiaoshuo's heart was warm at this moment. But soon, her pretty face changed slightly as she suddenly sensed changes within her body. In the distance, watching this scene, Amos' eyes kept fluctuating, no longer able to maintain calm. At first, when Song Bing took the initiative to attack Park Ji-hai, he was quite pleased and happy to see it happen, planning to strike after the 2 had tired themselves out. But in just 2 exchanges, Park Ji-hai was actually beaten back by Song Bing. Now he was even suppressing her completely. Song Bing's speed was terrifyingly fast, completely not inferior to his own. How could this not shock him? The upgraded Song Bing was terrifyingly strong, making him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. If he waited any longer, after Park Ji-hai died, the next to die might be him. So his eyes flickered as he looked toward Kanthi suspended in the void, and the severely injured Harukawa Nair not far away. At this moment, Harukawa Nair was equally shocked by Song Bing's strength. You must know, Song Bing had upgraded to level 4, and Park Ji-hai was also level 4. She was also in existence who had obtained Kanthi's blood genes. She couldn't be compared to ordinary level 4s. Yet Song Bing could still violently suppress her. The significance of this was self-evident. But while observing the battle, she was also constantly guarding against that old fox Amos. You like collecting slaves? I'll grant your wish, except the master-servant relationship needs to be reversed. In the battlefield, Song Bing's cold voice rang out again, cold light appearing in his eyes as he prepared to deliver the final blow to Park Ji-hai. Looking at Park Ji-hai again, she was already in a wretched state. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her aura fluctuating as she panted continuously. The dress on her body had long been slashed by Song Bing, full of holes everywhere. And beneath the holes, her snow-white skin was covered with bloody marks, as if she had been bound by Song Bing and whipped severely all over her body, looking particularly pitiful and miserable. Watching Song Bing domineeringly attack again, she bit her red lips tightly, her soul trembling slightly, obviously frightened by Song Bing's beating. She looked unwillingly at Kanthi in the distance. In the end, she still decided to give up escaping. If this continued, she estimated she would really die here. However, just as Park Ji-hai was about to give up fleeing, Amos, who had been watching the show, finally moved. Taking advantage of the moment Song Bing attacked Park Ji-hai, he transformed into a swift shadow, launching a sneak attack from behind Song Bing. Everything happened in an instant. Be careful! Harukawa Nair, who had been paying attention, hurriedly called out a warning. Sensing the killing intent coming from behind, Song Bing's eyes suddenly turned cold. Without Harukawa Nair's reminder, he had naturally been watching this cunning old fellow all along. Now seeing his own strength, how could this old fellow not make a move? Song Bing immediately and decisively gave up attacking Park Ji-hai, dodging to the side in a flash, and a sharp gust of wind swept past Song Bing's face. The next second, Amos had already appeared beside Park Ji-hai. Hee, you're finally willing to make a move? I thought you wanted to be the next to die. Facing Amos, who had acted to help her, Park Ji-hai showed cold mockery on her face, without the slightest gratitude. She naturally understood the reason he helped her. It was nothing more than Song Bing's strength making him realize he was no match. So he saved her, wanting to join forces with her to deal with Song Bing together. Let's join forces. Otherwise, we'll both die at his hands. As expected, Amos took the initiative to invite, completely forgetting his previous behavior of actively breaking ties. Fine. To this, Park Ji-hye's beautiful eyes flickered. She glanced at Kanthi in the distance and agreed without hesitation. The two's second cooperation was quickly reached again. The reason this time was also simple. Song Bing's strength exceeded their expectations. Only by joining forces was there a possibility of winning. As for whether the two had hidden some ulterior motives like their first cooperation, that was unknown. Song Bing landed back on the ground with AI Xiaoxiao, looking at the sneak-attacking Amos with cold eyes. He had originally wanted to deal with Park Ji-hye first, then deal with this old fellow. Since this old fellow was so eager to die, he naturally didn't mind sending him on his way. And just as Song Bing was about to make a move, he suddenly sensed something unusual about AI Xiaoxiao in his arms. Looking down, he discovered that at this moment, AI Xiaoxiao's exquisite and alluring little face was flushed red. Moreover, her whole body was covered in fragrant sweat, her beautiful eyes hazy, her delicate panting rapid, as if she were enduring some kind of pain. An explanation. Many brothers easily mistake the system version for the protagonist level, so let me explain here. The system version is the system version, the protagonist level is the protagonist level, the two are different. Currently the system version is 5.0, the protagonist level is level 4. The system version was 1.0 from birth, so it's one level higher than the protagonist level. Additionally, regarding enhancement multipliers, originally the setting was to increase by 10 times or 100 times, but many readers cited Captain America's 5 times to criticize me, so I didn't dare raise it that much. To avoid this issue, I'll also downplay enhancement multipliers going forward and just unify levels. But brothers, don't doubt the protagonist's combat power. As described in these 2 chapters, the protagonist's combat power is an all-around enhancement, speed, strength, agility, etc., almost an omnipotent hexagonal warrior. While other Inhumans are strong in certain aspects or have certain abilities. So the protagonist is almost at the ceiling of this level as soon as he levels up. An all-rounder versus someone specialized in one aspect. There's simply no comparison,